Mexican. When you go to the Southwest, you become more Mexican. I used to be Italian and now I'm Mexican. This is true.
Ya es muy tarde, son las 11 y no llega. ¿Cuánto tiempo estaremos esperando a Hassan? Ha pasado mucho tiempo y no sabemos qué es lo que él está haciendo, cuándo va a comenzar. Todos los días cuando entro yo pregunto ¿dónde está el hombre turco? Y me pongo a llorar. Y de repente mis pantallas se refrescan, la canción está sonando, vamos ya a comenzar. Cuando al fin dice en Los Ángeles, California, es un día bien hermoso, gracias por aquí estar. Como siempre, un tal nombre gris pregunta ¿por qué eres millonario? Y él empieza a gritar. Ya es muy tarde, son las 11 y no llega. ¿Cuánto tiempo estaremos esperando a Hassan? Todos los días cuando entro yo pregunto ¿dónde está el hombre turco? Y me pongo a llorar. Y de repente mis pantallas se refrescan, la canción está sonando, ya vamos a comenzar.
What's going on, everybody?
Ya veremos si
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic afternoon. No matter where you are in the world. This is on Piker, and this is the Hassan Ivy broadcast coming to you live from sunny California and Los Angeles. This was written and produced by Warlow, sang by Sebadentes. Esperando a Hassan is the name of the fucking game, baby. Yeah. That grito was a banger, and you know it, and I know it. Don't even fucking act like that shit was not good, okay? Oh, live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a sunny, 65 degrees, sunny day in Los Angeles, California. Los Angeles, California. I'm live and alive, and as always, Flexicans are Turks. And I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. Today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is yet another day. Another day to be alive, folks. It's Thursday, December 7th. It's Thursday, December 7th, 2023. That's right. And there's a lot going on in the world, a lot going on in the universe, and we're going to be covering it all. Are you not going to the Video Game Awards anymore? No, I'm not. I am not going to the Video Game Awards anymore. I will be actually just reacting to the Video Game Awards from home. I'll be reacting to it instead. Why, you might ask? Well, it's partially because of Austin. Austin Show himself, as a matter of fact, bailed on that he was like feeling kind of sick, that he didn't want to fucking come all the way out for like an entire week, basically, because we got a lot of other stuff going on this week that we're supposed to be doing all the way till Sunday. So he bailed, and it was supposed to be me and him. It was supposed to be me, him, and Will, but then Will's like a big boy who's doing fucking reacts to the thing. Will's doing stuff. They're paying him or something. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. I think he's doing like an after party or something, maybe. I don't know. So he was like, no, I can't make it to the Video Game Awards. And then Austin was like, I'm too busy self-sucking. And I was like, okay, well, I'm not going to fucking go to this thing by myself. That's crazy, right? So you're talking about the Rolex wearing, diamond ring wearing, kiss stealing, woo-hoo wheeling, dealing, limousine riding, jet flying son of a gun, and I'm having a hard time holding these alligators down. Woo woo. I don't even know where the fuck that's from, but that seems awesome. Anyway, but yeah, we're live. Chad Vice is on Saturday. I keep forgetting to text Jarvis. I'm going to text Jarvis right now. Jarvis, I want him on as I promised before. Oh fuck, I don't know if I have his number. God damn it. I mean, I know I have his number. I just didn't save it. I'm so mad at myself for this. Question I have for you is, who would you like to see on Chad Vice? That's right. Austin's obviously going to be on.
Get ready. Woo! We are on tour, and we're doing it better than anybody else alive. Now, Buddy Landell, it's so hard for me to sit back here in this studio looking at a guy out here hollering my name when last year I spent more money on spilt liquor in bars from one side of this world to the other than you made. You're talking to the Rolex wearing, diamond ring wearing, kiss stealing, woo, wheeling dealing, limousine riding, jet flying, son of a gun, and I'm having a hard time holding these alligators down. Woo!
God damn, dude. For the love of God, get Cutie and Stavi on for chat advice. Get a lady on chat advice, so it's not just guys' advice. That's good advice. How many neurodivergent hoes do you have? Random Q. Currently, there's 6,000 neurodivergent hoes in here that are my hoes. And that number on a day-to-day basis changes from sometimes 30 to sometimes 20,000 neurodivergent hoes. Anyway, all right, let me take this off. So Stavi Baby is unfortunately most likely not going to be on chat advice. That's why I had him on yesterday. But this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in my life, okay? So let's talk about it briefly and quickly and in a concise manner. I ended the broadcast, finished Rome. Very sad that Rome had come to an end. Very sad state of affairs that the HBO show Rome is discontinued, as a matter of fact. Maddie Healy is in LA. Okay. What the fuck does that mean? What do I do about that? Sopranos picks up where Rome leaves off. Yeah, true. I heard he gives good advice. Doubt that would be the thing. Maddie Healy, Fear N. I mean, we could do Maddie Healy on Fear N. I could ask him. I just don't know if that's the best thing to do. We have Stavi Baby on Fear N this week. Not with Cutie. Short Kingdom Manlet display. I saw that. I knew exactly what that was going to be. Anyway, to be honest, we're going to start The Mentalist now. The guy who made Rome made The Mentalist after that. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I don't have any, I don't have any interest in that. I am on a Rome kick, though. Like, I do want to fucking, think more about the Roman Empire. Be a man. Think more about the Roman Empire. But yeah. Military expert on C-SPAN using the hospital.
Unfortunately, one of the lessons that I think countries are coming out of this experience with is that nuclear weapons might be the ultimate guarantee of sovereignty, and there might be some incentive for countries to build their own nuclear weapons. The United States is working very hard to discourage countries from doing that, but that's one reason why it's so important for the United States to be credible as an...
I'm sorry, but Colonel Mark Kankian, retired Colonel Mark Kankian, we've been there. We've been there already. We've been there and we've done that. That is my contribution to the world. I might not be Henry Kissinger writing a whole ass book about nukes, but I think I did it. I summarized it. I summarized an incredibly important doctrine in one word, in a couple words, as a matter of fact, in like 3 paragraphs, not even 3 paragraphs, 3 bullet points. I summarized a doctrine that will remain for the rest of humanity as long as we're alive, which, by the way, ironically, my doctrine might contribute to the downfall of the very same humanity I was talking about, but still.
Ally.
Fortunately,
I'm just saying, you got military experts. They're years late to the fucking game, but it's fine, I guess. Yeah. Did Hassan talk about the invoke of Article 99? I did not. I did not talk about that. But I did talk about Michael J. Knowles earlier this morning. You have become the one thing you swore to destroy. Your Ottoman ancestors are disappointed. Yeah. Armchair general? Bitch, I am literally not the armchair general. I am the general. I'm the one who knocks. I am the general. Okay? Notice me. Witness me. Check out the idea of saying naked civilians captured or Hamas. Yeah, I know. We're going to be talking about that as well. Start reading because of you. Probably the gayest thing I've ever done. Yeah, don't do it. Don't read. Don't ever read. Kai is massive in these pigs. Yeah, speaking of Kai, this morning, we went to a park, and I just want to reaffirm. I want to talk about how much I love public parks. Okay? I really, really, really do. I am such a park slut. I'm a public park slut. I don't even like nature. Right? Like people talk about like the national parks or whatever, like the massive forests and stuff. I don't even care about that kind of stuff. But I do like the forest and stuff. I don't give a shit about that, but I do love having a beautiful public park in the middle of a goddamn city. Okay? Some grass, some shrubbery, some trees, you know what I mean? YOLO. And then, of course, basketball courts, tennis courts, whatever the fuck you got, galore. I think it's sick. The sickest thing. It's the illest thing. Yo, good point about glorifying white crime. Check out this video from former TYT contributor Jeff Higgins. You thought rap music glorified crime, gestures towards U.S. history.
All right, kid.
What? All right, well, probably not. Are you going to try and accept your video game awards nomination? Yes. LGBT foe of the year for a streamer or content creator who is the biggest foe against the LGBT community and orders nonstop homophobic chicken. Honestly, I'm going to be honest. I straight up, Austin wins this, though. Like, Austin is a way bigger, clearer of the second part of that. Bar none. When is the new merch drop? I think it drops, like, next week, if I'm not mistaken. So be on the lookout for that thing as well. Be on the lookout for that. But, yeah, this is what we got, folks. This is it. Let's fucking blast off. Let's get started. They quoted you in a Forbes article. Grand Theft Auto 6 trailer highlights the sad state of anti-woke discourse. Damn, dude. They're dookieing on him. I mean, this was a banger. Both men have been officially charged for multiple crimes, including rape and human trafficking. Progressive commentators were quick to point out the irony. Everybody dunked on Elon Musk. It was awesome. Did you see the IDF couple who got engaged in the rubble of a school? No, I didn't, but that's not surprising to me. Anyway, listen. What is this? Israel, Hamas war, no help to be seen at the safe zone for Palestinians in Gaza. Yeah, that's not shocking to me at all. Stop linking me the same Edgar Momentum clip or Twitter tweet over and over again. But yeah, Lawyer does a great explainer of why Disney ruined copyright just for Mickey Mouse, but is now comfortable with him entering domain in 2024. That is my shit. This is extremely my shit. It's extremely in my wheelhouse. I love fucking talking about patent law and IP and intellectual property and how it's abused in America. So we will watch this later. Cringe Planned Parenthood tweet. I don't know what it is, but I don't know. All right. Let's blast off. Okay. UNLV shooting details. Gaza updates. Watching the video game award. Oh, Gaza updates. Republican GOP debates. Recap and more. Watching the video game awards. Friends later. Get in now. Okay, there it is. That's a blast off. How the fuck am I gonna stay awake? I can't stay awake with the sound streaming directly out of my laptop. Thoughts on calling for the impeachment of Biden? Of course it won't work. Yeah, no, that's stupid as hell. Impeachment of Biden for what? What are we gonna impeach him for? And then do what with that? You know what I mean? Let's say we impeach him.
For the sake of argument.
What happens afterwards? You know? Like, do we Article 25 seems more in tune with what we could be doing. Yeah, there's a WAPO strike. I will not be covering Washington Post articles today. There's no Washington Post articles allowed today. Anyway, we're blasting off. UNLV shooting details, Gaza updates, GOP recaps, GOP debates, recap, and more. Watch the video game awards and friends later. Get it now. Impeaching him would not do anything. And impeaching him for what? You have to have something. Like, impeach him for what? Having the fattest cock? Is that what is it illegal now? Like, I don't understand. Having a sick ass, cool ass son, or even a cool ass brother? No, I'm not going to the awards today. I'm not. Oh my God. I'm not going to lie. I hate bringing up things that I'm going to do that I don't end up doing, because then like the entire day people are like, it almost always feels like it's the largest thing. It's the largest issue that has ever happened. Maybe it's because like I have no way of measuring someone's enthusiasm or fear or anger, or, you know, there's no way to emote properly on stream. So I just like read it as though people are going, what the fuck? Why aren't you going? Why? First of all, what's it to you? Like, I'm going to be streaming it. You know what I mean? I'm going to be streaming it. I'm going to be streaming that shit anyway. And the reason why I'm not going is because, like, I don't want to go by myself. That's it. That like the people that I was supposed to go with are not coming. So you have chat PTSD always in fight mode? Yeah, I think so. I have a short fuse. I really do. Guys, something you might not know about me is that sometimes I have a short fuse. Yeah. This might come as a surprise to many. Oh, the other thing is I was watching Lyric this morning try and play this fucking game.
Here? No. It's Bank Bulletproof Glass Copium.
The storm before or something, and I downloaded it immediately.
Go to the objective, which is over this way.
Apparently, this is like a MMORPG in a zombie universe, third-person shooter. Oh my god, his ping is out of control, it seems. It feels like his ping is insane because he's probably playing like on an Asian server. This game is supposed to suck. I mean, it's got it's got elements of Escape from Tarkov. It's got zombies. You're provoked though, not like you go around yelling at peeps. It doesn't matter. I should be better. Anyway, I was watching this shit and then I literally I went and downloaded it. And I think it's like a survival shooter. I don't know. We'll see. Nestle, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Check Steam reviews are shit. It is horrible reviews and functionality problems. Wait, will you let your beard turn gray or dye it? Will I let my beard turn gray? I only have one spot, like one gray spot on my beard. But honestly, maybe. Maybe I'll dye it. Who knows? Avatar Alien Bussy Game is lit. Solid anti-colonial campaign. Oh no's, the reviews. Mostly negative? What the hell? Bloodborne 2 getting announced today? Yeah, Bloodborne on PC is getting announced today, and Bloodborne 2 is getting announced. They're not only announcing Bloodborne 2, but they're announcing Bloodborne on PC finally. Yeah. Fetterman's getting even more psychotic. Yeah. Anyway, there's some good news in the union world. More than 1,000 Volkswagen workers in Tennessee have signed a union rep cards, according to the UAW. It's infectious, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful news, wonderful news. That makes me very excited. That makes me very happy. So that's cool. Chattanooga, Tennessee plant. 1,000 factory workers have already signed union authorization cards. Last week, the UAW said it was launching a first-of-its-kind push to publicly organize the entire non-union auto sector in the U.S. after winning record new contracts with the Detroit 3 automakers. The UAW, which said 30% of the workers of the Volkswagen plant had signed cards, has outlined its organizing strategy that it says if 30% of workers at a non-union plant sign cards seeking to join, it would make that public. Volkswagen, which employs about 3,800 at the plant that produces Passat and Atlas, did not respond to the request for comment. Uh-oh. Not good for them, it seems, but great for the workers in general. So congratulations. Hopefully this passes through. If 50% of the workers seek to join, the UAW would hold a rally with the UAW President Sean Fain to tout the effort. They're going to execute, my boy. Something always to consider is that Volkswagen, a German auto manufacturer, automaker, has not only full unionization in Germany, but also on top of that has a structure where a leadership council of workers that are democratically elected end up having, I believe, at least 50% of the vote, or at least 50% of the say in the board. So one must ask themselves, why is it that the German automaker does not have a similar structure here in the United States of America, the greatest country on the planet, the wealthiest nation on the planet, the wealthiest nation in the history of mankind? What's up with that? Why don't we have something even resembling remotely the same process that they have in Germany for German workers for a German automaker? Think about that. Yet another byproduct of the United States of America treating its own labor force, its own American labor force as, cannon fodder, easily exploitable. Great stuff overall. Makes me really think about that long and hard. They also made the Beetle, the Volks car, the Hitlerian car. Listen, I can't speak too much shit on Volkswagen. I used to have a Jetta, which was like a go-kart. I drove that shit down into the ground. I also own a Porsche, which is, under the same auto group. And also, it's just they were feeling patriotic when they made those cars. You know what I mean? What are you going to do? Just saying, in the United States of America, we are sick and tired of being exploited. The United States of America is a developing nation. sick and tired of first world countries like Germany coming in to a country like the United States of America and exploiting our labor force like this. One must rise up and seize the means of production. Fellas. Thoughts on people who say Porsche? Yeah, I don't really care about that. I am probably the most like non-Porsche owner, like ass Porsche owner on the planet. You won't catch me wearing something like that has like you won't catch me saying Porsche. That's number one. Hey, Majority Report, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. You will never catch me calling it Porsche. You will never catch me wearing like Porsche branded shit. Okay? I won't go to the Porsche events. They happen all the time. They invite me all the goddamn time. My brother loves that shit. I have been known to drink some Porsche water, though. That is true. You got me on that one. Whenever I go to the dealership, I do get me a bottle of Porsche branded water, and I find it very funny, and I will drink out of it. But yes, let's take a look at this. We're Volkswagen. We're UAW. We are ready to stand up. I love that Sean Fain said, UAW stands for You Are Welcome.
15 years ago, Volkswagen came to Tennessee. It meant a lot to our community. It meant a lot to us. We knew that in Germany and around the world, VW jobs meant good jobs. We knew that in Kentucky and Texas, and right here in Tennessee, auto jobs meant secure jobs. But in the past 15 years, that's not what we got here in Chattanooga. The pay isn't keeping up. The benefits aren't what they should be. The question isn't why do auto workers at Volkswagen across the world get a better deal than us in Tennessee? And the question isn't why do GM workers in Spring Hill or Ford workers in Louisville get a better life? The question is, why don't we? For years, we've tried to leave this place better than we found it. We've tried to stand up for our coworkers, for our families, for Chattanooga. And for years, the company and their big money allies have tried to keep us down. But times have changed, and our time is now.
There's no question that the workers won here. These are major gains that, well, auto workers have not seen in decades.
Auto workers at Volkswagen and Chattanooga are ready to stand up. That's why we're announcing that over 1,000 of us have signed our union cards, and we're telling the world we're VW, we're UAW, and we're ready. Auto workers across the country are ready to fight for a better life, a better job, a better future. We're ready to stand up and join the UAW, and we're asking you to stand with us.
Yeah, nice, good stuff. So the thing is, Volkswagen, or at least like the original works council that exists under the VW framework, is supposed to also demonstrate international solidarity regularly, like with other workers around the world. It's also funny because like there's literally an act. The Volkswagen Act is a set of originally West German federal laws enacted in 1960 regulating the privatization of Volkswagen Work into the Volkswagen Group. In order to maintain government control in the privately owned company, it stipulated that the votes in major shareholder meetings resolutions requires 4/5, 80% agreement. This part of the law was deemed to violate the free movement of capital principle of the European Union corporate law. After a series of challenges from 2017 to 2013, the German parliament finally amended the part in 2013 to the EU Court of Justice satisfaction. The full title of the law is Gesetz über die Überführung der Anteilrechte an der Volkswagenwerk Gesellschaft mit beschränkter Haftung in Privathand, usually abbreviated to VW Gesetz. Dude, that is the least mouthy German law. Have you guys ever heard? Do you know how to say NetzDG? Do you know what NetzDG is? The anti-hate speech law, the Network Enforcement Act, known as the Network Enforcement Act. Have you ever tried saying it? Netzwerkdurchsetzungsgesetz. Gesetz zur Verbesserung der Rechtedurchsetzung in sozialen Netzwerken. Sozialen Netzwerken. They need to figure that shit out. I know I make fun of the Dutch quite regularly for having the funniest made-up language, but, like, maybe Germans need to Dutch it up a little bit, okay? So, yeah. Volkswagen has had, like, decently protectionist principles. They have work councils. They have significantly better workers' protections for German workers than they do for what the fuck was I gonna say? Oh, I was just reading on like the Brazil coup. They just have better worker protections for themselves for German workers than they do for workers everywhere else, which is messed up. I think that it's time to stop that now. Okay, time to stop that now. The Volkswagen Chattanooga assembly plant, as a matter of fact, 2014 also proposed that employees would like the union in order to implement a works council that has co-determination, consultation, and participation rights with management. They attempted to unsuccessfully unionize the plant in 2014. This was defeated in a 712 to 626 vote. The unionization effort was backed by Volkswagen management and the IG Metall Union in Germany. There was, however, considerable opposition from U.S. business groups and Republican politicians. Despite a failed unionization vote at the plant, Volkswagen recognized members who have joined UAW Local 42. After the closed vote against the UAW, Volkswagen announced a new policy allowing groups representing at least 15% of the workforce to participate in meetings with higher access tiers for groups representing 30 to 45% of its employees. This prompted anti-UAW workers who opposed the first vote from a rival union, the American Council of Employees. In December 2014, the UAW was certified as representing more than 45% of the employees. The UAW attempted to unionize the plant again in June 2019. This failed by a 52 to 48% margin. Unlike in 2014, Volkswagen management was not supportive of the union vote this time around. There it is. So, a little bit of background, a little bit of history of Volkswagen unionization efforts in the Chattanooga, Tennessee plant, for those of you who are wondering. TikTok Agitprop, workers' benefits in the Germany.
Even the best job in the United States doesn't meet the bare minimum requirements for employment in Germany. If you work in the US, imagine your dream working benefits. Maybe you never have to work more than 40 hours per week. After a year, you have 3 weeks paid vacation, 6 weeks paid maternity leave, 3 weeks of sick days, and really good health insurance that you can afford. That wouldn't even meet the bare minimum in Germany. First, in Germany, there is no at-will employment. Every job has to have some kind of contract that can't just be terminated because your employer feels like it. There's a cap on working hours at 40 hours per week on average, a minimum of 20 days paid vacation, 6 weeks of sick days per year in a row. Maternity leave is fully paid 6 weeks before you give birth and 8 weeks after. And this doesn't even include the benefits we don't really even imagine in the States. Your employer has no right to contact you after working hours. 3 years parental leave. And a lot of the companies that are operating in the US are also operating in Germany just fine.
So there is a little bit of, as far as I understand, there's some level of like neoliberalization maybe going on as well in the Volkswagen workers councils in Germany too. Overall, like I said, still better than the American labor unions and their better than the American labor unions, but still certainly better than the benefits that American workers have in comparison to German workers. I'm quitting today to became manager. Lied, and there's no holiday party after working Thanksgiving. That's why you're quitting. A lot of unions are fucking docile and in general neoliberal, ruining the standards of living, happening rapidly. Yeah. It's just like, it's odd to consider when you compare it. It's odd to consider when you compare like what's going on in America and like the American standards, the American workplace standards in comparison to the German workplace standards. Obviously, like Germany is significantly better. However, even in Germany, in comparison to the benefits that the German labor unions have been able to historically advocate for, the situation is dire there as well. This is a phenomena happening all across the world and certainly in Europe too. One that I think spells doom for the supposed European liberal democracy that everybody holds to such a high esteem. But I mean, I don't really care about stuff like this. Germany's freedom ranking has been downgraded in a review from open to restricted due to the repression of pro-Palestinian as well as climate activists. Like, the freedom rankings, quote unquote, are really stupid, liberal. Like, those are always like CIA ops almost. But I mean, it does say something when even like a neoliberal institution that's like engaging in a freedom ranking is downgrading you because of the way that you're behaving towards your own citizens. But yeah, Germany's been a different way for some time now, it feels. Exactly. We're literally bad out, but America's so incredibly worse. It skewers the metric. That is a part of it. That's one comparison, but Germany should compare itself to its previous years rather than compare itself to one of the worst capitalist shitholes on the fucking planet that is simply propped up by technological improvements and the idea that we have 800 military bases around the world, so it simply does not matter, and that we're good, actually. Everything is great. You have McDonald's. So what happened with the SAG-AFTRA vote? Only 38% voter turnout. That's normal. A lot of the union was not necessarily very happy with the contract. There was a lot of criticism with the contract, but it's still ratified nonetheless. There were not the same level of controls over artificial intelligence and its usage in the SAG-AFTRA one, as far as I understand. Talked to a lot of actors. For example, the unemployment benefits are 450 euros a month, and just rent alone. From those 450 euros a month, you have to pay electricity, 100 for me monthly, internet, Netflix, Spotify, food, clothing, everything, 450 a month. Yeah. There was another really good ad as well with the hands one, right? This one's good too. Like I said, always adjust your standards. Always adjust your standards to where your material conditions are when you are analyzing a country. Don't simply just make a comparison that is much worse to make yourself seem better off overall. And obviously never stop being ambitious about emancipation, never stop being ambitious about getting workers more benefits and more rights and more liberties in general and more autonomy. Because the reality is you can always turn around and go, hey, you're saying that the American workplace conditions are bad, but have you seen the conditions in a mine in Congo? Like, yeah, there's always going to be a race to the bottom, but that's not the American way. We are not supposed to be engaging in a race to the bottom. We're supposed to be constantly trying to lead the way and be number one. I thought that we fancied ourselves to be number one. You know.
These hands.
These hands.
These hands.
These hands punch the clock.
These hands work the lines.
These hands build the cars.
And every dollar in profit these companies make
is made by these hands.
Whether at Toyota,
Hyundai,
Mercedes, Volkswagen,
Rivian.
America's auto workers are at a crossroads. When the big three auto companies refuse to share their record profits,
auto workers got to organize.
For over 40 days and nights, auto workers at Ford, GM, and Stellantis held the line and won big.
There's only one question facing America's auto workers now. Who's got next?
These hands don't belong to any company.
They don't belong to GM.
They don't belong to Toyota.
They don't belong to Tesla. These hands belong to an auto worker.
And these hands will determine what happens next.
This is our generation's defining moment.
Either we organize and stand up for ourselves,
or we keep falling further behind.
Either we fight for a decent standard of living,
or we sit down and shut up.
As long as we're divided, we're weak.
But united, we can move mountains.
It's time for auto workers from all companies to join together.
From Illinois
to Alabama,
from Mercedes
to Toyota.
It's time to stand up.
All of us
as United Auto Workers.
It's great. Good stuff. Great fucking, that is a great ad. Yeah, we're going to talk about some sad news in a second. Rafat, who I have utilized a lot of his work so far, and, you know, his on-the-ground coverage of the atrocities is unfortunately, as far as I understand, been executed, been killed by the Israeli occupying force. It's you know, really sad. If I must die, you must live, to tell my story, to sell my things, to buy a piece of cloth and some strings, make it white with a long tail, so that a child somewhere in Gaza, while looking heaven in the eye, awaiting his dad who left in a blaze, and bid no one farewell, not even to his flesh, not even to himself, sees the kite, my kite, you made, flying up above, and thinks for a moment an angel is there, bringing back love. If I must die, let it bring hope, let it tell a tale. Sorry, we just like, I just jumped from you know, some relatively positive news in American domestic politics to something so devastating, but you know, such is the daily life of Palestinians. Yeah. Okay. Meanwhile, this is what John Fetterman is posting. 3 Acme Markets in Lower Merion had their Sabra hummus products vandalized with stickers including shoppers of boycott Israeli goods Wednesday, according to a company spokesperson. That's what John Fetterman's doing. That's what he's championing. This was his last tweet, by the way. The Democratic Party and Biden are responsible for the Gaza genocide perpetrated by Israel. Great.
President Biden and I have been clear. Israel has a right to defend itself, and we will remain steadfast in that conviction. President Biden.
So, like, this is why I say, like, you know, Biden goes, so what comes after? What comes after? Kamala Harris? You think she's got different convictions on the matter? I mean, she's nothing but a mouthpiece for the same deadly, devastating, bloodthirsty empire. She's going to do the same shit.
Biden and I have also been clear, as Israel defends itself, it matters how. The United States is unequivocal. International humanitarian law must be respected. Too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Frankly, the scale of civilian suffering and the images and videos coming from Gaza are devastating. As Israel pursues its military objectives in Gaza, we believe Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. President Biden and I have been clear. Israel has...
Yeah. According to latest reports from Haaretz, the original numbers said that 73% of the deaths in Gaza were women, children, and the elderly. Haaretz's new analysis shows that it's reduced down to 63% now. This, of course, doesn't mean that the rest of the people are actually Hamas. It's just, you know, someone like Rafat would be considered in, you know, military-aged enemy combatant age group. That doesn't mean he's actually a Hamas member at all. He is yet another person that was monstrously slaughtered in cold blood. Yeah. It also doesn't include the 7,000 missing people who may be killed under the rubble as well. You know, absolute devastation. We didn't learn from 2016, so why are we still going with them? Every election will always be the same. The most important in our lives. Eventually, we need to buck the trend and stop voting for them. There is nothing. The reality is it does nothing. There's nothing you can really do. That's why I always push for extra political or pressure beyond immediate politics, like beyond voting for the president. Yeah, the war cabinet member's son was killed, by the way. Gal Eisenkot, the son of Israeli minister and war cabinet member Gadi Eisenkot, was killed today in the fighting in Gaza, IDF announces. You know, this was Rafat, by the way.
So many Palestinian businesses, so many Palestinian residential buildings. Israel has destroyed homes on the heads of the dwellers as they slept. We talk about so many Palestinian families buried dead, the Shabat family, the Shaban family, the Abu Dagga family. Most of them are kids. In Gaza, there are almost 1 million Palestinian children. Almost 50% of the population of Gaza is children. So in the Shabat family, 9 out of 18 family members were children. Israel annihilated 3 generations in just one American-made bomb.
These are real human beings that whose lives are taken. You know, really sad. I read his poem already. You probably missed it. Okay, so updates from Gaza. The new method. Couple different things I want to talk about. One, there's the memory post of the elderly Palestinian woman Al Jazeera reported near a Khan Yunis hospital. Hamas takes all the aid to their tunnels and their houses. They can shoot me. I'm not afraid of them. I don't know if there's a mistranslation or not, but memory usually it does engage in some level of mistranslations in this situation. In situations like this, this could be correct though. We'll take a look at it. You have Israel doing Abu Ghraib style mechanisms, torture or humiliation, mass dragnets being implemented, calling them all Hamas militants. Every single person that they have collectively arrested. We're going to be talking about that. And last but not least, Israel is considering flooding all the tunnels. They've actually started flooding some of the tunnels. They want to flood all of the tunnels under Gaza with seawater, which of course would further devastate Gaza in general, destroy everything on top of it. A lot of these buildings that haven't been collapsed yet with rocket fire would absolutely be collapsed at that point. It would also have a horrible effect. It would, as far as I understand it, it would destroy the aquifers, the natural water supply that they have. They've already started doing it. I mean, it's a weird thing. Al Jazeera Plus director identified one of the arrested, by the way. There's a couple people that have actually identified people in this crowd. Among these Palestinians, we recognize journalist Dia Al-Kahlout. He could not move down south because he has an elderly mother and a child with disability. Of course, Israel will tell you that they're all terrorists. Another person recognized a friend in the crowd as well. Yanis Varoufakis was talking about this earlier. I think I retweeted it. Where the fuck is it? Oh, this is Dia Kahlout. Yeah. I begged him to move south, but he replied he could not leave his disabled daughter and old mother. Rami Abdu said. He's the Euro-Mediterranean Human Rights Monitor, speaking out his friend Dia Kahlout, kidnapped by the Israeli army in Gaza, along with many other civilians. So Reuters finally conducted an investigation into the Israeli tank fire that killed their own journalist, Issam Abdallah, and wounded 6 reporters in Lebanon on October 13th by firing 2 shells in quick succession as the journalist filmed cross-border shelling, Reuters investigation found. Very different tone that they're taking from when he was originally martyred by Israel in the beginning of October. But this is usually how it goes. Months later, as the atrocities pile on, it no longer matters as much. It no longer matters as much because, we have new atrocities to shift our focus onto. We will be covering. I will be looking through all of the each individual, like whatever the assessment they have so far of all the people that Israel has rounded up. But here is the Hamas tunnel
Troops
situation
say they're
so
making
far. I'm going to go
advances
pee really
against
quickly.
Hamas in Gaza, killing its field commanders. The military releasing new video overnight of soldiers on foot on the attack. And fresh airstrikes. Military officials tell NBC News troops are finding and destroying hundreds of entrances to Hamas tunnels, showing us videos of shafts discovered outside a school.
You see the piers of the tunnel, the Hamas terror tunnel going under the school.
Israel is blowing up the tunnels it locates, and according to U.S. officials, is considering flooding them with seawater. Some of Hamas's hostages may be inside those tunnels. As Israel continues its open-ended military campaign in Gaza, U.S. officials tell NBC News they worry if Israel has a clear exit strategy. The offensive is turning much of the Gaza Strip into a wasteland. An Israeli colonel acknowledged the entire city of Beit Hanun in northern Gaza has been made uninhabitable.
Are Palestinians going to be able to go back to areas that you were clearing?
Well, right now they won't, but if there will be a rehabilitation effort from the international community after denuclearizing the Gaza Strip, then I think it will be possible. Right now, it's not livable.
That means there will be no homes to return to for many of the Palestinians who have fled the north and are now packed into southern Gaza. Moving south has been traumatic for 7 orphans and...
As far as I understand, the remaining space that they are allowing Palestinians to, the remaining space that they consider a safe zone is for approximately 2 million people. And that is the size of Heathrow Airport. Like, they're concentrating the population in a incredibly tiny area. I don't know where I have, I don't know where I've heard that before. Just a concentration of sorts.
Disabled children who left a care home in Gaza City. We met Ayas at the start of the war. He's blind and paralyzed. Now he and some of the others are in Han Yunis. His carer is running out of medicine for him. They've already moved 4 times and may have to relocate again as Israel's campaign against Hamas continues to expand.
And right next to that post office is the kibbutz's dining room. And today is the first day of Hanukkah, and they've set up the tables here with people who are not here, including the Bibas family. This is the youngest hostage, and all of his family here at what would have been a holiday meal. Savannah.
Oh, very poignant, Richard. Thank you very much.
Hey,
We begin with the latest developments from Israel and Gaza. The UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has warned countries on the Security Council that public order in Gaza is likely to completely break down because of Israeli bombardment and the lack of essential supplies. Israel's foreign minister has sharply criticised Mr. Guterres, saying his tenure is a danger to world peace. Well, in the last 24 hours, Israel has carried out more heavy aerial bombardment across Gaza in its fight against Hamas. And the fighting on the ground has intensified in the south, particularly around Khan Yunis. Israeli officials say the IDF has surrounded the home of Hamas's chief, Yahya Sinwar. Well, let's cross live now to Jerusalem and our correspondent Yolande Knell. And Yolande, good to have you on this morning. Antonio Guterres there saying there could be a collapse of public order. Israel's foreign minister, however, sharply criticising that. What is the situation like on the ground, and how likely would you say is this collapse?
Well, I mean, certainly, if you look at the fighting that's been going on, first of all, the pictures this morning, you could see smoke was still rising up from the north of the Gaza Strip. But according to one of the main Israeli newspapers here, the Israeli military is now considered that it's got operational control of.
By the way, I want to point something out here. Every time they talk about the full breakdown in Gaza, I follow Hebrew media in Israel, because there's a distinction between Israeli media that is in English versus Israeli media in Hebrew. If you're looking at Israeli media in Hebrew, the primary audience there is the Israeli population, right? And things I've seen so far from Israeli media in Hebrew is they show the collapse and the devastation, but not necessarily by bombs, but they try to make it seem as though the Palestinian people are rebelling against Hamas. They show mistranslations oftentimes of Arabic speakers, claiming that they're basically trying to beef up the argument that their relentless bombing campaign is actually pissing people off and it's working. Remember, the stated goal is they're bombing mercilessly so that the people rebel against Hamas. So now, the only times where you see Palestinian people, the only time you see Palestinian people speak is if they are mentioning their discontent in a way that you can massage a narrative into, yeah, they actually hate Hamas. They're just more angry at Hamas than they are at Israel. So that's something to keep in mind. So when you see like a Western version of that, which the Western media does show more of the death and destruction that the Israeli media, the Hebrew Israeli media shows for sure in Gaza. But if you hear stuff like, oh, people are rebelling, there's chaos on the ground, and they are rebelling against Hamas, that is a direct extension of the IDF narrative that you're hearing. It also is one that's familiar to Americans, I hope. If you were old enough to remember when they will welcome us as liberators narrative that we presented in Israel, the toppling of the Saddam statue. What did I say? In Iraq. What did I say something wrong? What country did I mention? Oh, I said Israel. Oh, my bad. The toppling of the Saddam statue in Iraq, not Israel. Oh my God. I mean, yeah, I literally lived through what you're describing. The Israeli media over here is some of the most infuriating journalistic bullshit ever. Yeah, the Israeli media in Hebrew is also very different than the Israeli media in English. But even then, have you been talking about Israel nonstop for months or something? Yes, I have been. I've been covering these atrocities for almost 3 fucking months. It's day 60 at this point. And if you're wondering why, it's because I've been covering this for the past 10 years since I began my professional media career. And this is one of the first times where the atrocities have actually caused the American public to look at the situation differently. The last time I saw a sea change or an attitude shift of this magnitude was 2021. And the reality is, I cover other stuff as well. I mean, I started off the broadcast today talking about Volkswagen, the Chattanooga, Tennessee plant unionizing, and I will, of course, continue covering other things too. But the reality is that, I think that we owe it to the Palestinian people to get the word out as best as we can, considering I think our hands are bloody. Like, these are our bombs that are being dropped upon the Palestinian population. Our weapons, our targeting systems are killing them. Our go-ahead and our celebration is allowing Israel to continue doing whatever the fuck it wants to do. So there are obviously parallels. There are obviously ways in which this also plays a role in undermining American life. One of the things that I've talked about is as I direct the attention back to the United States of America for a brief moment, one of the things I've talked about is that we have also seen McCarthyism run amok. Congress is desperately and very deliberately trying to roll back. I may have missed it, but what about Turkey Tom saying you're lying? I don't know what Turkey Tom is, but I mean, I show my work. I don't know what a Turkey Tom is. I show my work. A lot of people who are right-wing drama farmers who present themselves as centrists, on the other hand, do not. They simply clip stuff out of context and then say that I'm bad and wrong. They're cowards. They do not demonstrate bravery for even a moment of their lives. They regularly omit information. Most of these guys are just interested in the drama and the clout that will come. Not a fair take. What is it? What's unfair? I don't really need to know much other than, they still bring up your Cowboy Collector chatter drama. Yeah, it's always stuff like that. The thing is, most of the people that make these videos, they have ideological positions. They just don't want to openly reveal them because they're afraid of alienating their audiences. So they try to stand from a centrist position and write stuff or, conduct themselves in a way that is like apolitical. Like, I'm apolitical, but this guy, I might even have to agree with him, but actually I don't. It's silly. It's disingenuous. And that's it. Focus on what's going on in the world instead of, engaging with that sort of thing. Huge fan of you, by the way. Just curious if you've spoken on it. As I can't be there for all the live streams, I have not spoken on drama farmers in the midst of my coverage over an ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign happening with American taxpayer dollars and American go-ahead. No, I have not. If that is your major point of concern here, then maybe this is not the best place to. Maybe this is not the best place for you. I don't know. I mean, hopefully those who care about the issues at hand will hyper-focus on the issues at hand rather than people that are trying to farm drama. That has been my goal consistently, is to just, offer a voice to people that are otherwise voiceless. Like I said, you can always test my resources. You can always check my sources. It's easy to just tell a lie about someone. It takes much longer to actually tell the truth. And if you have a problem with the type of sources that I use or my coverage, you can go on your own journey and find out for your own whether or not it is correct. It would require you to do just a little bit of reading for you to come to the conclusion that nothing I have said is untrue. I might have emotional moments from time to time. I might get mad from time to time. These are subjects that I'm covering that are obviously very traumatizing. But ultimately, anyone that tries to say that I am lying to you or am bad, just ask them what their perspective is or where they're getting their information, and you will realize very quickly that they do not have that. They don't have a perspective. They don't even care about what is actually happening. They simply care about clout and drama and the continuation of clout and drama. I think that is really cheap. At least those who are pro-Israel or even pro-genocide have like an ideological position. They have a stake. They have a dog in the fight. They want Israel to keep pummeling Gaza. These guys, on the other hand, look at a genocide that's happening and say, how can I make money off of this for myself personally? Ask them what they've done. This community's raised $1.2 million for Palestinians. What have they done? They raised money for the IDF? Have they raised money for Palestinians? Maybe they should take all of the ad revenue generated and donated to PCRF, at which point I wouldn't feel so bad about the drama farming and the pathetic debate lording. Animals.
For these two areas, Jabalia in the north and Shuja'iyya in the east of Gaza City, which were considered to be Hamas strongholds. They have been the scene of most fighting in the north. The real attention has gone to Khan Yunis, the biggest city in the south of the Gaza Strip. That's where we've had these very fierce battles going on, we understand, between Israeli forces and Hamas fighters who are holed up there. And Israeli forces saying they're now encircling the house of Yahya Sinwar, the Hamas leader in Gaza.
This is the other thing that they keep saying, that like they found Yahya Sinwar, they found his house, they've circled his house. I don't know where that's coming from, but I've heard it so many times at this point. Like I don't know what the fuck that's about, but I have heard it a lot. I've heard them say this a lot.
And that is mostly
Not
symbolically significant, really, because he and other Hamas leaders who are thought maybe to be in Khan Yunis are really thought to be in underground tunnels hidden well out of the way. But we had Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu coming out saying that this really showed determination. It's only a matter of time before we get him, Mr. Netanyahu said.
And Yolande, just while you're speaking there, viewers have been just seeing the devastation in Khan Yunis and young children walking around looking injured.
What can $1 million do for the people in Gaza? Well, considering the fact that it's all charities that are currently on the ground and operating in Gaza, you know, food, clothing, medical supplies. It's, of course, still a matter of Israel allowing that to go into Gaza to begin with, but some of it has already entered the Strip, so.
A lot of the focus today on the humanitarian situation. Is aid getting to those areas where that fighting is intensifying?
I mean, that's a big complaint of the UN, and we had the UN's aid chief, Martin Griffiths, coming out saying that the situation in Gaza is now apocalyptic. And he was really complaining that because people have been crammed down, they've been told to evacuate even from Khan Yunis. Of course, people originally told to move from the north to the south for their safety. Now people have fled into a small corner in the very south of the Gaza Strip, next to the border with Egypt. People are living on the streets, sleeping rough. There aren't enough shelters to go around, and it's very difficult to both get aid delivered to them there, but also aid delivered then to other parts of the Gaza Strip because of the ongoing fighting, because of road closures as well. And so actually Martin Griffiths saying meaningful humanitarian efforts are now virtually impossible.
And Yolande, just briefly before we go, when it comes to food supplies, medical supplies as well, there's been a huge focus on the hospitals out there trying to treat the wounded. Are we hearing anything about how people are managing to survive?
I mean, when I've spoken to colleagues in the past day, they've told me about how they're surviving just on pieces of bread, how they're trying to find little scraps of wood so that they can light fires to try to heat some food for their children, even if it's just toast. It's a really...
The backlash.
And I before we get into the fucking college anti-Semitism nonsense, okay, anti-Semitism on college campuses and that nonsense, of course, let's talk about what Israel is doing. This hasn't made it to the news yet, at least, you know, because American news kind of follows what's going on in Gaza like a day later. However, Israel has been rounding up men in Khan Yunis, stripping them down to their underwear and detaining them and loading them on trucks. Israel has also claimed that the men that they are rounding up are actually all Hamas militants that have given up. Now, even if these were Hamas militants that have given up, this, of course, is still humiliating and a violation of international humanitarian laws. There are rules of engagement, and then there are rules of what you can and can't do to your prisoners of war. However, I have seen zero evidence from the Israeli side thus far that any of these people are actually Hamas militants, with the exception of Israel saying that they are Hamas militants, of course. The only thing I have seen so far is from some of the friends of the people that are captured in this footage, you know, talking about their background and showing that they are not. Now, some people say that these are men rounded up from North Gaza. some people are saying that this is men rounded up in Han Yunis. Unfortunately, unfortunately, there's not enough information so far on any of this stuff. IDF forces arrested dozens of men in an operation in the Gaza Strip during the advance of the forces to occupy the north of the Gaza Strip. The goal is to check if some of them are Hamas terrorists or operatives in the terrorist organization, said Itai Blumenthal from Khan News. This is their public broadcasting corporation admitting that they are not Hamas militants. It's random men and teenagers detained arbitrarily without charges, trial, or legal counsel to check if some of them are Hamas terrorists, meaning civilians are presumed guilty until proven innocent. Itai is saying that they are suspected Hamas operatives. This literally does mean innocent, guilty until proven innocent, by the way. I know that people are trying to claim that this is different. As I've talked about already, these conditions that they are subjected to, for the record, we do not know if this is Han Yunis or if it's from North Gaza. The suspicion, my suspicion at least, my assumption is that they are most likely from North Gaza, considering that like at least some of the people, including the Al Jazeera comms person, has clarified this guy, including Euro-Mediterranean Human Rights Monitor Rami Abdu, have said that this person, at least one of the people identified, is Dia Kahlut, who, as you can see, is kidnapped by the Israeli occupying force here, along with many other people. And he did not want to leave North Gaza because he could not leave North Gaza because he did not want to leave his disabled daughter and old mother. They geolocated the pharmacy from the sign visible in the photo. Yes. Among those taken hostage today in Beit Laiha are, and this is assistant professor of law and finance chairman from the Euromed Human Rights Monitor. Among those taken hostage today in Beit Laiha are Khalil Hashem Al-Kahlut, 65 years old, Rafiq Ahmad Al-Kahlut, 60 years old, Mohammed Ismail Al-Kahlut, 57 years old, Darwish Garbawi, an UNRWA school director, 48 years old, Ahmed Akram Lubad, 56, UN staff. In addition to the children, there's Mohammed Hamza Al-Kahlut, 15 years old, Yusuf Khaled Lubad, 15 years old. Now, there will be more information that comes out as they identify who these people are. But I believe this is not from South Gaza, but this is from North Gaza, contrary to what this post was. Where is it? Contrary to the original post from, I think it was Muhammad. Muhammad Shahada that posted that it was in Khan Yunis. Motaz, who is on the ground, also has said that these are people from. These people apprehended in what do you call it, in North Gaza. Shejaya is in the east of Gaza City, he says. This is responding to Ali London, who said these are Hamas militants these are IDF forces captured members of the Hamas Shejaya battalion in Khan Yunis. The terrorists are one of those main units responsible for October 7 massacres, being responsible for firing hundreds of rockets into Israel. Now, of course, this is Ali London. The fuck does he know? Motaz responds and says, Shejaya is in the east of Gaza City. Khan Yunis is a city inside the Strip. At least before you lie, just try to know about Gaza Strip places. These are civilians from the north of Gaza Strip. Yeah, this has brought up all the fucking worst scumbags around. Yes, Ali is the transracial Korean person that is a right-wing grifter, and before he was a right-wing grifter, he always was a grifter of different sorts. He's always been a perfect demonstration of someone whose brain is melted. Elint News says, I was told this was near Jabalia and Shujaya neighborhood in northern Gaza. They were taken from a refugee location where they were sheltering. I do not believe that they are going to be mass executed, for the record. I know that people are popping off with tweets like this. The civilian men who were kidnapped from the school have been taken to an open field for what looks like an execution lineup. They most likely will not be executed in a lineup. Israel has much better methods of executing thousands of people instead of, putting bullets in the back of their heads. Okay, they will most likely be tortured interrogated under the suspicion that they are Hamas. Some of them will have torturous. Some of them will have. Some of those people that are tortured will have confessions, in air quotes, extracted from them via torture, which of course we know is bullshit. But the original information coming out of pro-Israel, the original information coming out of like accounts that are pro-Israel was that these were all mass surrendering terrorists, Hamas terrorists in Khan Yunis. It seems like that's not the case. And the reason why I thought that it was Khan Yunis is because the early reports on it were all pro-Israeli accounts saying that these guys are all terrorists and that they're all this was an apprehension that happened in Khan Yunis. But no, I do not believe that they are going to be summarily executed, but I do believe that they will most likely be tortured. Here's what according to Manny Fabian, IDF spokesman Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari comments on the photo showing Israeli troops detaining dozens of Palestinian men in the Gaza Strip today. Jabalia and Shajaya are centers of gravity for terrorists. We are fighting them. They are hiding underground and come out. We fight them. Whoever is left in those areas, they come out from the tunnel shafts and some from the buildings, and we investigate who is linked to Hamas and who isn't. We arrest them all and interrogate them, Hagari says in response to a question at a press conference. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a dragnet. Okay? No predictions, lol W. What do you mean? This is the major issue with people who do not have any kind of ideological or any kind of interest in like the actual matters on the ground. They don't realize that like me saying no, I do not think that these people are going to be summarily executed and rounded up is actually not something that is like anti-Israel at all. If anything, if I was interested in simply doing pro-Palestinian propaganda and serving you misinformation, I would look to something like this and go, yeah, these guys are all going to get executed. The problem is many people that come in here to talk shit do not actually have any interest in what is truthful, both within my coverage or at all. They are morally and intellectually incurious charlatans. You have evidence to show that Hamas militants that were captured in Israel after October 7th are being tortured? What proof that Hamas militants were captured in Israel are being tortured? There is a litany of TikToks. Not only are there interrogation videos that you can watch, right? And almost all of those interrogation videos are extracted under torturous conditions. But also on top of that, TikTok. Because the Israeli occupying force does not feel like the dehumanization that they subject Palestinians to is like completely inappropriate in the eyes of the, civilized world, they very openly have created a TikTok trend, not only torturing Hamas, or what they claim to be Hamas, but openly torturing Palestinians living in the West Bank that are not Hamas at all, that they post on TikTok openly and celebrate it and mock them. Like they do that already. But there's also a tremendous amount of evidence, well-documented evidence from Israeli human rights organizations, Palestinian human rights organizations that have shown that like IDF loves torturing Palestinians in detention. Yeah. Here's one article from November 8th. Horrifying cases of torture and degrading treatment of Palestinian detainees amid spike in arbitrary arrests. You can, if you are genuinely a curious person, and many people that come in here are actually not, but I'm going to assume that you are. I'm going to be charitable. You can find this information on your own as well. So, Netanyahu, if Hezbollah chooses to start a war, it will turn Beirut and South Lebanon into Gaza and Khan Yunis, admitting genocide and threatening to start another genocide. Typical. I assume this is... Yeah, fuck, this doesn't have any translation on it. I don't know. I don't know how to translate that. Insane to me how charitable you are to people that show no charity towards you. I have to do that because if I don't do that, there are plenty of random people that tune in every day, and they might have an open mind, but then they probably think these guys are simply asking normal questions and not like very deliberately coming from a place of bad faith with the interest of derailing. So I have to be as charitable as possible to those who are even not remotely charitable to me. It is frustrating, but it doesn't matter. Let's stay on topic. So yeah, We talked about Rafat already. Very sad state of affairs. And why am I talking about all of this? Because, well, one, this is going to be big news tomorrow, and you know you want to get ahead of this stuff before it mass releases into mainstream media with a ridiculous lens and a ridiculous framing. There's nothing wrong with asking evidence for claims. You're absolutely correct. The only problem is that the evidence for claims, like, I mean, you are literally the reason why I try to be as charitable as possible to people asking these questions, because I assume that it's there are going to be random people that come in here and literally think, oh, this guy is asking for evidence of claims. The issue is you can also find it. You can also find it on your own if you do not trust my research on the matter, if you don't trust my sources on the matter. A lot of this stuff is very well documented, and you could find it on your own, you know. And as a matter of fact, if you're not interested in my coverage in real time, and it is, Scuff Seal is correct, it is cynical, you can watch the YouTube videos after the fact, because on my YouTube channel, we upload a lot of my coverage, and it is usually very condensed. And in that, when I'm doing the coverage, my editors will add the sources that I am drawing from, which you can also find on your own as well. However, if you're interested in it, if you're interested in, you know, just like a quick 17-minute snapshot instead of watching the 8-hour stream, I highly suggest you watch my YouTube channel, and you can look at the sources there. But yes, it seems as though these are, even according to Israel's own broadcasters, even according to, I mean, even including the information that we have seen thus far from people that know some of the people that have been apprehended, it seems as though these are not all Hamas militants in the way that they have been presented as Hamas militants, and yeah, it's just a dragnet. A violation, yet another violation of human rights, which is not surprising. Are you familiar with the concept of sea lining? Yes. See, now my charitability will run short when you look at the evidence and then you turn around and you say, well, I did see some evidence of one-off occasions, but I'm not sure this is a systematic thing. My friend, Google is your friend in this circumstance, okay? You can absolutely Google all of this stuff, okay? At a certain point, I'm not serving as your own personal ChatGPT. You probably should investigate it a little bit further, but I'm beginning to feel like you're not genuinely interested in the truth, but instead, you're just simply asking questions in an effort to derail, but it's not even derailment that you are after. It's also to try and make it seem as though I'm actually being disingenuous or framing the situation with fake information. Now, of course, you have not proven anything. You're just simply trying to chip away at my patience. I think you should probably Google this stuff on your own. You know, I mean, people are doubting the sexual abuse from Hamas militants on October 7th and asking for evidence for that all the time. So I'm the same for claims on the other side. This is actually a wonderful false equivalence that you've presented. The level of evidence, the standard of evidence for systemic torture and humiliation, sexual humiliation, and humiliation in general for Palestinian detention is actually incredibly high. There is so much evidence. You've actually seen some of the evidence that I've shown you right before your eyes, as a matter of fact, when I showed you mass detention and a dragnet cast upon a civilian population that were humiliated, stripped of their clothes, sitting on the ground. This, in and of itself, is a violation. You cannot do that. That is also sexual humiliation. You might not agree with that, but that is the case. So if you look at that and you go, well, I'm looking directly at the evidence and I'm thinking maybe it's a one-off situation, while simultaneously turning around and saying, well, I'm just simply asking questions and I want evidence of Hamas's atrocities. People are doubting the sexual abuse from Hamas, which I'm not. I've said that rape has been used as a weapon of war. This is not, of course, a justification for it in any capacity whatsoever, and there's a likelihood that sexual assaults did occur on October 7th. However, the evidence presented for it, unironically, is significantly less. So your expectation here, the evidence presented for it is significantly less than the evidence that you can see with your own two eyes as far as torture goes. So it doesn't seem to me like you're asking questions. I think it seems to me like you're just simply here to act like you are curious in a way to cast doubt on the coverage. But I digress. Doubt is not necessarily a bad thing. I know. It's just the weaponization of doubt is bad, I think. Yeah, speaking of evidence, by the way, 2 days ago, if you recall, U.S. State Department official Matthew Miller made insane, erroneous claims. Erroneous claims that even the IDF has actually criticized the U.S. State Department over. One of such claims was the false assertion, the completely made-up assertion that perhaps Hamas was not releasing female prisoners because it was raping them. Okay? The IDF, according to Times of Israel, said that the hostages, the state of the hostages, and the coverage and the discourse of the state of hostages in the Western media has become irresponsible and inaccurate. This after the U.S. State Department official Matthew Miller suggested that Hamas held back female hostages to stop them from speaking out about what had been done to them. Okay? I didn't get why the IDF criticized that, why they always make up ridiculous stuff. I don't know why they came out and publicly issued this correction. I believe perhaps one of the reasons is because every time the conditions of the hostages are discussed in Western media or even in Israeli media, hostage families get very upset and start protesting even harder. And I assume maybe that was one of the reasons as to why they wanted to correct the record, because they are getting a tremendous amount of pressure, as I've shown you, from hostage families to maintain a ceasefire and to get concessions and release the hostages that Hamas still currently holds. The issue is, that when Matthew Miller said this, he immediately went back on it. But Barak Ravid, the Axios reporter, reported on it as though Matthew Miller had said this as a matter of fact. And that journalistic malpractice, a game of telephone, if you will, turned into a news cycle of falsehood being covered as a matter of fact. This is the issue with American journalists operating as stenographers for the State Department. They hear anything and everything, and then they repeat it uncritically. It is a perfect demonstration of how things completely fall out of order, or rather, the system is designed in a way to churn out results such as this one, and there is a complete collapse of accurate reporting. I suspect that the rational reason as to why the IDF released this statement, which I will read to you right now, is because they do not want the hostage families to apply even more pressure to try and stop the merciless, ruthless bombing campaign that is being conducted in Gaza. We saw a collapse of that information funnel with the 40 beheaded babies lie that was told, or even babies being thrown into ovens that were objectively inaccurate, but went all the way up to the president. We saw it once again when Joe Biden said that he cannot trust the Gazan Health Ministry's reported numbers of casualties. The Israel Defense Forces says public discussions about the state of captives held in Gaza has moved into reckless territory, urging those responsible to knock it off. The conversation around the issue is irresponsible, inaccurate, and should be avoided, the IDF says in a rare statement. Remember, the IDF rarely ever issues statements like this, especially when it comes to correcting the American State Department. The pushback is apparent in response to comments from U.S. State Department spokesman Matthew Miller Monday that Hamas terrorists likely held back on freeing female hostages because it did not want them to speak publicly about being subjected to rape and other sexual violence. Now, my questions for this, since the end to the ceasefire, has been, where is the American media? Where is the American media? Where is the Western media on this issue? We have this allergic response or a overall inability for some reason to even listen to words that are coming from official Hamas spokespersons. This is no way to do coverage. You do not have to agree with Hamas, but you still must hear what they're saying and verify their claims. What's very frustrating is, and this is important for all of you to understand, and I hope you can maintain a charitability when I mention this and not immediately assume that I have some secret secondary opinion here. Good journalism requires you to look at both sides of a conflict and their own spokespersons and what they're saying. Good journalism then requires you to verify that information that is being uttered from either side and also match it against the rational objectives that either party has. What do I mean by this? What I mean by this is, as far as when the ceasefire ended, after 7 days, there was very little coverage of what the Hamas spokesperson had said about why the ceasefire was ending, the collapse of the hostage negotiations. The only coverage I saw in Western media for the most part was simply the IDF statements being repeated uncritically and unconditionally. Okay? You have to hear from both sides in this situation. There's no way to understand exactly what's going on if you do not hear from the other side. You should still be very critical. This does not mean that you shouldn't, you should just take whatever the fuck Hamas spokespersons are saying and repeat it uncritically. You should be critical of what they're doing. And journalists, on the other hand, Hamas Piker added again, yes, I am Hamas Piker at your service for saying that in order to accurately assess a situation, you need to hear from all parties involved rather than closing your eyes and ears and going, la, 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 I can't hear you. Those guys are all brainless terrorists. Who cares what they're saying? I hate this championing of stupidity. I think, for far too long said I'm a stupid person, and now there are a lot of other people who are even stupider than I am coming in here and being like, no, you don't understand. We shouldn't do proper journalism. Anyway, I think the most reliable sources on this would be the Egyptian and Qatari mediators rather than either side. No, of course you have to hear from them as well. But my point was this. My point simply was this. And I've talked to some journalists about exactly what I'm mentioning. Some journalists that you all trust from very reputable outlets on specifically this, including Ryan Grimm, that I had this conversation with publicly a couple days prior. Okay? When the ceasefire ended, the Israeli side said it ended because Hamas refused to release female hostages that they had, going against the prior negotiations. At the time, I believe, and I'm going off the top of my dome here, Hamas had said there are 3 more women that they are willing to release, but then also they were willing to release a father that they had, but the rest of the female hostages that they had inside of Gaza were IDF soldiers, which have a separate negotiations process that they were never going to release the IDF soldiers. Now, what you're supposed to do in this situation is look through the names of the people that have been released, find out if any IDF soldiers have been released or not, so you can verify whether or not Hamas has actually released IDF soldiers and they're simply not releasing these ones for some reason. What you're also supposed to do is look at what Hamas has said, because they also said that they were willing to release the elderly, and they were even willing to release a male hostage as well, not an underage, not a minor, but an enemy combatant-aged male hostage, right, in order to continue the truce. None of this was ever mentioned in mainstream news for some reason in the Western world. I could not find a single Western article, and I looked all around. I tried to hunt down a single article that showed any of the things that I just mentioned, but it only pointed to the Israeli side's reasonings for why the ceasefire ended. And I do maintain the position that, of course, both sides have a rational interest in lying. Except if you look at the wants and needs and interests of both sides in this conflict, if you look at Hamas and Palestinian militants, they want to continue the truce. If you look at Israel and the outside pressures upon Israel from the Israeli public, and the Knesset members that have said, no, we must continue the bombing, we should have never done a ceasefire at all, then the other side has an interest in continuing the bombing and ending the truce, whereas Hamas certainly still wants to maintain the truce at that point. The fact that this had not been discussed on these terms, the fact that nobody ever looked at that other side was mind-boggling to me. This is simple journalism. It's journalism 101. You could have absolutely looked at Hamas's statements and then ran them against what they've done so far, whether they've released IDF soldiers already or not, and I don't think they have, and verify whether or not the remaining hostages were actually in the IDF. But no one did that. There was a deal where Israel demanded 10 women and children, and they were going to go back to bombing. Hamas was able to do this, and then the next day Israel started bombing again. No, Hamas said that they did not have any more women or children at their disposal to release as hostages beyond the 3, but then the rest they would make up with the elderly and even a man that is enemy combatant aged. It is a very sad state of affairs when the thing that I am mentioning is just basic reporting, like due diligence, basic reporting, basic conflict coverage, and people consider that to be like pro-Hamas. It's insane. It's not new, but it is a really sordid affair. Devastating that people are championing worse media in general. For journalism to be worse overall. Yes, the basic principle is this. Thank you. If Party A is telling you it's raining and Party B says it's not raining, good journalism doesn't stop at telling you what Party A and B said. They report if it's actually raining or not. They open the fucking window and look outside. Basic stuff. Real basic stuff. Eğlendiniz mi? Güzel. Baba sen siz verirsiniz. Al telefonumla vereyim size. Siz verin. Hayır unutmadım. Dün akşam koydum siparişi ama çok geçti. Evet. Tamam ben size vereyim telefonumu alın siz neyse. Anyway. Here is White House's John Kirby talking about the IDF strategy to kill innocent civilians.
Not the Israeli Defense Forces strategy to kill innocent people. It's happening. I admit that. Each one's.
Why are those guys overweight, though? A lot of Zionist accounts are mocking them for that and saying there's no shortages of food. What do you think, Hassan? What I think is looking at what is going on the ground. Someone being overweight does not necessarily mean that there's no shortage of food. I don't know how else to describe this. It's like the same weird genocide denial that people engage in when they go, the population size is increased in Gaza. It's like, yeah, people that have less oftentimes will have more children. People in developed nations, as a matter of fact, have an issue with this. Population increase diminishes, population size diminishes, and it's mostly an elderly population. Being in shape in America is a signifier that you're probably of a higher class rather than poor. Poor people are obese in America. Think about it a little bit more critically and you will understand that, yes, there are always going to be overweight people. This doesn't mean that there's an abundance of food. My grandparents have had 10 children. Do you think they were popping off in Vietnam, chatter? Yeah. This is from Motaz. He reports, Israeli army arrested Palestinian civilians from a school in Beit Laiha in the north of Gaza Strip and forced them to take off their clothes and left them in the cold street before detaining them. They were all civilians. Confirming the IDF's claim that the detainees are resistance in an attempt to create a victory. This is a photo of a fellow journalist, Zia Al-Khalot, a reporter of the New Arab site with a group of captured civilians. Their fate is still unknown. Hassan, a population generally starved. The children are predisposed to overcompensate and retain lots of body fat because their parents were underweight. Yeah. Just sometimes you should look to information that you can easily find from your own backyard. Okay? For example, look to America. We have a massive obesity rate. And it's oftentimes the poorest people that are obese. We are not living in the fucking 14th century now where, like, gout is a rich man's disease. Okay? Food is readily available, and the shittier foods are actually the cheaper ones. The fattier foods. Yeah, it may mean that they don't have access to healthy food. What little they do have access to could be cheaper, more accessible food than food that is not as good for you. Exactly. Just think, man. Think critically. It's not that difficult to arrive at these conclusions on your own. I promise. I believe in you. I believe in your capacity to comprehend what is going on right in front of your eyes without like someone hand holding you. Okay? Just like at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. I'm going to run it now. I'm not even doing any fucking segues today.
It is not the Israeli Defense Forces strategy to kill innocent people. It's happening. I admit that. Each one's a tragedy. But it's not like the Israelis are sitting around every morning and saying, hey, how many more civilians can we kill today? Let's go bomb a school or a hospital or a residential building and cause civilian casualties. They're not doing that. They're trying to go after Hamas. And it's a very difficult task.
There has been so much reporting on the exact opposite of what John Kirby is saying here, that in a just world, which we are not living in one, but if there was a just world, if there was karma or any sort of like semblance of real rule-based international order, he would be in The Hague. He'd be tried for his continuation and his participation in Israel's war crimes and ethnic cleansing campaign. This is a lie. This is a lie. This is this is something that has been reported on. There is so much official statements that you can look to immediately understand what's going on in Israel. But, you know, the 972 magazine investigative reporting piece actually directly disproves everything he's saying here. That, yes, Israel is deliberately targeting Israel is deliberately targeting a civilian population, deliberately, willingly, with full knowledge that they are taking down civilian buildings.
But it's not like the Israelis are sitting around every morning and saying, hey, how many more civilians can we kill today? Let's go bomb a school or a
No, that's precisely what they're saying. And that's precisely what they're doing.
Hospital or a residential building and cause civilian casualties. They're not doing that. They're trying to go after Hamas. And
it's like getting 0% on an exam and being like, well, I tried my best. Like, no way. Even if you guess every question, you should still get 50%.
Very difficult task. When Hamas, oh, by the way, in addition to deliberately slaughtering people, is deliberately hiding themselves in residential buildings, in hospitals, in tunnels, putting the innocent people of Gaza directly in the crossfire.
Direct participation of mountain of looting that proves the lies Kirby is telling here. The amount of rage I've been feeling watching the news and engaging with Zionists, I feel like my head's gonna explode. Direct participation of ethnic cleansing. There's a mountain of evidence, including the 972 magazine piece that disproves. Including the investigate. After calls for bombing Mexico from the Republicans for the last 5 years, how easy will it be for them to change the world Hamas with cartel and run shit in Mexico? I also saw something really interesting from Vincent Bevins. I don't know where this article was written originally, but he said something really interesting to me, at least. He said, I found Petro's linking of Gaza to the immediate climate catastrophe to be very powerful. I don't know what article this is from. But if first world governments and media can just explain away the deaths of tens of thousands of people actively killed by an ally, imagine how easily they can write off faraway natural deaths. Because climate change is going to and is already eviscerating the third world, places that, oh, it was Gustavo Petro that wrote about it? Okay, President of Colombia. Or is it the Article 99 thing? What we see in Gaza is the rehearsal of the future. Colombian president at the UN Climate Summit says the genocide of Palestinians is similar to what awaits those who will flee southern countries due to the climate crisis. Yeah, it's a really interesting perspective that I had not considered, because I have talked about how the climate apocalypse is going to create a tremendous amount of displacement and a massive refugee crisis, as like we will harden our border control. So what you are seeing is the first stages of the migration and the refugee crisis that's occurring, right, in our southern border. It is going to be much, much worse. Millions and millions of people begging to enter the United States of America, getting ruthlessly slaughtered at our border. It is going to happen. Same with Europe, same with the developed world. Okay? Billions of people displaced as a consequence of anthropogenic climate change, natural disasters ripping through their lands, flooding, volcanoes, earthquakes, hurricanes, tsunamis, It's already been happening, but it will get much, much worse. This is something I've talked about quite a bit. But one thing I never really thought about was how they will manage it, how we in the first world will manage this death and devastation. And it turns out the way we will manage this death and devastation is quite simple. If you see, look, genocide and barbaric acts unleashed against the Palestinian people is what awaits those who are fleeing the South because of the climate crisis, he said at the COP28 climate summit in Dubai. He said anti-immigration behaviors of rich countries are already being seen, and the exodus caused by climate change will be responded to with a lot of violence and with barbarism itself. What we see in Gaza is the rehearsal of the future, he said. Petro said if rich countries do not stop consuming oil, coal, and gas, there will be billions of climate victims in countries that emit very little carbon dioxide who will migrate in search of fresh water. Because remember, one other thing that happens is the collapse of the agricultural industry in these nations as a consequence of climate change. These countries also do not have the infrastructure to combat the worst aspects of anthropogenic climate change, of course. One great example of this, it can be seen with the difference in how Texas dealt with its own mass flooding versus how Hurricane Irma destroyed Puerto Rico. One, of course, is an hyper-exploited territory that does not have its own autonomy. The other is a part of mainland USA with comparatively much better infrastructure. Why have large carbon-consuming countries allowed the systematic murder of thousands of children in Gaza? Because Hitler has already entered their homes, and they are getting ready to defend their high beliefs of carbon consumption and reject the exodus it causes, he said. Petro has been critical of Israel's bombing of the Gaza Strip, which has caused the deaths of more than 15,000 civilians. It was Hurricane Maria. Oh, it wasn't Irma. Sorry. I thought it was Irma. No? He has compared the situation in Gaza to Nazi concentration camps in World War II, a statement that has caused diplomatic tensions with Israel. Oh, Irma's the one who hit Houston. Irma and Maria. So, let me tell you something. These images are horrifying. They're unconscionable. They are, it is a deliberate attempt to humiliate an entire population and to show the rest of the world and the rest of the people watching that they can get away with it. And America looks at that and says, no, go off kings. Now, let me explain something to you. The comparison between Nazi Germany, the Holocaust, and what is happening in Gaza is an important one to understand, because never again means never again. Never again doesn't mean never again for Jewish people only, or never again doesn't mean never again in Nazi Germany. Everywhere else, even if it is Jewish people that are the target of Holocaust or pogroms, then it's fine. It's just like it's never again just doesn't mean never again in 1938. Okay? But one thing that is important to understand, this is something I've stressed quite a bit. There's a reason for why we have Holocaust and genocide scholars, historians that have covered this stuff over and over and over again. And the reason for that is because we don't want it to happen again. The reason why we have international human rights is so that we can stop it before it gets out of hand. There is no magical number that you arrive at where it's like, all right, it's a genocide now. What do I mean by this, though? As far as the comparison with the Holocaust, here is Nathan Tankes, who had a really good take, in my opinion. He says, we Jews wonder why the world did nothing as Nazis put us into concentration camps. Well, there were not photos of the true conditions of the concentration camps in 1941. This is something I've brought up before. Not only was there no photos of the concentration camps, but there was also propaganda to say that the concentration camps were actually simply a positive place. It was just a work camp, that no one was getting killed, that things weren't as bad. They lied. The Red Cross, as a matter of fact, participated in this lie as well. They had the international organs repeat their propaganda. Germans knew law? Absolutely. To a certain degree. Germans certainly knew. Definitely. Right? It's impossible to avoid that. However, one aspect of, I think, there's this mismatch with the way Holocaust survivors are treated in Israel. Something I've talked about before is that, like, there's this concept that, like, those who survived the Holocaust were weak, or those who went into the concentration camps were weak. that they simply just caved and capitulated, and that never again actually means we have to be strong, right? This like interesting Western chauvinistic, or rather jingoistic attitude that Israelis sometimes hold on to. And it actually comes from a lack of understanding what happened in the Holocaust, because there were people who absolutely fought back. There were Jews who absolutely fought back. But beyond that, many of the Jews that were being put into concentration camps did not know what fate was going to fall on them. They did not know that. They brought their clothes with them, for example. They brought some of their personal, they brought some of their things with them, thinking that they were simply going into a limited concentration camp, when in fact they were going to a death camp, right? Or they thought that they were being relocated. This was important. This is important to understand, because that lack of knowledge in real time allowed such severe atrocities to continue, right? What? I don't know what this person is saying. Anyway, that is what allowed such atrocities to continue. However, this is not 1941 anymore. In 2023, we have photos. We have live streams. We can see, we have a personal connection to those who are trapped in the open-air prison of Gaza, being bombed into oblivion. We know what's going on. We know about it in real time. And yet people in America are talking about college campuses. The denial and justification of far too many Jewish Americans engage in for the genocide happening in Gaza is on a far more profound and earth-shattering scale than the most vile anti-Semitic America Firster in 1941. I don't want to ever hear any of this wondering ever again. When I see people stripped of their boxers with soldiers patrolling around them, knowing that they've been starved, deprived of water, and put through the unimaginable for 2 months, all I can see is the Nazi Holocaust. Those are the images I was taught to look for. That's why so many people, like Bosnians, have been losing their fucking minds on the timeline, going like, this literally happened. This happened in identical ways not that fucking long ago, and it's happening again, and people are championing it again. I don't know how anyone can look at things like this, look at any of the most basic information about what is happening, and not have the alarm bells instilled in us at a very young age, going off at full blast. Why did they teach us those things? My Jewish American education taught me, apparently completely against its intention, to identify fully with the Palestinian, to see myself in a sorrowful Palestinian eye, to feel their pain as my own. For we experienced the Nazi Holocaust and want no one subjected to the same. This is something that Michael Jamal Brooks, rest in power, has said as well. He always used to say, my Jewish values taught me to oppose apartheid. My Jewish values taught me to oppose the Holocaust. I was taught to valorize resistance. I was raised from a very young age singing Zotni Kien Mol, the song of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, written in the Vilna Ghetto. I can't tell you how many times we sung it. People who do not oppose the Israeli genocide should never speak at it again. To be fair, they're obviously tripping them down to make sure they're not armed, not for humiliation. The comparison is quite wild. Oh my God. This dude is still in here, dude. Brother, I hope you will one day recognize and have the shame in your heart that what you are doing in here is actually not working and is only making you look like a fucking clown. Okay? I mean, why is that guy wrong, lol? How do you not understand? Is there no other way to apprehend and assess whether or not someone has weapons on them without stripping them and lining them up? What are you talking about? Especially as we showed that there is no evidence that these are Hamas militants to begin with, and more evidence to suggest that they are simply Palestinian civilians that were rounded up from refugee camps. Please exercise a little bit of critical thinking, chatters, please. What do you mean? How can they know they aren't Hamas militants, though? This is a ridiculous question to ask. The standard of proof is on the Israeli military to make an assertion ahead of time, not by... There's a reason why dragnets are illegal, chatter. What are you talking about? You are defending You are defending, once again, collective punishment. This is inhumane. What you are defending is inhumane. You can try and justify it by saying, sorry, I'm scared because those guys are Palestinian and there's a likelihood that they are Hamas, so it justifies treating them this way, okay? But we are supposed to be living in a civilized world. Innocent until proven guilty. This is like a foundational principle of liberal democracy and the criminal justice system that operates within liberal democracies. The problem here is that you can never put yourself in the shoes of those who are victim to this. This is a war zone. You're applying Western standards for normal times. No, this is not a war zone. First of all, there are rules of engagement within a war zone as well, and that is actually a clear-cut violation of rules of engagement in a war zone. That's not a war zone, though. That is an ethnic cleansing. That's a concentration camp where there's ethnic cleansing ongoing. Not only are you wrong, but you're doubly wrong. But even in a war zone, Abu Ghraib happened, and that was declared a war crime as well. Punishments were issued to American soldiers for their participation in the torturous conditions in Abu Ghraib. So yes, you can't get away with doing whatever the fuck you want in a war zone. After all, that is literally what the Nazis also said. Every genocidaire has said exactly those words throughout history. It's a war zone. It had to happen. Armenian genocide is a great example of this as well. It's a war zone. It has to happen. We have rules for a fucking reason. I can't even talk about how those rules are not even far enough because people don't even want to abide by the rules and standards that we are supposed to uphold. I like that you said Western standards, by the way. Western standards have shown their asses time and time again. All right. Anyway, so there's that. The chorus in the last tweet is a part of a small circle of Israeli Bundes. The song is now a Palestinian anthem. I don't care what anyone else says. It belongs to the Palestinian resistance. Jewish Zionists and others dishonor it by letting their lips touch it. Palestinians will resist to their last breath, just as the European Jews valorized in shoals across the United States did. These disgusting fools who ask why they resist when it's futile and just going to make things worse have forgotten themselves and our history. I dare you to read these words and find it impossible to not think of Palestinian resistance. It's impossible to anyone whose heart has not turned cold stone, he says. I don't know, man. You never forget you have to be as chill as you possibly can in the face of like people directly denying war crimes that they can see in front of their own eyes and try to dehumanize and extend the ongoing dehumanization that they're watching. But I have to keep my cool every single time. You know what I mean? Which rules of war is being violated? You cannot apprehend a civilian population in Dragnet and humiliate them and rob them of their clothes. That is not a thing that you can do. Israel also, under international law, as a belligerent occupier, does not have a right to defend itself against Gaza. And even if Israel had a right to defend itself, let's say it's a foreign nation that they're fighting against, Israel's targeting and its civilian casualty calculations as collateral damage have gone far beyond what is even remotely legally permissible. So every single step of the way, Israel has been engaging in war crimes and regular violations of international law. Not that you care, okay? And you, on the other hand, keep going back to the 40 beheaded babies conversation once again, over and over again. Because you are not interested in the truth. This is just simply bad faith posturing. Israel's also using white phosphorus, documented by the Human Rights Watch. Anyway, stop complaining and post your sources, and I believe you've misunderstood what I have said regardless. Okay? The baby in the oven story was fake news, part of a disinformation blitz used to justify the IDF's ongoing slaughter of thousands of Palestinian civilians, including today, Rafat al-Arar. Here's Rafat al-Arar joking about whether or not an Israeli baby burned alive in an oven was cooked with or without baking powder. Yeah, it was fucking false. And Barry Weiss had repeated this falsehood, okay? And of course, no punishments came of that. The babies being cooked alive in an oven was, I mean, it is real. It did happen. It happened in 1948 during the Nakba. It happened in Deir Yassin. But something to consider is that houses were burned to the core while people were inside. Do you object to that? Of course not. Baby in the oven, maybe, but houses were burned. You do know that, right? Yeah, no, I did. I actually reported on it at the time. I'm assuming that you weren't here. Yeah. Burned by grenades and fuel, making a deadly combination, and burned by tank fire as well. Consistent shelling. In some of the kibbutz, as far as the information is readily available to us from GoPro footage, from Hamas and other Palestinian militants, grenades were tossed inside of houses. Houses were lit on fire deliberately. And yes, the people inside those houses burned. Some of the other houses, according to Yasmin Parat and other survivors from the kibbutzim, tell a different story as well. That some of the houses were exploded with, houses were exploded with tanks. Now, this doesn't change the reality. The atrocities, majority civilian casualties in the hands of. I was actually in some of the kibbutzim. Not that it matters, but the consistent shelling is another attempt to derail the convo. Those were one-off occasions. Well, it's funny that you're saying this because I am also repeating what you are saying. But you do not care about the truth. You're only in here to stir shit. What do I mean by this? Because if you did care about the truth, or if you cared about my coverage of the matter, you would know that I have actually routinely criticized those who try to make it seem like IDF killed all of their own civilians and that Hamas were perfect in their operation and the way that they conducted themselves. That is a lie. It was a slaughter of civilians, majority civilians, which is a war crime and also an act of terror, by my estimation. That's what happened on October 7th. IDF's responsibility of the casualties, civilian casualties specifically, of course, is not the majority at all. I'm not saying that at all. It is not a way to derail. It is a way to show an accurate assessment of the events. You asked me about what happened and how the houses caught on fire, and I told you, but you're upset that maybe some of them might be Israeli tank fire. The difference here is that I'm not pretending that it was Israel that killed its own citizens across the board. I never said that. You made that assertion because you come in here and you think, oh, this guy is pro-Hamas. I'm going to catch him. I'm going to catch him in a lie or something like that. Go defend your fucking country by killing some children, okay? How about you do that instead of fucking typing away in my chat, you sick fuck. Stop saying wrong things. You are just anti-Semitic. Point to anything that I've said wrong thus far, and we can have an honest conversation about it. Don't just fucking come in here and cynically cry and say that I'm being anti-Semitic. I fought long and hard against anti-Semitism in this country and globally, as a matter of fact. It's fucking bullshit. I spent a tremendous amount of time combating anti-Semitism. Get the fuck out of here. How dare you, piece of shit. You don't give a fuck about anti-Semitism.
Say.
On this issue, there's a great many rumors and so on that talks about incentivizing Egypt to take like hundreds of thousands and so on. So you repudiate that completely. That is not something that has been discussed, as it was allegedly discussed on Capitol Hill.
So I am not going to respond to.
I've had 2 discussions with Israelis online as well. They literally have the same mannerisms, arguing things like the subconscious altering the perception, aka brainwashed. I mean, yeah, people are just like, it's okay, just leave it be, not worth it. I mean, I want to know. I want to know what they're talking about. It's always just, it always starts and begins. It always starts and begins at the same point. Come in, say you're anti-Semitic, and then shut the fuck up. That's it. Most people don't realize that I will address them and ask them what they mean, and that's it. Then they just shut up.
Rumors, and I don't know what you're referring to with respect to Capitol Hill, but it doesn't actually really matter. But I will reiterate the principles that the Secretary outlined, and one of them is no forced displacement of the Palestinian people from Gaza.
Okay, a couple of other issues. There was a report that Israel's assault forced a nurse to leave babies behind. They were found decomposing. Are you aware of the story?
I am aware of that report, Saeed.
And do you take it as it happened, or if it did happen, is that a war crime?
Saeed, I would say that is a tragedy. It's a tragedy for those babies.
Right.
It's a tragedy for their family members. Right. It's a tragedy for the Palestinian people, and
I wasn't talking to you, dumb bitch. I never said you're anti-Semitic, but you literally just say you don't give a F about it, which is not much better. That I don't give a fuck about anti-Semitism? That's not what I said at all. Brother, clean your fucking dirty ass ears, I think. I wasn't even talking to you. I was talking to another fucking dumbass in the chat who said I was anti-Semitic, to which I responded with, I abhor anti-Semitism, and I've spent most of my fucking professional career combating anti-Semitism. You don't give a fuck about anti-Semitism. Roll the clip, chat. You did say it, bud. What? Roll the clip? Brother, you have fallen apart over the course of the last hour that I have tried to so charitably respond to what you're saying. Like, what are you going to clip what I've said shortened as I'm reading the person saying I don't give a fuck about anti-Semitism just like I did now and be like, see, he admitted it. Like, is that your goal here? This is what you're going to do? I have. You told me to go kill babies. Yeah, I said go defend Israel, the belligerent occupier that has no right to defend itself against the Gazan population. If you want so bad to defend Israel, what are you doing? Typing in my chat. Go fucking join the Israeli Air Force and drop more bombs upon the unsuspecting civilian population of Palestine. Go contribute to the baby murder machine. That's what I said. And I didn't fucking stutter when I said it either. Why are you in here then? Like, I don't get it. You so desperately, like, I've been trying to be as charitable as possible, but you so desperately are just like, no, you don't get it. Like, actually, we should be able to kill babies. I'm going to take the long way there, and I'm going to try to justify why the baby killing machine is actually moral and righteous and just by derailing the conversation over and over again. You know, go do it. Go do your thing.
Is a tragedy for the world.
Okay.
And it is why we have made clear that far too many Palestinians have been killed in this conflict. And that, of course, includes far too many Palestinian children and, of course, Palestinian babies. And it is why we have taken every measure we could to speak loudly and clearly to the government of Israel that it needs to do everything it can to minimize civilian harm. And it's why we have worked to try and move humanitarian assistance in. And it is also why I will say we have said that Hamas should stop hiding its fighters in hospitals.
I'm talking about this particular incident.
I know. It gets to the very difficult nature of this war.
Right.
The projection of yours is insane. Actually, you were conducting some baby killing apologism yourself. I was pointing that out. No, you did not. You didn't point out an apologism at all. You actually didn't do anything. I gave you an accurate assessment of events as far as we know it from mostly comprised of Israeli reporting on the matter. Okay. And I also said that the overwhelming majority of civilian casualties were still the responsibility of Palestinian militants on October 7. But again, you're fighting a straw man because I'm not in the business. I am biased towards Palestinian emancipation. This is something I readily admit. I'm biased towards the emancipation of all peoples. Okay? Having said that, however, I'm not going to lie about a situation. Now you're saying baby settlers. Great example of a clip chimp. Great example. I have never, ever, ever advocated for the death of children. That was a clip chimp. That was a longer conversation that I was having with my co-host about how violent it would be to relocate and violently expel and evict 450,000 settlers, some of which are baby settlers, using his own opinion on settlements being an act of terror, which is true. Settlers are terrorists, internationally recognized as engaging in an act of settler colonial terrorism. If this is the best you have nothing. The convo was about justifying the attacking of settlers. Yes, exactly. It was, which I think is still inappropriate, which is why I am a one-stater. It's inappropriate to attack baby settlers. You're the one who's making that assertion. There it is. The larger context of the conversation revolved around me saying I do not agree with second thought. If you remember, you don't because you have no idea what the conversation actually was about. It was about me saying I don't agree with second thought in the way that he covered 1948, in the way that he said that, like, this is like killing of children is justifiable as though they are all settlers. I don't agree with that. And I have stood by that principle time and time again over the course of the past 60 days as I've covered ethnic cleansing campaigns happening right in front of our eyes with our weapons. And I think that it stems from a place of projection. Because a lot of people, in my opinion, seems, at least judging by what they are saying and doing so far, want to desperately justify the killing of children in Gaza. So it's just projection that the opposing side has the same opinions, it seems. Some people are really unhinged and uncharitable towards you. You've literally gone through the casualty figures before and even pushed back against those who are trying to frame in bad faith that most Israelis killed on October 7th were killed by the IDF and not by Hamas. Yeah. No, people are not really interested in having an honest conversation. I think they're more so interested in just shit smearing so that they think that they can get a moral victory out. And if they can't get a moral victory out, maybe they will atrophy. They will get me to finally give in and yell and be emotional, and then they can clip it. Bro, you're in here explaining to him your opinion, and he's like, no, I don't believe you. Nobody has to do this other than you. I know. This is something that has become so commonplace that I constantly have to explain what my true feelings are, which you can arrive at by just simply watching the coverage, okay, no matter how uncharitable you may be. And yet people still go, no, I don't believe you. I don't understand. I don't care. It's very silly.
And the immense human tragedy that has been inflicted on far too many people.
But if it happened, it's not a war crime, or is it a war crime?
So I'm never going to be able to make an assessment here. You saw us today make a conclusion about war crimes after a very deliberate fact-finding process where we then apply the facts.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good take. The fact that the chatter is clinging on to saying a thing that you did not say and trying to make it out that you believe a thing that you do not believe shows that they do not think they can win any actual arguments. Because, yes, on the basis of morality, there is no argument here. Israel is committing a genocide. Israel is an apartheid state. These are objective truths. There's legal standards for this sort of thing, and Israel violates those legal standards, okay, in broad daylight. So any conversation that is surrounding Israel's apartheid regime or Israel's belligerent occupation or Israel's relentless bombing campaign, all of which is a clear-cut violation of international law, is going to be an unproductive one if your goal is to defend Israel. So all you can do is try to catch a gotcha by saying, well, remember 3 months ago when you said something that I purposely misconstrued? I'm going to remind you of that over and over again and act like you are in the business of killing babies, that you love when babies get killed. If I was interested in murdering babies, I would be on the side of Israel. Okay? If my goal was baby killing, I'd be doing what you're doing right now. That's what I'd be doing. I'd be talking about how Israel has a right to defend itself over and over again. That's what I'd be doing, but I'm not doing that. So if you truly care about what my perspective is, then ask me, and I will always tell you. But once I've revealed what my position is, you have to agree with me, right? Like, I mean, come on. It's, after all, I am why would I say something and then go back on it to be like, actually, I don't, I don't believe in it. Like, what do you think? You caught me? Like, you caught something that was like inconsistent or something? What's more likely? That you saw a clip out of context in a broader conversation that does not reveal my actual position on the matter? Or you think, despite my coverage suggesting the exact opposite over the course of the past 60 days of an ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign, that my true opinion was revealed for a brief moment in that situation? Ooh, what do you think it is? If you think it's the second thing, then you are just unfortunately delusional. You're delusional with hatred. You are not capable of being charitable. It's the same. Here's how I know immediately when someone is just out of control. They're out of their minds, right? It's just like lost in the sauce. When someone comes in here and says I'm transphobic, and then they point to that one clip of me yelling at a chatter, right? A chatter that is still a very active member in this community. Chatter that does trans research as well. And they point to that, and it's like, well, there is a tremendous amount of work that I've done to suggest the exact opposite, and yet you are hyper-focusing. You're laser-focusing on one convo. So what does that say about you? Do you actually think, like, it's something that is so objectively beyond the pale. Like, anyone that comes in here and spends more than 3.5 minutes is going to know that I am not a transphobic person. As a matter of fact, I'm one of the biggest advocates for trans people that is a cis straight person. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna lie, I'm still looking at you sideways for that you are just a trans person clip. See, this is what I mean. It works. It works on dumbasses. Really, dude? You're looking at me sideways for that you are just a trans person clip? That was the major point of contention? Okay, well, you can go ask that trans person how they feel about it. This is what I mean. Long-term community member, still in the community, And yet there are people out here who go, no, actually, you are literally a transphobic person. I got you. Is not that one-off combo you keep clinging on to the 40 beheaded babies Zionist propaganda lie? Well, it just doesn't matter if they were beheaded or burned alive. Both are morally deplorable. Someone send this fucking dipshit a clip from literally the first day we found out about this. Because he's verbatim repeating what I said on like October 9. Right now, literally. Verbatim repeating what I said on October 9 right now. This exact thing that you just brought up, if you are a charitable person, if you're an honest person, if you're genuinely interested in what my perspective is, I've said exactly those words. It does not matter whether they were beheaded or burned alive, and that both are morally deplorable is, I think, identical to what I said. Those are my words. None of which, by the way, justifies what Israel is doing. But you don't want to have that conversation. So go ahead, chatter. Explain to me. Do you think that it's okay what Israel is doing? Will you condemn Israel for beheading thousands of children with bombs? Or will you say that that is a lie? Well, if so, then I stand corrected. But you brought up the 40 babies like 20 minutes ago. Oh my God, you are so stupid. Fine, brother. Go watch some of my videos. You'll get a better understanding of what my positions are, I think. But it seems to me like you don't even care about the words that are coming out of my mouth, which you won't be able to hear for the next 3 minutes at the very least, because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and you are unsubscribed, so you won't be seeing what I have to say for the next 3 minutes. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. I mean, I want to guest star one of these motherfuckers. Like, if you want to come on, you said you were in one of the kibbutzim. You want to come on the stream and explain your position? I would love to hear from someone who directly was a victim to acts of terror. If you want the smoke, we can have this conversation. Anyway,
apply the facts to the law. It's not something I can do. Responding to a report. Just please let me finish my answers before you interrupt. I will take all of your questions.
Sure.
It is not something I can do. Responding to a report from the podium.
Okay, I understand, but would the U.S. consider sending a fact-finding mission like you did?
We are in the middle of a conflict right now, an ongoing conflict. We monitor all of these reports, but I'm not going to speak to what actions we might take when we're still in the middle of major combat operations.
And lastly, my last question, on Monday, when I asked you about, where should the Palestinians go, and you said there are designated UN centers to go to. Well, apparently the spokesperson for the United Nations, Stéphane Dujarric, whom you know, repudiated that yesterday, or refuted that. He said, let's be clear, there are no UN designated safe zones in Gaza. I think all my senior colleagues have been very clear, including the Secretary General, saying there are no safe places in Gaza. There are shelters that fly the UN flag that are sheltering thousands and thousands and thousands of people, men, women, and children who are trying to stay alive and get some food, get some water. We have seen since the beginning of this conflict that those places that fly the UN flag have not been safe either. You comment on that?
So I will say, first of all, I did not say that there were safe zones. That is a very different concept. Saeed, again, can we just establish a ground rule that I won't interrupt you and you won't interrupt me? I did not say that there were safe zones. That is a different concept. We have seen it earlier in this
there's no safe zones, but there is a safe zone. Here's a clip of you saying Hamas killing babies is bad regardless of the method on October 13th. They're very frustrating about it. Whether 40 babies are lined up and decapitated by Hamas or they were shot by Hamas does not change, or some babies were shot by Hamas and others were adult victims, but still civilians, does not change the reality that this is a slaughter. So getting caught up in semantics arguments is fucking idiotic in this circumstance. Yeah. Is he still in here? I don't know. There you go. And that's not actually from October 13th. That's from, I think, literally October 10th or 12th or something. I found them. Oh, let me pick it. Come on. Let me be clear. I wasn't in one of the kibbutzim when the attacks happened. I was there afterwards. I only mentioned that because I saw the destruction. It was regarding the consistent shelling claim. Okay. Do you want to come on the stream now? Do you understand what my position is? Are you going to be charitable? Do you want to fucking come on the stream and have a conversation? Because Twitch does have the guest star capability. If you want, love to hear from someone who's directly seen it. Click on add guest. I mean, yeah, dude, here, let's click on him. I'll add you as a guest. I've invited you, chatter. Connect. Go ahead. He has to take on his IDF uniform first. Maybe we can arrange something. Lamau, not prepared right now. What the fuck do you mean? It seems like you got plenty of preparation.
Because I think Israel is not just a state.
So funny when, like, dude, come on. You talk so much shit, And then when I ask you, like, okay, go ahead, talk your shit. Talk your shit in a way that, like, you know, you can talk your shit in real time. And all of a sudden, it's just like all the arguments perish. What is happening? You literally have direct firsthand account of the atrocities. I'm out here in motherfucking Los Angeles, California. Why is this always how this? Why? Why is it always how this is? I'm waiting for you to connect, brother. Guest star time for you. Let's arrange something if you want. I mean, I'm arranging it right now in this very moment. This is an opportunity for you. There's an opportunity for you. I'm in real time. I'm doing this shit in real time every day, every goddamn day. You want to fucking hold me to those standards? You can hold it to you can hold your own damn self to the same standards. You're seemingly very knowledgeable about the situation. So go ahead. Let's go. Let's do it. Band for band, baby. I don't understand it. Like people always are just like testing my boundaries, testing my knowledge, constantly saying it's much easier to just be like, you don't know what you're talking about. And it's much different when you actually come in to you know, to test your mettle, I guess. Pull into ad hominem. If you're not going to defend your stance, you're obviously wrong. Right-wing tactic. No, I'm just saying, like, guest star time being the new public square punishment for chatters is so funny to me. Dude, I mean, he's on it. He's on guest star. I asked him, come on, and he's not doing it. I don't know what else to do. He's like, oh, yeah, no, only on my conditions. It's like, okay, well, you're in the chat. You have no problem writing it out. This is much easier. You could enlighten a massive community full of individuals that are I guess, getting propagandized in a certain direction. You can combat it personally, eviscerate the misinfo. Anyway, of course, most likely not going to happen. So let's fucking move on, I guess. I suspect that Chatter might be lying about who he is. Yeah, I assume. Like I said, my English speaking abilities aren't the best. I can prepare for it, but I'm not ready to debate on my second language. There's always something. Don't worry, Chatter. You know whose second language is English? Mine. Okay, I got that. I got the ESL. I have the fucking ESL buff too. Don't worry. I mean, not buff. Nerf too. Don't fucking worry. Okay. Anyway, do we have any Arabic speakers in the chat? Because I want to see if this is an accurate translation or not. It could very well be, by the way. I'm not discounting it at all.
انه كل الناس هذه ما حدش لا لاقي شرب واكل كلهم بيعانوا الوضع انت عارف انه كل
You said you know that all the people here cannot find anything to eat or drink.
ما حدش لا لاقي شرب واكل
كلهم بيعانوا. Yes, everybody's suffering.
لا تدخل مساعدة.
The situation is difficult. No aid is coming in.
ما في المساعدات كلها نازلة تحت. المساعدات ما بيجوا للأمة ولا بيجي للشعب كله.
Wait, why did they cut that? Oh, I hate when this like memory always does this shit. Jesus Christ. Okay, now I have to find the actual original footage. Do we have the actual original footage? Like, Memory TV operates in the identical capacity to fucking Project Veritas. She didn't say tunnels. She said they go down.
احنا جايين من غزة وكل الدعم بيجي إلنا. أنا بحكي وما بخافش منهم. أنا بحكي إلهم.
I'm not afraid of Hamas. I am talking to them as well. All the aid reaches the Gaza Strip.
كتير بيوصل.
And a lot of aid is coming in. It's being distributed. This is what they say.
كله للبيوت إلهم. خليهم ياخذون ولا يطخون ولا يعملوا اللي بدهم إياه حماس.
حجة احنا الآن يبدو إن الأمور شوي فيها نوع من الغموض.
What did she say? I'm not afraid of. I'm talking to them as well. Probably down in South Gaza. Bro, I don't think we should focus on these clowns for more than a few seconds. You know what they want, and still give them yourself. You can get yourself derailed. I mean, the payoff is great if one of them will turn around and actually, you know, the payout is actually solid if one of these guys actually comes on board. No, it means to the south, aid is not reaching the north. That's what she's saying. So her words can be easily interpreted as the aid goes to the people who still their homes intact, as opposed to displacing refugees, which translates as tunnels, as her saying down, which can mean a different part of town. No mention of Hamas at all. She said the aid goes to Hamas at the end of the clip. What about this part? They can take me, shoot me, do whatever they want to me. Because Hamas takes everything to their homes. Meaning under. Arabs do not refer to the South with this term. It could be that likely as the subtitle said, but as a native Arab speaker with a degree, I can't be sure.
احنا الآن يبدو إن الأمور شوي فيها نوع من الغموض.
No, she mentioned they are taking homes. It's all for their Hamas homes. Video by Al Sunnah on the idea behind Israeli being murdered by Palestinians. Hamas is the end of the sentence. I trust memory completely, 100% of course. No, I don't. But she, like I said, I maintain the position that it is possible that she said these things verbatim. But I always want to still verify, because memory is beyond the memes, memory is a institution that is dedicated specifically to a cause. And time again, there has been misinformation reported from clips out of context. If you don't want to hear my perspective, why don't you want to schedule something later on? Sounds like you just want to put me on the spot. Brother, you're the one who dictated the terms of this conversation. You've already derailed me for an hour, okay? It's very selfish for you to consistently do this. Like, I am giving you an opportunity to, in real time, shit on me if you would like to. You do not want to take this opportunity because you don't have it. That's it. And you did it. You successfully derailed the conversation. Usually it's good to work towards something, but like, why the fuck would I schedule something with you when you're in here right now? I will happily shit on you in a later date. What's wrong with that? Because the reality of what's wrong with that is because I don't know what the fuck I'm going to be doing tomorrow. I don't know what the fuck I know what I'm going to be doing tomorrow. I'm going to be going to a fucking blacksmith tomorrow. I'm going to be doing a blacksmith stream tomorrow. The day after, we're doing Chad Vice. Like, every single day of content is not around you, does not revolve around you, chatter. That's the point. Like, you're not entitled to this. I'm giving you a profound opportunity as a random shit stirrer in the chat to literally come in. So busy it's impossible to schedule one convo. Well, it is unimaginable that we are still having this conversation. Okay, you're done. It is unimaginable that we're still having this fucking conversation with a goddamn pathetic coward. I gave you the opportunity, and you're like, well, I don't know what I'm talking about. I just have to do more research. You know what I mean? Like, it's ridiculous. I literally said, everything that you're saying currently in the chat, say it to me in real time, and we can have a conversation. And you're like, well, I need to prepare more. Like, what the fuck? Oh, speaking of which, that was someone's ego trying to be saved. Yeah, no, literally. Like, what do you mean? We want to talk about your personal experience with what's going on. Every single person that wants to have a conversation like this is like, oh, well, I want to talk shit in the chat anonymously and not actually have you associate the things I'm saying with like a human being behind it in real time where you can, adequately parse through the shit that I'm saying. What he really wants is to have time to shop himself around to all your biggest haters to see which one wants the content, transparent as fuck. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's like, oh man, my English is not so good. Oh, it seems pretty good. Anyway, everything with the exception of in the brackets is correct, is what you said. Regarding the memory clip, I just watched it again. Would be up to the viewer, and in no way has to mean tunnels or Hamas. Well, it still doesn't matter because she's saying the aid reaches the Gaza Strip, and a lot of aid is coming. He says, Hamas takes everything to their homes. They can take me, shoot me, or do whatever they want to me. It seems the situation is unclear. And it also feels like he's literally trying to fix it. Like he's trying to go, well, it seems like the situation is unclear. So many people, anyway, yeah, so many people that act like they're fucking experts on a subject matter just fall apart when given the opportunity to actually test their expertise. Why is it? Why is it that is the case?
It's growing against the presidents of
Anyway, let's get back to anti-Semitism on college campuses.
3 of the country's most prestigious universities after they testified to Congress on the rise of anti-Semitism on campus. Critics say those universities are still not doing enough to tackle the problem. Ed O'Keefe has more on this story. Ed, some of the president's answers raised a lot of eyebrows the other day. Good morning to you.
They sure did, Gail. And, Republicans have long been critical of the nation's top universities, claiming they censor some opinions.
One elderly lady, too, though, she may actually think this is, 100%. Dude, of course there are fucking people in Gaza that despise Hamas. What are we talking about? Like, no one is, I've never in a million years it would ever say that, like, every single person loves Hamas unconditionally. As a matter of fact, polling shows the exact opposite of that. Hamas is more popular in the West Bank, where they are not a part of civil governance, than they are in Gaza, a fact that I've repeated many times over.
While embracing and supporting others. But even among some Democrats and here at the White House, there are concerns the line between free speech and hate speech has been dangerously blurred.
From the White House,
it is sad that I have to be asked about those comments that they made.
to Capitol Hill.
I don't recognize the university that I graduated from.
Outrage over comments made by leaders of some top U.S. colleges during a hearing Tuesday on the rise of anti-Semitism.
We embrace a commitment to free expression, even of views that are objectionable, offensive, hateful.
Some lawmakers accuse them of being evasive when asked if calling for the genocide of Jews violated university codes of conduct.
It is a context-dependent decision.
Last night,
Eli Valley had a good. I think this is the one. Yeah, this is the one I was thinking about. Oh shit. Oh no. Rafat is the one who passed away, who was assassinated today. Eli, trying to find one of your drawings you did in 2021. I guess in which, as far as I can remember, Israelis are killing Palestinians, and the Palestinian mother is saying to her son not to insult them so that no one accuses them of being anti-Semitic. Any idea? So this on December 1st, and then Eli replied today. But yeah, this is Eli's drawing. Cut the apartheid pig, says the Palestinian child. The mother says, cut the anti-Semitism. You'll start a social media pogrom in America, as her house is being burned down by settlers and the Israeli police and the IDF alike. Yes, Rafat. It is my understanding that Rafat has been martyred. Israel killed Professor Rafat al-Arir, one of Gaza's most prominent writers, poets, and activists who spent his life trying to get Gaza's voice to the outside world. He was killed in a targeted airstrike on his sister's home that also killed his brother, sister, and her 4 kids. Rafat taught poetry and English literature. He taught Harry Potter, Shakespeare, Thomas Wyatt, John Donne, Elizabeth Barrett Browning, Wilfred Owen, T.S. Eliot. He edited 2 books to raise our voice to the world, Gaza Unsilenced and Gaza Writes Back. He was full of life. Rafat's words were always so powerful, poignant, and spot on. Listen carefully to this interview he did in the first weeks of war.
We know that it's very bleak, it's very dark. There's no way out. If there's no water, there is no way out of Gaza. What should we do? Like drown? Like commit mass suicide? Is this what Israel wants? And we're not going to do that. And I was telling some friend the other day that I'm an academic. Probably the toughest thing I have at home is an expo marker. But if the Israelis invade, if they charge at us, open door to door to massacre us, I'm going to use that marker, throw it at the Israeli soldiers, even if that is the last thing that I would be able to do. And this is the feeling of everybody. We are helpless. We have nothing to lose.
Rafat in the New York Times in 2021. I'm caught between wanting to take my family outside despite the missiles, shrapnel, falling debris, and staying home like a sitting duck for U.S.-made Israeli-piloted planes. We stayed at home. At least we would die together, he said in 2021. Israel destroyed Rafat's home before. In 2014, during the last war, Israel killed my brother. It destroyed my apartment when it brought down the family home that housed 40 people. Nusayba and I are perfectly average Palestinian people. We've lost more than 30 relatives. Mohammed writes, I'm shaking as I'm writing this obituary. I never imagined I'd mourn Rafat and witness his brutal killing. He was full of energy, life, and humor. He loved Chicago pizza, cats, history, classic music, theater, poetry, and Harry Potter. He always fought to not be reduced to a number. These guys are just like, they're regular people. They're academics. Another prominent academic martyr. The martyr, the esteemed Dr. Sufyan Tayyeh, the current president of the Islamic University in Gaza, ranked among the top 2% of researchers worldwide in 2021, holds a professorship in theoretical physics and applied mathematics, received the Abdelhamid Shoman Award for Young Arab Scientists, appointed as the holder of UNESCO Chair in Physics, Astrophysics, and Space Sciences in Palestine. Dr. Sufyan was martyred by an Israeli airstrike on Gaza on December 2nd. Eliticide is a crucial part of genocide. Oh yeah, just like didn't they blow up archives yesterday? This is ethnic cleansing, blowing up Gazan archives, blowing up the Supreme Court, blowing up their civic governance buildings is not done to wage war. It is not even indiscriminate bombing. It is deliberate. Another university was destroyed today. Another doctor was killed today. Every single day. Yunus Tarawi says, it is with deep sorrow that we announce the tragic murder of Dr. Ayman Jarjawi. Dr. Ayman, an exceptional anesthesia specialist, was killed today in an Israeli bombing. He remained in Beit Laiha, dedicating himself to treating patients at Kamal Idwan Hospital until last breath. Here it is. The Israeli occupation destroys the central archive of Gaza municipality, executing thousands of historical documents and deliberately razing all life forms, erasing the city and its history. It is worth noting that the archive holds documents more than 100 years old. Destroying documents and Palestinian history that has been there long before Israel ever existed. You're watching a genocide happen. That's it. There's no other way to talk about the situation. You can keep trying to move the attention away to like silly American drama. You can try and shift the attention away to college campus anti-Semitism. Is there a real conversation to be had here? Is From the River to the Sea an anti-Semitic screed? Palestinians and their allies cannot resist a genocide, so much so that they can't even say the word resist, intifada, without people calling it anti-Semitic, and a call for Jewish pogroms globally. And his one reply ever to your post on a lighter note, what did he say? Oh, he was a funny dude. Yeah, color me surprised that a libertarian saying actually a 10-year-old is not a child. FBI needs to check this man's hard drive. Exactly. He was a funny guy. He made a lot of jokes in spite of the reality that he was like, his entire family was being ruthlessly slaughtered. His home and his way of life was destroyed, eviscerated. He still had the capacity to make light of the situation. Gallows humor. Yeah, Al-Azhar University in Gaza before and after. Make no mistake, the Israeli aggression against our people in Gaza intends to destroy everything that relates to the Palestinian life in Gaza towards its full recolonization.
UPenn's president expressed regret for her comments and testimony.
I want to be...
Wait, what? Palestine was created by the Romans 1,000 years after the founding of the United Kingdom of Israel. Israel has been a part of that area since 1000 BCE. Oh my God, I'm going to die, dude. This is an objectively meaningless conversation to have. If you have to reach to 1000 BCE, you quite literally fail to comprehend that many of those people who were Jews that stayed in that area are the same Palestinian descendants that converted to Islam that the Israeli military is destroying at this moment. You understand that, right? Like those very same Palestinians who you think are dogs or whatever, who you dehumanize, are literally the direct descendants. Some of them are direct descendants of the Israeli kingdom that you are referencing. This is also a ridiculous argument to make. There is no way that you can justify the current ethnic cleansing occurring by saying, well, 1000 BCE, Israel was a part of that area. I'm ready, but don't add context to my words. I can answer them myself. Oh, we got it. We got debate wanters, debate havers. Never said it's justified. So what is the argument then? What is your argument then? So it's not justified. So what are we going to debate on? Also, yeah, TTV, classic. I'm sorry, but you're inviting this behavior. They just want attention from a big streamer. I know. It can be a productive conversation at the end of the day, as long as it's not just like I'm a dude with TTV in the name, just simply trying to fucking get a larger platform here. What is your disagreement then? If you do not think it's a justification with what Israel's doing currently, we used to be an anti-debate pervert, an anti-cloud pervert community. I know, but it's just like sometimes I got to blow off a little bit of steam, you know?
Clear. A call for genocide of Jewish people is threatening, deeply so.
For weeks, critics have complained that colleges have turned a blind eye towards anti-Jewish hate speech. But Jeffrey Rosen, president of the National Constitution Center, says the legal threshold for banning any kind of speech is, and should be, incredibly high.
I think the Supreme Court got it right when it said that speech can only be banned if it's intended to and likely to cause imminent violence.
Private universities like Harvard, the University of Pennsylvania, and MIT aren't legally obligated to follow that standard, causing some to wonder why there's a higher standard in this situation.
This is a terribly challenging time for campus speech, and it's admirable that universities are suddenly discovering the importance of protecting speech, but their critics say, why did it take you so long? It would be great if out of this extraordinarily challenging time, we could.
I forget who said this on Twitter. It might have been Matt Brunig, maybe even. But I remember reading something on Twitter about this where it was like, it's actually really interesting that they can't really enforce these kinds of free speech restrictions on public schools, and that's why they're bringing the Ivies and private institutions and their presidents and threatening them, because public institutions are protected under First Amendment rights no matter what. Even though I feel like the American Congress doesn't give a shit about free speech when it comes to suppressing opinions that they do not consider are appropriate, that specifically go against American State Department interests in general. So
see a shared commitment to protecting speech across the board.
Now, Harvard's president has also clarified her comments, saying, quote, those who threaten our Jewish students will be held to account. Part of the challenge facing university presidents is they continue to face pressure from some of their wealthiest, biggest donors who are demanding they more aggressively address anti-Semitism. Nate?
Ed, thank you.
Crisis at the
yeah, the anti-Semitism on college campuses conversation is a way to shift the attention away to something so like, it's a way to shift the attention away and continue the propagandized position that like any kind of anti-Israeli sentiment, like anti-Israeli government sentiment, anti-genocide rhetoric is actually anti-Semitic without actually openly stating it. But in some instances, they do say it. It's not. Anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. Okay? In the words of friend of the show, Knesset member, communist Israeli Knesset member, Dr. Ofer Kasif, anti-Zionism is a duty. Anti-Semitism is a crime. Anti-Semitism is a hate crime. Anti-Zionism is a duty. Okay? That's it. That's right. Did Mr. TTV continue speaking in the chat, or did I miss him? What happened? Get clapped? People in Israel are calling for him to be arrested right now? Jesus Christ. That's not surprising, though. The disagreement is Israel predates the concept of Palestine. The disagreement, no, if you don't disagree with me, no, you're misunderstanding my position then. If you don't agree that if you think that Israel predating the concept of Palestine is not a justification for Israel's current actions, then there is no disagreement. This is a ridiculous argument to conduct, and you yourself have recognized it. That's it. So what the fuck are we going to talk about? Palestine is a region created by Romans of the former Israel state. The disagreement is Israel predates the concept of Palestine. Big and bad until someone is ready to talk. Oh, I'm still here. Okay, what do you want to talk about is the question I presented to you, and you said you don't even disagree with me on it. So either make up your mind and actually disagree with me on something, okay? Or I don't know what you want me to do. I know you just want attention, and I'm willing to give it to you, but you got to find something that we have we have issues with, okay? Because it's so easy to trigger you. These trolls come for that jacked high blood pressure, lol. You must 100% have high blood pressure. How can you do this for hours every day? Don't believe your lying eyes, chat. I'm not sure if you have ever been a prison guard or held a position in the military, but this is how you arrest and process people in mass. I've seen U.S. prisoners processed in this way after riots. Yeah, for the record, that's gross and disgusting when America does it too. I think a lot of people come in here and listen to me shit on America relentlessly from afar, and they go, yo, I fucking agree with him for saying this. But when I apply those exact same standards to America too, Electric Boogaloo, which is Israel, right? They're like, whoa, 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 that's kind of anti-Semitic, dog. It's like, have you not heard my words when I talk about America? According to whom can you not dragnet civilian populations for criminal elements? Dragnets are unjustifiable, inhumane, and also illegal. What are you talking about? Go get a job as a prison guard and work for a decade and come tell me that's what you have seen. Yeah, I'm keeping people locked in cages for decades so they don't rape or murder people will fuck you up in the head for sure. Let's get it straight. Nobody is doing anything for the country in chat rooms, lol. I have a hard time believing somebody has sympathy for people they don't know, yet call people pieces of shit, lol. Was in maximum security prison with rapists and murderers. Not sure why you are so hostile, but I hope you're okay. I think a quarter of the people in here are trolling, lol. Yeah, Hassan is a bias, seems to hate everyone equally. This is a different person. You must 100% have high blood pressure. The only thing in common between 1000 BC Israel and current Israel is the name. No, there is actually a lot of people that are probably direct descendants of 1000 BC Israel that still live there. It's just that they're not living in Israel proper. They're living in what you know as fucking Gaza because they're under occupied territory. So they're still technically under Israeli rule to a certain degree. It's just they're no longer Jewish, most likely. Dragnets aren't illegal. FBI does it all the time. I'm going to lose my... Yes, thank you. Yeah, when the FBI mass apprehended Muslims, for example, and mass surveilled them illegally and unconstitutionally, that was awesome. What's next, bro? You're going to talk to me about fucking Guantanamo Bay and be like, well, America does it? That's not a good argument. That's an awful argument. You're talking to someone who criticized America doing that all the fucking time. And that is before we even arrive at the morality of the conversation. You think it's moral? Like, it doesn't even have enough legal justification, okay? It does not have enough legal justification for it to occur. But then also beyond that, it is deeply immoral. So this is what I don't understand. Is this a disagreement that we have? Do you think it's okay? Is it all right then? Dragnets aren't illegal. FBI does it all the time. Palestinians are direct descendants. Funny enough. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. So you and I agree on the Palestinians being direct descendants. I'm talking about your statement that it's illegal. Okay, so do you agree that it's immoral? Let's start there. This is such a frustrating conversation to have. Do you agree that it's immoral? Dragnets aren't immoral? No. Okay, you want to have the conversation? We can have that conversation if you want. Because dragnet under policing is already a controversial subject matter. Its legality is regularly talked about, routinely discussed, and it certainly is immoral. Here's why, okay? Here is why dragnets are certainly immoral and also illegal in most circumstances. Because there needs to be an incredibly high barrier to clear to detain someone, to deny them of their human rights, to deny them of their freedom. If you are going to deprive someone of their freedom, okay, you have to have a shit ton of evidence to be able to do so. Now, obviously, in a psychopathic carceral state like the United States of America, we have withered away such rules and restrictions over and over again, but that does not make it moral at all. As a matter of fact, you could consider an act of collective punishment, which is what dragnets are, okay? It is collectively punishing an entire subsect of a population for the suspected crimes of some. And in this circumstance, in the circumstance that we were discussing, the Israeli occupying force, which is a belligerent occupier that has no business being inside of Gaza right now, that has no business blowing up Gaza right now, that has no right to defend itself right now already, for them to cast a dragnet and round up a bunch of Palestinian civilians under the erroneous claims that have no real evidence whatsoever so far that they are suspected Palestinian militants. A type of conduct that they regularly demonstrate in the West Bank, by the way, okay? Doing that in Gaza is just as illegal. It is a violation. Why are dragnets immoral? Because simple suspicion that you, given your immutable characteristics, are a likely criminal is at the basis of the Holocaust. Like, that is literally how this started. The concentration camps that we have for the Japanese internment prisons and the concentration camps that Irish people were placed under. These are all incredibly immoral acts, unconscionable, horrifying things, because you're putting civilians through a deprivation of their basic liberties and their humanity. You're robbing them of their humanity. You're depriving them of their rights. It's pure might is right politics, and it is completely unjustifiable. Is it actually illegal and morality is a spectrum? Wait, what? But you just said they're not immoral. And now you've at least conceded that it is a spectrum. There's a spectrum of morality. So there is instances where it is permissible. Is that what you're trying to explain to me? Because that's very different than you saying dragnets are not immoral. No. Yeah, this person I think was a prison. He worked in a prison or something. He was a correctional facility officer. The problem is, you said it wasn't immoral, and now you're saying, is it actually illegal and morality is a spectrum? Now you're saying it's a spectrum. It's a cop-out. I just don't speak in extremes, I suppose. You literally just said dragnets aren't immoral. You then said first you said dragnets aren't illegal, FBI does it all the time, and then you said dragnets aren't immoral. You're just taking the exact opposite position that I took while simultaneously claiming that I'm taking an extreme position. If I'm speaking in extreme, so are you. The difference is, however, if we had this real conversation, you would probably find yourself in agreement with myself. You're probably closer to where I'm at in this conversation than what you claim that you believe, because of how quickly you buckled and conceded to what I said and then immediately went back. If you don't speak in extremes, I guess I don't either, so I guess there's no disagreement here. Anyway, oh God, fucking stupid-ass debates. Anyway, these guys are welcome to protest on dozens of college campuses for decades. I've been told that we need to live with it due to free speech. Anyway, where the fuck were we? Hold on. I've skipped through so much stuff, dude. Jesus Christ. I literally forgot. I think I forgot to run the top of the hour ad break even, which is insane. 46 minutes in, I'm running it now. Protester almost ran over in Vancouver. Okay, I saw that. Oh, anyway, here. Ilan Pape on Israel. We're witnessing
Israel is a
the
project. It's a settler colonial project. And I do think that we are witnessing the beginning of the end of this project, because it rests on three pillars. One is material, of course, and there I agree. I mean, when you use an index that looks at sustainability of state according to their material capability, Israel is doing well. And as you mentioned in your introductory remarks, it does well mainly because of the United States. So this is a condition that can change. The second pillar is the social coherence of the settler society. And we know that this coherence is non-existent anymore. There is a bit of an optic illusion because of the Hamas operation on the 7th of October that created a sense of unity, but it's not going to cover up for the fragmentation of the society that we have seen until the 7th of October. It seems that coherence that is based on social coherence, that is based on hatred of the Arabs or the Palestinians, and doesn't have very much anything else in common, is not very sustainable. And more importantly than anything else, of course, there is the legitimacy pillar. And Israel enjoys the legitimacy of Western governments or governments in the global north, and therefore there is a sense that it can still be sustainable because of that support of the elites. But it has lost the support of the civil societies. And this is why probably it's the only state in the world that lobbies for its existence, not for its policies, not for its better economic performance, but for its very moral justification, and it's losing that battle. Just a caveat, as an historian, I can tell you that when projects like settler colonialism are reaching their last phase, unfortunately, this can be quite a long period. It doesn't happen in 1 day or 2 days. And the problem is, of course, that they become more brutal and ruthless.
Is a pretty basic principle. He's saying that the contradictions will worsen. I mean, you saw it. You saw it with the major protests against the far right government. These guys won't stop. It's just, I don't know why people don't see the Israeli far right under similar conditions as their own country and their own versions far right fascists, right? I guess the only difference between the Israeli far right and the far right in other countries is that the Israeli far right is, I would say, more prominent than the far right in other countries. And that is a consequence of the reinforcement necessary, the propaganda necessary, and the reinforcement necessary to consistently justify an apartheid regime. That's why you saw major protests against the evisceration of the otherwise secular Supreme Court. It's that constant, permanent security fear that is instilled upon a population that allows the far right to get away with more and more evisceration of civil liberties. They're doing it. Patriot Act is a wonderful example of this. Patriot Act is a wonderful example of this. Clear-cut deprivation, clear-cut evisceration of American civil liberties to maintain America's security concerns. Opportunists came in, right-wing opportunists came in, and accelerated America's pacing towards full-blown fascist control Elent News. I think his idea that Israeli society's social coherence being broken down by what I assume is the judicial overall protest is not very accurate. People were out protesting as Zionists and all had Israeli flags flying above their heads. They were protesting for a perceived better future for what they see as their state of Israel. They're doing this because they are patriotic, not because they want the downfall of the state. No. I took a very different approach to what he's saying. Maybe I misunderstood what he was saying, but it aligns with my assessment and the assessment made by many others at the time, as a matter of fact, when those protests were happening, where they literally were like, yeah, no, fuck off with this like Palestinian flag bullshit, right? Israel is a predominantly secular society built upon, ironically, Jewish supremacist values, right? And if you are a secular, relatively progressive society on all of the social issues, being led by increasingly far right and increasingly more militant religious nut jobs, that is going to inevitably cause a breakdown in society. You're one akin to America, is my point. Like your social liberties, your civil liberties are going to be consistently eroded under the auspices of a real valid security claim that these guys have. These are the only guys who could save you. The most militant, the most far right, the most fascist ones, they're the ones who are going to save you. The reinforcement of Jewish supremacy is already at the foundation of this ethno-state. You can't develop an ethno-state without that, without dehumanizing Palestinians, without saying that we are supremacists to our enemies that we are subjugating. Okay? The point is that that's held together with ticker tape and eventually will have to be militantly enforced, because people are the same weapons being used on Palestinians yesterday will be used on Israelis tomorrow, when Israelis rise up for their own personal demands, like wanting to be secular, wanting to remain secular. But democracy will consistently erode and civil liberties will be consistently taken away from them, from the Israelis. And their means of fighting back will also wither away, because that same dehumanization, that cycle of dehumanizing Palestinians, and that very same cycle of the cycle of violence that has to consistently be contextualized, justified, that attitude of Jewish supremacy that has to be maintained will inevitably make the country more and more far right and will slowly but surely erode people's civil liberties, which will create discontent. Discontent that inevitably has to be squashed. And the squashing of said discontent will be increasingly more militant. First, that discontent is tested upon the Palestinian population. And many of those very same Israelis are probably willing participants in that. They go, yeah, Palestinians are terrorists. Yeah, go ahead. Use skunk water on them. That's fine. Without recognizing that skunk water will be used on them as well, only a couple years later. The greatest example I can use is LRADs, long-range acoustic devices. LRADs were developed by the American military under the military-industrial complex to be used in Iraq first. It was used in Iraq and Afghanistan upon the Iraqi and the Afghan civil population. Now LRADs are used all around the United States of America. And the very same people who turned a blind eye to those new weapons being used against the foreign population, the test subjects, had no idea that it would inevitably come back and be used on us, on U.S. soil. Some to consider always.
Border now as the fight over funding for border security rages on in Washington. Maria Villarreal is in San Diego for us with the latest. Good morning, Maria.
Hey, good morning, Robin. Shelters, processing facilities, they are all full here in the San Diego area, and it's the agents, the volunteers, the migrants, they are all caught up in the middle.
What is skunk water and where was it used? Skunk water is a chemical water that is almost impossible to take off. It's disgusting. The Israeli occupying force uses it on Palestinian houses in the West Bank and in Sheikh Jarrah, most famously, when they want to evict Palestinians from their house or make it as uninhabitable as possible. They will spray your house with this like chemical substance specifically created for it to be incredibly pungent. And it was originally used against Palestinian civilians in the West Bank, whether when they were protesting or whether when they wanted to like kick people out of their fucking houses. They used it on Al-Aqsa as well, yes. And then I believe since 2018, it's been used on the Israeli population and Israel proper for protesting against the Supreme Court decision, especially in recent years. Yeah. The guns you use on your enemies today will be used on you tomorrow. Exactly.
Middle of this funding debate, and they worry things will only get worse without a compromise.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 51.
Overnight, crippling news for the Biden administration. A vote to provide more funds to Ukraine and border security failing after weeks of heated negotiations.
I'm more
Norman Cornell West are talking to the Comedy Cellar right now. Wait, what do you mean? Norm Finkelstein is in Los Angeles? No fucking way.
worried about our border than Ukraine.
The White House saying not providing aid to Ukraine is a win for Russia and President Putin.
If you think the cost of supporting Ukraine is high now,
Oh, Comedy Cellars in New York City. Shit, I was thinking of comedy. I think it was a comedy room or something. I fucked it up. You're right.
just
Comedy
imagine
Cellars
how
in
much
New York.
higher
I'm
it's going to
wrong.
be.
Sorry.
Not just in national treasure, but in American blood.
Senate Republicans standing firm on their demands to tighten asylum standards and resume
Comedy
construction
stores,
on the border wall. But all along the southwest border, resources are strained, like in Lukeville, Arizona, where they recorded over 17,000 migrant apprehensions just last week.
Likely this is where a lot of the migrant groups are coming through. You can actually tell that because of the evidence that's left behind, the clothing, the food wrappers, the water bottles. But on both sides of this wall, it's very evident there is very little law enforcement presence.
Can you explain why not aiding Ukraine is good in your opinion? I know people there and I'm concerned. What? I don't think not aiding Ukraine is good. What the fuck? This community itself has participated in directly aiding Ukraine. What do you mean? What? Yo, I feel like people just there's so many people who just make up their minds. Listen. I don't even have an issue with arming Ukraine. I've always said that I am in favor of conditional aid to Ukraine, whether it be arming Ukraine, or whether it be aiding Ukraine in any sort, giving our allies weapons or any matter of aid always has to be conditional. The condition being that we have to inevitably move towards a peaceful solution. Dude, there's so many videos of your haters saying you're anti-Ukraine. It's insane. Yes, from day one, since day one. And as is the case with every single circumstance, Hassan, you are bad. Thank you. I know. I'm a bad guy. I'm a really bad guy. I have consistently stated that America, as the leading major power in the world, the global power in the world, the one that has the hegemonic status, America should not be motivated by the military-industrial complex and its material interests in the continuation of death and destruction globally, but instead, America should be in the business of trying to maintain peace. We have a shit ton of influence. Russia's actions invading Ukraine were completely unjustifiable, okay? Completely and utterly unjustifiable. And as a consequence of said actions, Ukraine is now destroyed. The Eastern Front is obliterated, okay? 500,000 deaths. Unimaginable pain. Unconscionable war crimes galore, by the way. Okay? In that entire process, said time and time again that America must fulfill its obligation and immediately look for a ceasefire. Immediately push for a peaceful solution to the conflict. Okay? And to which I've met to which I got a lot of resistance, people that said, how can we trust Russia? To which I have an answer for. You don't have to. Or those who were fed a lie by the media and by many others, or those who just genuinely wanted to be positive about the prospects of Ukraine, understandably trying to purge its borders of a invading force that wanted to believe that Ukraine could be successful in doing so, said, no peace, that's appeasement. To which I always said, all war ends in treaties. That's it. All war either ends in complete genocide or treaties. It's always some form of appeasement at the end of a war. It is up to us here in the United States to try and come to terms, more amicable terms, as quickly as possible. I also consistently said that America's interests were not necessarily about peace in Ukraine or Ukrainian stability, but instead obviously privatization of resources, extraction of natural resources with American companies, maybe even an onslaught of cheap Ukrainian labor into Europe, while also selling a shit ton of weapons to Ukraine with taxpayer dollars that recycle in this process. A treaty of signing your own slavery. Very smart men boy Hassan Flappy. Thank you for saying that. Now, here's the deal. Here's the deal. There was a 15-point plan negotiated in Turkey a couple of months into the war. If you recall, something I talked about and said was actually a pretty solid plan. At the time, many people yelled at me. And there's, of course, some back and forth on whether or not Boris Johnson was responsible for the peace talks falling apart in its entirety. Some new evidence has come out that suggests that may have played an actual role, that may have actually influenced Ukrainian decision, because obviously Ukraine knows that they can't fight alone. They need European support. They need Western support. They need the UK support, unconditional support, and they need the US unconditional support. But that support was never unconditional. After all, red lines have always existed. One of those red lines, ironically, was NATO membership. Another one of those red lines was instituting a no-fly zone over Ukrainian borders. That never happened because that would require American or NATO forces, nuclear weapons holding states, nuclearized states, and their militaries to actively engage in war. What? Tommy wants everyone to babysit the entire world? Not possible. Why am I responding to dudes like this? Jesus Christ. Anyway, fantasy. What I was trying to say is that 15-point negotiation plan, okay, had pretty reasonable boundaries. Now, even if you don't believe that Russia will continue or Russia will follow through on the peace process, there is never a reason not to trust it. There is never a reason not to try it. Why? Because if Russia doesn't follow through on it, then you're back in war. Okay? That's it. You're back in war. So you're back in the conditions that you're experiencing right now. So there is never a reason not to try and follow through on this. And even before the 15-point peace plan that was discussed in Turkey, you have the Minsk Accords. If both sides were willing and able to follow through on this, and there was a back and forth proxy since 2014, right? Within LPR and DPR, Ukrainian shelling was occurring on civilian populations at the time. Make no mistake, that is true. 14,000 people died in that process. And Russia absolutely was offering, aiding, and abetting and giving weapons to LPR and DPR. Okay? In that process, if the Minsk Accords were followed through on, this war would have most likely never even fucking happened. I guess the point I'm trying to make is that many people in the beginning said, oh, Russia doesn't even just want Ukraine. They want Poland. They want the entirety of Europe. Make no mistake. They're coming for every single fucking country in Eastern Europe. It's so sad to see you be so wrong on Ukraine time and time again, especially when I love your takes on pretty much everything else, especially Israel. Why don't you talk about the Budapest Memorandum on the 5th of 1998, Deal 2? Ukraine gave up new strategic bombers, cruise missiles in exchange for security. We should be ashamed we let Putin annex Crimea to begin with. Lamau. Oh, okay. No, do not yell at this person, please. Chatters, don't do it. I hate that. First of all, I've said don't give up the nukes. And I've said that about Ukraine. That's where, like, I literally, the first time I think I talked about the Hasanabi Doctrine was unironically the Budapest Memorandum. So that is like where the Hasanabi Doctrine comes from. So that's number one. Even though the concept is a little bit different there, because like the idea is that Ukraine can't use its nukes anyway because the control mechanism is in Russia or whatever. I don't fully understand how that works regardless, but that was, at the time, it was just a show of good faith. Okay? I'm willing to listen, and it's fine to disagree. I too want people to stop dying for nothing. Exactly. My point is this. If the Minsk Accords could be followed through on, okay? If the Minsk Accords could be followed through on, all of this death and destruction could have been avoided. Just like if at the peace process, at the agreements in Turkey, if there was actually if there were actually conditions that either side could follow on, if they actually allowed there to be a peace process in that regard, in that situation, hundreds of thousands of deaths could have been avoided. No, I already ran the top of the hour ad break, all right? So I'm not going to run it now before people get at me. I'm just going to run a 1-minute ad break now because I was wrong earlier. Here's the 1-minute ad break now. A lot of people bring up Minsk as if Ukraine never violated them. That Budapest memorandum is brought up without the condition of neutrality by Ukraine. Yes, Ukraine has consistently been stuck between despotic Russian leadership and being in the sphere of Russian influence versus being in the sphere of Western influence. Ultimately, never fully allowing the country to breathe and become a developed nation state. It's a problem. It's a massive nation, too. In 1938, the Allies attempted to avert war by letting Hitler invade Czechoslovakia. 1 year later, the entire world was at war, and 50 million people died. In the interim, Germany continued to amass a military power. This is a great argument. Okay, great argument. You're doing the same like appeasement argument, except none of the countries at the time had nukes. Except technically, the opposite of appeasement is war, full-scale war. Why are we not doing full-blown World War III then? Think about that. Because it's not like there's no appetite for World War III, luckily, thank God, by Western powers. So what is that? It's not like NATO did an actual fucking no-fly zone over Ukraine. So why didn't they do that? Why is it that you don't see the NATO red lines? And that doesn't make you kind of comprehend the situation. Because if they cared about the interest of Ukrainians, right? If they genuinely cared about the interest of Ukrainians, they wouldn't just like funnel weapons into Ukraine and just throw Ukrainian men into the fucking meat grinder, okay? If they truly did, they would have followed through on it. They would have made a no-fly zone. They would have allowed Ukraine to join NATO. Why didn't they do that? Are you going to tell me that Ukrainians didn't want NATO? Are you going to tell me that Ukrainians didn't want a no-fly zone? They wanted all those things. Because the goal never was about helping Ukraine. It was about hurting Russia, which they did. But in the process, Ukrainians died. And this is not my statement on the matter. Chris Murphy, senator from Connecticut, Elizabeth Warren, Lindsey Graham, and many others over and over and over again mentioned time and time again, for 5% of our military budget, we were able to cripple 50% of the Russian military. We were able to destroy the Russian military by 50%. A foreign adversary without a single American service member dying. That's a direct quote. That's a direct fucking quote. Doesn't that tell you exactly what the interest is? No, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what kind of peaceful solution we are going to arrive at, but I do know that it is, of course, no longer as popular to offer arms to Ukraine. And that's why you see Republicans using arming Ukraine as a talking point where they try to get their other policy agendas across. They want to arm the border. Seems like Joe Biden will probably capitulate to that because they wanted to. They'll make a more militant border in our southern border. Then they'll get some more weapons over to Ukraine. But ultimately, no matter how many guns, no matter how many tanks are sent, and some would say far too late, it doesn't seem like there is enough manpower at this point. At the cost of Ukrainians, do you think Zelensky will survive this? No. I mean, I don't really know, but I don't think Zelensky survives much. As far as I understand, there's already internal conflict within Zelensky and what's the guy? The fucking the general. There's already conflict internally. Zelensky's popularity is waning. Zaluzhny, yeah, is that the guy? Zaluzhny. There's also obviously an understandable increase in more reactionary sentiment, more nationalist sentiment. That's a byproduct of being invaded by an irredentist neighbor. Not one general. No, he's like the defense minister, right? Zaluzhny is the defense minister, I thought. Things are very bad. Ukraine doesn't want peace. The people in government in Ukraine are making too much money. Let's be real. I mean, if we're going to talk about what's the right thing to do in this situation, you guys know what the right thing to do in this situation is. Everything you said will have come to pass. I think no matter what happens, Zelensky is inevitably going to have to sign something with the Russians, which is going to be very unpopular. They are going to say that Zelensky was a coward and misled his population, sold off the country to foreign investors, and on top of that, wasn't able to get the guns necessary to do the job. People are not going to look at this accurately and go, what the fuck was he supposed to do? We've run out of people. Yeah, sure, you've run out of bullets too, but you've also kind of run out of people. America's manufacturing capabilities, or the global manufacturing capabilities, only go so far when America is engaging in multiple proxy wars, Israel being one of them. Not even a proxy, but just like, I suspect the far right will eat his ass alive if there is an election to be held at all, for the record. But again, if Zelensky doesn't hold an election, then all of a sudden, and says it's martial law, we're under occupation, how the fuck are we going to do an election? There's literally like hundreds of thousands of people in territories that can't even elect. What are we going to do? How are we going to get those guys to vote? Right? That's a pretty decent excuse. That will cause a lot of anger among the population. Yeah, I think he did call off the elections, I think, but I mean, it doesn't matter. The elections were slated to happen. I'm not sure what the latest is on that. Not too common to change president during war. No, absolutely. I'm not saying that like new elections should happen anyway. Guys, there is no logistical possibility of conducting an election in a nation state with 44 million people when like millions are behind in annexed territories. That would require some semblance of ceasefire anyway. Anyway, they could use mail-in ballots, work for the Democrats. Hell yeah, brother. FDR won the election twice while we were at war. Yeah, dude. It was really crazy, actually, when we were invaded and, like, territories were annexed. Half of America was annexed to Canada. A quarter was annexed to Mexico, and we held those elections. Remember when that happened? Do you understand the difference between being annexed by a massive fucking regional power and trying to hold elections versus being America thousands of miles away from the action? Lincoln is the better comparison, yes. So the territory annexed by Russia is populated by Russians. Yeah, there's still, what are you talking about? There's still plenty of fucking people that would want to vote for the Ukrainian elections and would consider themselves to be Ukrainian. That's a ridiculous take. Like, it's a separate argument to be made when you're talking about Crimea. But if you're talking about fucking, like, Ukraine proper, you're now talking about just straight up, like, people who consider themselves to be Ukrainian. Surely there are obviously more, or was before the last invasion of Ukraine. There were certainly people who had allegiances to Russia, but never to a degree where it was like permissible to annex it. For the record, I don't think that was appropriate at all. Yeah, you have like the idea Zaporizhia and Kherson are unambiguously Ukrainian. The idea that they would be like pro-Russia after fucking being bombed into oblivion is also silly as fuck. Like Kharkiv is, I think it was Kharkiv, right? That is supposed to be like, or was technically a more pro-Russia area. Yeah, you're gonna forget all about how pro-Russia you might have been at a certain point when your fucking home is exploding. It's just not gonna happen. Like, at a minimum, all of Kherson and Zaporizhia areas are currently illegally annexed by Russia, as you've said before as well. Many ethnic Russians in Kharkiv have become anti-Russia as their areas have been bombed. Yeah, there's no shot. Like, it doesn't work that way. That's why there's a difference. That's why I always have stressed the difference between Crimea and all these other annexations. Okay? That's why I said it's an entirely different conversation from the jump. Crimea also, of course, withstood ethnic displacement of ethnic Tatars, but early on, before Ukraine, but this does not make it like direct. The historic reasons for it, or for why Ukraine should have it, is simply just it's our land, and you have to abide by that. I know that people tried to claim that I was making like ethno-nationalist arguments in that situation, but anyway, regardless, I see any kind of peaceful solution revolves around Ukraine being, or not Ukraine, sorry, Crimea and the subject of Crimea being pushed probably a couple decades into the future regardless, which is just a way to avoid having that conversation immediately and expending political capital on that while you're already wasting a lot of your political capital on even a ceasefire negotiation with the invading force to begin with. Does that make sense? Vivek clashed with Brian Kilmeade this morning about Ukraine. Oh, shit. What do you think about Russia potentially falling apart or getting smaller if it loses the war? I don't I don't know how Russia loses the war. I don't know what you mean by that. Like, do you mean that Ukraine pushes past the positions, like, and takes all of its territory back, takes Crimea, completely overtakes, like, LPR, DPR, even takes Crimea, and then goes into Russia? Is that what you mean? It was not helpful that Merkel and other European leaders openly said Minsk was just a deception to buy more time for NATO. Russia will never trust such agreements in the future. I think all that shit doesn't fucking matter. They just like the sanctions did not end up destroying the Russian economy in the way that the American government claimed it would, because everyone just found mediators around it. You don't get it directly from Russia, you get it from a Russian adjacent country, or you get it from India. Sure, you pay a little bit more for the mediator, but everybody found loopholes for it. What does that tell me? That tells me that people are going to find like trade and economic relationships trump all at the end of the day. That's precisely the same reason why we can be as xenophobic as we want against China here in the United States of America. But while China is a manufacturing hub and an incredibly important trade partner, we're not going to fucking war with China, especially because they're also a nuclear power. Like, this is something that I try to stress to people. Just like Russia being an energy giant was profoundly important. So, like, that means that these countries are, no matter what happens, these countries are still very much able to deal with Russia and will continue to do so. Does that make sense? That's precisely the reason why all global powers could get together and actually create an amicable deal. Russia withdraws from many of the fucking positions that it's inside of currently on the Eastern Front. LPR and DPR, that is seen as like a good faith concession. LPR and DPR are considered autonomous areas that are in the Russian sphere of influence, but still directly a part of Ukrainian territory. The Crimean conversation, the Crimean question, and what is to be done with Crimea will be passed off, 20 years into the future. They will hold a referendum 20 years from now is what will be the statement. That is a way to just like kind of not have that conversation right now, because it would be a deeply unpopular one in the Ukrainian population. But as far as leadership goes, that is a perfectly reasonable thing to engage with. And you hope for the best after that. And that's pretty much it. But to be fair, Russia did already officially annex 4 Oblast. I don't see them walking back from that, which is devastating. And I don't think that they'll be able to maintain that. Like, that's a absolutely ridiculous, preposterous proposition on the Russian front. I think that person was talking about possible societal splits within Russia and the massive casualties and loss of military equipment if the SMO is unable to reach its most basic goals, which is the full annexation of the 4 Oblasts, is already partially taken control of. I think nationalism and authoritarianism are enough to keep the country afloat, especially if they have, especially if they continue having decent trade relations in spite of the sanctions, specifically with places like China too. People still chirping that Russia is losing this war or in absolute cope mode. Yeah, I mean, people should ask themselves like why they were so certain that like the counteroffensive was going to be successful. Why they were so certain that like Ukraine was fucking owning Russia. I said that this was going to be awful for both sides, because war often is, but it was not going to be an immediate that it was not going to be an immediate fucking campaign that Russia can maintain its permanent occupation over Ukraine. I said it literally even before the invasion or day one of the invasion. That was never going to happen, and it was also never going to be that like Ukraine gets to fully fucking purge its land of all Russians.
Hot Springs, California, a makeshift tent camp continues to grow, with more than 700 people relying on local residents for help.
How did this look 3 months ago? Was there anybody out here?
No, there wasn't a single person.
Another smaller camp has popped up nearby, with a large population of Chinese immigrants and people from Turkey, Africa, India, and Russia.
Democratic Senator Chuck Schumer actually changed his vote last minute from yes to no in hopes of being able to bring this back up again. We do understand negotiations are still ongoing and hope.
That deal in Turkey was the best deal Ukraine was going to get, but NATO got so overconfident they told Ukraine to say no and convinced Zelensky that Ukraine would win. Yeah, I think a lot of people factor in like, well, Hassan, what do you think about the population? What do you think about the Ukrainian population and their interest in this matter? And I kept trying to stress to them that literally, unfortunately, doesn't matter at all. Like, it doesn't. It's just like not even remotely a part of the conversation. Just like the Russian population's opinion is completely insignificant in this situation, right? Like, it doesn't matter. This is not a war. Like, wars rarely are ever done because, like, the civilian population wants it, or wars rarely ever stop because the civilian population demands it. Think about America, a place not like Ukraine and certainly not like Russia. Even here, we cannot fucking stop our government from doing whatever the fuck it wants to, really. Yeah, war is not decided by referendum is a good thing to remember when the Guyana-Venezuela conversation keeps coming up, which, as I have stated, I am not in favor of. The annexation of Guyana, okay? I'm not. I just want to make sure that people understand that. The war was already devastating Ukraine in more ways than one, economically, politically, and demographically, as well as entire towns and villages being emptied of young men. I know, it's fucking horrifying. So I don't know. No, not Ghana mentioned, Guyana. You know how you always say Russia could never hold all of Ukraine? It's the same thing with Eastern Ukrainians. They were resisting since the Maidan. I just don't get why their resistance doesn't matter to anyone. Have you read about Avdiivka, Russia losing 1,000 soldiers in one day? What? I don't know. Russia will never allow Ukraine to be in NATO. Well, that too. But chatters, wonderful chatters. NATO does not want Ukraine to be in NATO. That was a lie. That's been a lie. I don't know why people always fucking act like this was a thing. Dude, it's the same principle behind it's a fucking bullshit thing that George W. Bush started, as I talked about in the beginning. Europe wants Ukraine's manpower, natural resources, and enterprise that they can fucking pick apart, okay, in a vulturous fashion. Europe doesn't want to give security assurances to a country that is so goddamn close to Moscow. It's just like, why did Zelensky agree to any of this? What do you mean? What is he supposed to do? What is he supposed to do? He's got, drag Zelensky out to conference to stand in front of NATO logos, though? Yeah, I mean, all that stuff is, if you're stuck between the Russian sphere of influence and the Western sphere of influence, you got to play a fucking tightrope. And those who maintain that position were often incredibly corrupt. Well, so was Zelensky, I guess. Before the invasion, there was plenty of writings about how he was, offshoring a lot of his wealth and stuff, even though he ran on an anti-corruption ticket. I don't agree with that. Finland and Sweden joined NATO after this. Doesn't that show that even if Russia say they don't want Ukraine joining, that doesn't mean shit? Brother, that's my point exactly. Finland and Sweden joined NATO immediately. Think about that. Think about that. Just think long and hard about that. How'd that happen? Sweden's still blocked by Turkey, by the way. I mean, it doesn't fucking matter. But bear in mind, Finland and Sweden weren't at war at the time with Russia, so their immediate entrance wouldn't be an Article 5 trigger, which Ukraine's would be currently. I know, but like the Article 5 trigger Russian invasion, or even like, I guess they could always dangle the contested territories. It'd be like LPR and DPR. But like, the problem here is European powers literally said, oh yeah, no, we'll think about it. We'll think about it. Yeah, NATO, sure, definitely. Yeah, definitely. When they knew full well that it wasn't going to happen because Russia said that they were going to invade if that was even brought up as a consideration. Russia had done a similar thing in Georgia, another George W. Bush legacy, by the way. Anyway, Putin's invasion of Ukraine showed the rest of the world that Russia is a bit of a, I mean, it's a ruthless, often barbaric invasion, but it's also a bit of a paper tiger in the sense that, like, they're having a hard time maintaining Ukraine, which didn't necessarily have that solid of a standing force in 2014 and was able to, like, shore up its support with Western powers and build a fucking military in a short span of time and actually withstand a Russian invasion. All of a sudden, if you're Finland and Sweden, you realize, one, on the one hand, Russia is maniacal enough to fucking invade, and two, it's not strong enough to be able to legitimately cause too much harm. It's a perfect situation for them to go, oh, fuck, I'm not afraid of them invading me anymore. Yeah, I'll join NATO. That's what I mean. Do you understand? It was a failure on multiple fronts. That's why I always laugh at, like, the Pushing Z Andes who fucking make it seem like Russia's cause is just and they did the best thing. Their show of force and their demonstration was perfect. Like, they showed the world, they're the guys. They do have the smoke. And it's like, brother, they literally fucking solidified support for NATO, okay? They basically showed everyone in the region like, oh no, NATO has to exist. And they got two fucking major powers that they previously had like neutrality, it wasn't like on paper, but like a neutrality agreement with, to join NATO. Major fucking issue for them.
Hopefully, we will see another vote in the coming days. Michael?
All right, Maria, thank you so much for bringing that to us. Hi, everyone.
By the way, following up with the fucking border package being tied to fucking funding Ukraine, here's Brandon making that concession for us, of course, as expected. Right on cue.
In a meeting with the G7, which was...
Don't you think NATO and EU lose face in this conflict? Fuck no. What? What are you talking about? Lose face from who? The third world? Nobody gives a shit. If that's what you're talking about. Like BRICS? Is that what you mean? BRICS nations, dude? Yeah. Burkina Faso is really fucking frustrated with like EU, European countries. That's real. It spells trouble. No, NATO and EU are on the up, baby. NATO especially. NATO, in its inception, was not the most popular fucking organization at all. European leaders, time and time again, even pulled out of NATO, and time again were very frustrated because it was, understandably, they recognized what it was, an American mechanism for control, which is precisely what happened. Many different points of contention, putting nuclear bases, for example, in European countries. They were like, what the fuck are we doing here? You're literally putting us, you're placing us under, we're already in nuclear strike distance with an intercontinental ballistic missile, or even something less than that. And now you're going to put fucking nukes in our goddamn, nuclear warheads in our goddamn countries? Like, the fuck are you doing? You're putting us at war with the USSR for no fucking reason. That attitude is no longer there, let me tell you. Okay? No longer there. NATO should have dissolved after the USSR did. Putin's invasion of Ukraine gave it legitimacy for the first time since then. Yeah, NATO is now profoundly popular, I would say, in the EU. Why wouldn't it be? Why do you think the NATO continued after the fall of the Soviet Union in 1991? What is its purpose now? Its purpose back in 1991 was the exact same purpose it is now. It's not just to combat the USSR and to combat communism. It was to operate at the behest of capitalism and the imperial core, the fucking country that runs the show, the United States of America. NATO is a protection racket. Sometimes there are actual mobsters out there that come and break your window that isn't the mob that is literally that you're paying into. Okay? The Russian mob sometimes comes in and actually breaks your fucking window. Then you go, okay, well, luckily I'm defended by the Italian mob. The American mob. Yeah, the mob. Pentagon thought Ukraine would be overran in 3 days and Afghanistan would hold on for years against Taliban. I'm not sure experts know what's going on. Yeah. Are you against NATO in its current state? There's nothing. I mean, I've always and forever will be anti-NATO. It doesn't really fucking matter what I say, though. Let's be real. Of course, historically and in contemporary society, NATO is an extension of American war. It's an extension of American hegemonic power, and it will be used not for the reasons that it's like supposedly around for, but it'll be used against whoever the fuck America wants to enact terror on. Okay? And it will continuously be used against whoever the fuck America wants to enact terror on. It could be Libya, it could be Afghanistan, it could be wherever the fuck. Tells Oliver Stone about his NATO concerns.
President Vladimir Putin.
I'm going to fucking run this without being here. And let me tell you, this is going to get everybody horned up. This does not mean I agree with Putin, okay? I don't agree with Putin. I want to point that out. I do not agree with Vladimir Putin. He is not a good leader. He's a very bad leader. He's also a bit of a bloodthirsty monster, okay? But he's also not a good tactician either. That's what's really frustrating about this conversation. Like I can look at someone and be like, well, they're a monster, but they actually moved they moved their troops in the correct position here, right? But there is no analysis where what Vladimir Putin has done is good. It just doesn't exist. Proof that NATO is simply an American club is the USA now has access to 17 military bases in Sweden.
Putin has warned that Russia could take countermeasures if it felt threatened by NATO. Putin issued the warning in an interview with US filmmaker Oliver Stone for the Igor Lapatanak-directed documentary Ukraine on Fire. It's a film that's described as revealing the historical premise of the ongoing Ukrainian crisis, its current political backstage, and its dangerous potential for the world. Oliver Stone is credited as executive producer and having conducted interviews. In the documentary, which was broadcast on Russian television on Monday, the president told Stone that Russia was worried about NATO's expansion.
Очень тяжелая, потому что сама по себе база ничего не значит. Но вот чтобы я хотел отметить один нюанс. Почему мы так остро реагируем на расширение НАТО? Нас беспокоит практика принятия решений. Я знаю, как принимаются. Когда страна становится членом НАТО, ей уже очень трудно сопротивляться давлению со стороны такой крупной страны, лидера НАТО, как США. И там легко может появиться все, что угодно. Система противоракетной обороны, и новые базы, и, если потребуется, и новые ударные комплексы. А нам что делать? Мы должны в этой связи предпринимать контрмеры, то есть ставить под удар наших ракетных систем те объекты, которые, по нашему мнению, начинают нам угрожать. Ситуация напрягает.
On Monday, Russia confirmed it had deployed state-of-the-art anti-ship missiles in the nation's westernmost region on the Baltic Sea. They'll be on duty in the Kaliningrad enclave that borders NATO members Poland and Lithuania.
Знаете, мне кажется, я не всегда
He's bad, but he's not fucking wrong about how NATO nations behave regarding the USA and how the US are to those
понимаю логику наших партнеров.
Sometimes I do not understand the logic of our partners. Sometimes it looks like they need an external enemy to keep in leash and establish discipline in their own.
Западном так называемом атлантическом лагере. Для этого нужен
So-called Western European bloc, and despite all concerns, Iran doesn't live up to it. Austin saying trail mix was a fatty snack has me still annoyed at him. I love Oliver Stone's Untold History of the United States, yes. I mean, as many Twitter heads say, calling NATO a defensive alliance is like calling Ukraine a democracy. Yeah, but it's also, I don't think NATO is as popular as they say in Europe, e.g. Macron repeatedly talking about the need for an independent European military. Okay, we'll see what happens. I'm looking at a country that didn't have 50% support for joining NATO until Russia invaded Ukraine. And I'm thinking, they're doing all right. Can't convince me that Putin didn't develop his character based on Mads Mikkelsen playing a villain from 007. Baba, yemek yapar mısın? Acıktım. Sweden sold out Kurds, Palestinians, and its own democracy for NATO. Yeah, I mean, brother, selling out the Kurds is like a NATO specialty. At this point, Ukraine should have, Ukraine always was like, oh, we're an established nation state, so it's different. But like, it's not all that different if you look at Kurds. Doğru. Ben kendim sipariş veririm şimdi. Bir şey yok, sıkıntı yok. Boycott Wall Street Journal. Why? What did they do?
Comfortable giving up Eastern Europe because they're already taking Moldova, already making moves on the Baltic already. They're taking more and more pieces of Georgia. And all we've done is sit there and send blankets and MREs, and we got an invasion. So what is going to be next?
Because we have no idea how Ukraine has spent $200 billion of our money. We're forking over more taxpayer money.
Do you see how they fight? These guys are the best fighters in the world.
And I'm not going to stand for that.
Ukrainians are probably the best fighters in the world.
It's not some democracy.
By the way, I do think he's a Z-head. I don't know why Weeby is saying he's not. I think Weeby's like fucking with this Ukrainian Hasanabi head, but yeah, no, I think. Yeah, I do think that Oliver Stone is a Z head for sure. He seems to be pushing Z. It's not. He's been pushing Z for sure. But yeah, JFK clears. I mean, sure.
Ukraine is fighting for their sovereignty, and they were invaded. They were invaded.
Ukraine has actually assassinated a former presidential candidate from 2019.
It just makes you sound so naive.
Media doesn't like to report that.
So naive. You just give up Ukraine, and then in a few years you'll be criticizing Joe Biden for giving up Ukraine.
I respectfully, we can respectfully. Brian, I think that if I called Nikki Haley naive, you guys would be having a conniption. Let's be honest about that. But you want to call me naive? I actually understand what the heck I'm talking about here.
Really?
Nixon did this in '72. We can actually split up the Russia-China alliance
and what
advance
happened,
American interests.
I think
and protect
World
our
War II
homeland.
is your better example.
I think it is offensive.
World War II is your better example.
Dude, make an argument that justifies American invasion without using World War II challenge. Impossible difficulty. Make an argument Make an argument that defends American military involvement, not even an invasion, American military involvement of any sort without using World War II challenge. Impossible difficulty. You will never. It's so fucking funny. It's always World War II, man. We still do it. This binary view of global geopolitics is going to become more and more outdated. History didn't end in the 1990s. It's not a bad thing that global power shifting. Oh, I agree with that too. But having said that, you are seeing a lot of the regional power players, or even any kind of country that wants to fucking, I don't know, hit the fucking nationalism button like Venezuela is currently, using like Western capitalist involvement in their neighboring countries as a justification to maybe even annex a different country, which is, in my opinion, unacceptable. You know what I mean? Like, there was a like a real life lore style video on, was it real life lore on Guyana that I kind of wanted to watch about Exxon. What is this? 3 years ago, Guyana's game-changing oil discovery. Could this become the richest country in the world? Guyana has struck oil, the small South American state. Uh-oh.
Guyana has struck oil. This small South American state, situated to the north of Brazil and the east of Venezuela, has a bright future providing it can manage its coming explosive development properly. The extent of the oil discovery within the 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone off the coast of Guyana will undoubtedly...
It's so funny. Dude, I'm sorry. Listen. You know, hands off Venezuela, no fucking sanctions, right? It's all bullshit. Don't do any of that. But like, there's nothing funnier to me than having a completely eviscerated economy and then and having an issue, okay, internally, and pulling the freedom ripcord immediately after your neighboring country is found to have a shit ton of oil. Like the historic, I mean, it goes in either direction. For the record.
Look, I found some oil.
Skippity toilet time, baby. But this time it's a bit like America didn't do that, and they can just like go in and be like, oh, we'll help you extract it. Don't worry. Venezuela claimed the territory since the 1800s. Oh shit, never mind then. I guess it's theirs then. Fuck, dude. YOLO. I don't know if you guys know this, but I've been claiming literally the entirety of Europe up until Austria since. I've been doing that for centuries, okay? It's mine, and it will be mine again. You understand? So I guess that means it's okay. All right.
Possibly transform the country, with the estimated oil find dwarfing the state's current $7 billion GDP.
This guy was writing this not knowing what will befall upon Guyana. Oil exploration in Guyana began in the 1940s, however, this ramped up in the state's oil...
Oil exploration in Guyana began in the 1940s. However, things ramped up off the state's coast in 2008 when oil companies such as ExxonMobil, Century Guyana, and CGX began to undertake widespread oil exploration. In 2000, a US Geological Survey estimated the region had recoverable reserves of more than 13.6 billion barrels of oil. And
they should have kept it a secret, dog.
32 trillion cubic feet of gas, the second highest resource potential among unexplored oil basins in the world. The areas thought to contain oil within Guyana's exclusive economic zone have been divided into blocks, as is standard.
I mean, that's so fucked though. It's like, imagine it's also like easier to refine than Venezuelan oil, like easier to extract and refine than Venezuelan oil. Like, I'd be pissed too. I'm gonna be honest. I'd be like, are you fucking kidding me? You know how hard this shit is for us? All of a sudden, this fucking country right next door, like they got this shit. It's yummy. It's yummy. You would do it too. You would do it too. Don't act like you wouldn't do it. You'd be like, what the fuck? Let's say you're a maker of hot dogs, okay? And it's very, very, your hot dogs are fine. And like for a while, everybody loves your hot dogs. And then, you know, you realize it's too expensive to make those hot dogs, and you can't actually add new menu items. You don't have like the smoke for French fries or whatever because the potato farmers and the potato sellers are fucking you up and they don't want you to thrive, okay? All of a sudden, next door, your hot dogs now are not selling as much, and it's very difficult. You can't keep up. Now, next door, you got hot dogs at half price? The fuck? I'd be like, all right, those are my dogs, man. Fuck you. I'm taking over your dogs.
Standard in maritime oil drilling. In May 2015,
I'm so hungry.
ExxonMobil announced that it had discovered oil-bearing sandstone reservoirs which could produce up to 700 million barrels of oil, with a total market value of $40 billion, within the Stabroek oil block, situated 200 kilometers off of the Guyanese coastline. In the following 3 years, Exxon went on to discover a further 4 billion barrels of oil equivalent in the Stabroek block, which has since been doubled to 8 billion in 2020. In the wake of the findings in 2015, in 2016, the Guyanese government signed a deal with ExxonMobil worth $325 billion for a drilling license within Stabroek, giving it access to the now 8 billion barrels of oil equivalent. The deal of a lifetime for Guyana, perhaps. Well, this is not.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know if it was a deal of a lifetime or or like a deal that is supposed to last a lifetime, like far too long.
Not entirely the case. International watchdog Global Witness has pointed out that ExxonMobil may have pressured the Guyanese government into a rush deal which would deprive the country of $55 billion. According to Global Witness, Guyanese authorities did not negotiate strongly with ExxonMobil, which has a profit stake of 48%, while the Guyanese government has a profit stake.
What Guyana should get in the new Stabroek deal, 168 billion. Exxon gets 157 billion with 52% Guyana share. The renegotiated license would have 69% Guyana share, up to $55 billion extra. Surely Venezuela will make this right.
Stake of 50% and a royalty stake of 2%. This would be abnormally low when compared with other similar cases where states normally receive 65 to 85% of profits, meaning Guyana would receive $168 billion instead of a potential $223 billion.
That's so nasty, dude. That's so disgusting.
Which would be considered fair in the view of Global Witness. The issue of the oil deal has permeated Guyanese politics. A snap general election was held in March 2020 after a vote of no confidence in David Granger's PNC government in 2018. The deal with ExxonMobil and terms it was agreed upon were at the heart of the election, with many in the press calling this latest election the most important since the state's independence in 1966. In a controversial election, where it was initially thought that the PNC government which had signed the 2016 deal with Exxon had won, the People's Progressive Party led by Irfan Ali ultimately came out on top. The PPP victory earlier this year will most certainly have implications for oil deals, with the Ali-led government expected to take a tougher negotiating position on behalf.
You know what? No matter what, they should not decide after ExxonMobil has like set up the facilities to nationalize. I'll tell you what they shouldn't do, because I've seen that game. Let me tell you a thing. Okay, don't go back on the deal. I am joking, of course. They should. They fucking fuck ExxonMobil. The ExxonMobil can suck and fuck me, okay? From the back. Suck my dick from the back, ExxonMobil. Guyana, immediately get nukes, number one. And then, when you get the nukes, you should fucking be like, hey, yeah, this is my oil refineries, actually. Sorry. We have democratically voted to nationalize, which I think is fair. Hasanabi Doctrine, baby. Let's go.
Half of Guyana. Nonetheless, the size and extent of the oil fields found off the coast of Guyana are expected to be larger than those of Norway and Oman, and the potential yield per day could be 750,000 barrels by 2025. Even with its current 52% stake, the revenue generated from the oil found off of the state's coast will be life-changing for the Guyanese people. In late 2019, according to OffshoreTechnology.com, Exxon has discovered yet more oil through its exploratory drilling, and the company is in the beginning stages of production. Additionally, exploration by other companies in blocks further offshore than Stabroek are beginning to look promising, upping the amount of cash Guyana can expect to receive. Most importantly, as of 2019, Guyana is South America's second poorest nation, having a GDP of $7.1 billion. Moreover, 40% of the country's inhabitants live below the poverty line, and half of the population is under the age of 16. The current GDP per capita in Guyana is just under $5,000. However, things are changing due to the expected oil boom, and rapidly. According to BBC News, Guyana's GDP could grow by between 300.
You support oil production? Honestly, I didn't know that. I do not. However, I also believe that nations have a right to develop themselves, and nations have a right to, utilize their natural resources. Clearly, oil production in general across the board is not a good thing. It's not a good thing for the planet. But if we're not going to be able to stop it, what do you want me to do? Some recurring characters are just unpopular for a reason. What do you?
To 1000% by 2025, making it one of the richest countries in the world in terms of GDP per capita. In 2020 alone, before the advent of the coronavirus pandemic, Guyana's economy was predicted to grow by up to 86%, up from 4.4% in 2019. To put it simply, Guyana's relatively small population of 750,000 people could suddenly find themselves on the receiving end of a lot of cash. However, despite the state's promising discovery off of its shores, many analysts and experts are worried, citing fears over the so-called oil curse, which has afflicted countries such as neighboring
Guyana is one of the fakest countries in the world, as it was set up as a slave sugar plantation. Yeah, I know, but like, what are you supposed to do? Like, they're there. Like, people tried to talk about Guyana under like as though it's the same as like Israel, which is such a fucking wild thing to say because motherfucker, you think like the Indian and the Chinese and the people that were brought there wanted to be there in the same way that like Israelis wanted to, or well, not Israelis, but Jewish people were participating in the settler colonial project? Like, no, those guys were brought there as slaves, dog. They were brought there as fucking indentured servants and slaves. Fake country, literally every Caribbean country is the same. Imagine Cuba trying to annex Jamaica. And like, they're just chilling. For the most part, yeah, 99% of Guyana are black, Indian, or mixed descendants of those slaves. Exactly. They're just chilling. And then now they found, some fucking fresh ass oil, which of course immediately is going to lead to complications. I was looking at like Democracy Now! Coverage over it, and it's like 2 years ago, Democracy Now! Being like, Guyana finding oil is going to be devastating for its future, both from a climate change disaster standpoint, but also because everyone is going to want to fuck it up.
Venezuela, some experts are warning of potential negative.
This is literally Killers of the Flower Moon, dude. But an entire country. They're gonna do Killers of the Flower Moon to the entire nation of Guyana.
Impacts that the coming oil boom could have. Venezuela, despite its huge oil find and subsequent substantial increase in wealth, has faced economic and political turmoil in recent years, suffering from what experts call Dutch disease, where a sudden increase in income and national wealth has a destabilizing effect. The country is currently in the midst of an ongoing political and economic crisis, which has seen intense hyperinflation and shortages of food and medicine. This is made all the more relevant by the economic consequences of the ongoing coronavirus pandemic, which is creating fundamental economic ramifications for the global economy and oil markets. In Guyana, experts and analysts speculate that the sudden increase in oil wealth could increase inequality if it is not shared amongst the populace or spent on much needed public works such as roads, hospitals and schools. To avoid the so-called oil curse or Dutch disease, the Guyanese state must be careful in its distribution and allocation of funds as to not create destabilizing economic inequality like in Venezuela. By improving infrastructure, increasing living standards, and providing Guyanese people with education, the country could be transformed while avoiding the oil curse. Additionally,
did you say destabilizing economic inequality like in Venezuela? What the fuck? Okay, that part I don't fully agree with. I think Venezuela's problem was one of mismanagement, certainly, but not due to like economic inequality, like rampant economic inequality. If anything, the elimination of certain economic hurdles was one of the most prescient and one of the most popular moves that the Chavez government did that kept his legacy alive even to this day. And it even maintains Maduro's like base of support, I guess. The Chavistas. I do have a headache, yes. I'm hungry and I have a headache. It's so fucking, I mean, this is like, I don't know how important this part is. I guess it is important to me, but it's so gross that Exxon is like, oh, you got oil? Sure, we'll give you 52% and you'll take it. No, don't worry. We're going to set up the facilities. We're going to enslave your population. We're going to cut deals to ensure that probably the government is not the government gets like separate corrupt contracts or corrupt bribes. They pocket it. They don't distribute the resources evenly. I say 15% at most. 15% at most. The fuck is this shit? What is it? What do you mean 48%? That's not yours. Like, I don't understand it. And even if it was 15% at most, that's still an unimaginable amount. Like, that's still probably gangbusters levels of profit. Fuck it. Fuck 15%. I take it back. It's 5%. So that every Guyanese chatter can avoid the top of the hour ad break. And they have enough money to avoid the top of the hour ad break at the top of every hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
The country could follow in the footsteps of other states which have managed their oil booms effectively, such as Norway, which has a sovereign wealth fund over $1 trillion or $195,000 per citizen. For Guyana to be truly successful from its multi-billion-dollar find under the seafloor lying just off its coast, it must invest in its population, with the plan of diversifying away from oil as its main income stream in the distant future. Again, this is even more relevant in a world which is attempting to move away from oil for security and environmental reasons, and which is currently afflicted by a pandemic. Guyana's oil discovery has not gone unnoticed by its neighbours either. Following a long history of border disputes, Venezuela has refused to relinquish its territorial claims in Guyana, which include over 2/3 of the state's current territory. The discovery of oil in Guyanese waters has only increased tensions. This territorial claim on land, by nature, also extends off of the coast of the disputed region, where much of Guyana's oil find is located, and Venezuela has been keeping its claim alive. In 2015, Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro issued a decree claiming sovereignty over part of what would be considered Guyanese waters under usual practice of international law, which included a large portion of the Stabroek oil block. In 2013, the Venezuelan Navy seized an oil exploration vessel operating in the Guyanese exclusive economic zone, claiming that the vessel was operating within the Venezuelan EEZ. In 2018, after another similar maritime incident to that of
Guyana and Venezuela conflict is not what we needed right now. That doesn't work. It's not the same as Gyatsa and
2013, Guyana decided to take the dispute to the International Courts of Justice at The Hague, seeking a ruling on the issue of maritime boundaries. Despite this, in 2019, Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro argued that the ICJ did not have jurisdiction over the dispute, and that the country would not partake in proceedings, meaning that much of Guyana's EEZ and the oil contained within it is still claimed by Venezuela. The case was due to begin oral proceedings in 2020. However, the coronavirus pandemic has delayed events. If the case cannot be resolved by the ICJ, it will go to the UN Security Council for resolution.
I don't think Brazil lets this shit slide, is all I'm going to say. Not a good idea in general for Venezuela to get involved like this.
Should Venezuela choose to ignore international law, the dispute could be resolved bilaterally between the two states. However, this is incredibly unlikely, as the dispute provides Venezuela with domestic and international political capital. As of September 2020, the United States has announced that it will join the Guyanese Navy on patrols in the disputed area.
Oh, dude, thank God. Oh, that's what I was thinking. Thank God. I wonder why. Oh, that's right, because they love defending nation states. That's what it is. And certainly has nothing to do, absolutely nothing. Don't ever say that this has everything to do with ExxonMobil's contract and protecting it. Do not say that. It is only about freedom and only about democracy. Don't even say it. It's about Guyanese integrity. Okay? It's about nations have a right to engage in self-determination. Nations have a right to have autonomy. America loves democracy. Don't you fucking say it. I know you're thinking it. Don't even think it.
Support to Georgetown and warding off Venezuela. Providing it can manage its coming development and international relationships effectively, Guyana is on course to become one of the wealthiest states in the world and a major player in global oil markets. This small state, of only 750,000 people, has the potential to undergo a fundamental economic transformation, changing its fortunes for the foreseeable future. To manage this process properly, Guyana must look to other states which have undergone their own oil booms, learning from both their mistakes and good decisions, and most importantly, it must invest in the future for its younger population. Moreover, the state must manage its relationship with large oil companies effectively in order to protect its own interests domestically and avoid instability. Finally, Guyana's position on the northeastern coast of South America makes it a viable alternative to other oil-producing countries, which are located in precarious geopolitical regions. states with good access to the Atlantic, such as the US, Canada, and many states in Europe, as well as other fuel-hungry developing countries in the South and Central American regions, can be expected to take full advantage of the flow of Guyanese oil.
In collaboration with the Guyanese Defense Force and Southcom, U.S. Southern Command, we're conducting flight operations within Guyana on December 7th. Hell yeah, baby! Hell yeah, baby! Oh yeah, cooked. So cooked.
Hey guys, thanks for watching. I'd just like to take this opportunity to
so fucking cooked. So unimaginably cooked. Cooked and booked. The oil curse. Here, the Guyanese president literally fucking talked to Al Jazeera about Guyanese oil. A curse? Are the new oil discoveries a curse?
Guyana call it the land of many waters in their native language. It's rich in biodiversity as well as minerals.
Guyana and Suriname are two of the most interesting countries on the planet. I will admit, I only found out about Guyana after dating someone who was Guyanese, and only found out about Suriname after going to Amsterdam, as a matter of fact. I literally didn't know that Suriname was a country. Former colonies, in my opinion, one of the most unique countries on the planet. It is entirely comprised of like former slaves and indentured servants. It is here. Let's just look at the demographics so you get a better understanding of Guyana specifically. It's very interesting. Dated someone Guyanese and it wasn't me. Rude. Sorry to the chatter. Janice Griffith. Officially, the Cooperative Republic of Guyana is a country on the northern mainland of South America. The capital city is Georgetown. You might recognize that name. Don't look too too deep into it. Guyana is bordered by the Atlantic Ocean to the north, and Brazil in the south, the southwest, Venezuela to the west, and Suriname to the east. Didn't you literally just say this about a country yesterday doing the full globe dating challenge? No, I said this about Guyana yesterday as well. Guyana is the only South American nation in which English is the official language. However, the majority of the population speak Guyanese Creole, an English-based Creole language, as a first language. Guyana is part of the Anglophone Caribbean. Let's look at the ethnic group demographics for you to understand how fucking nutty this shit is. Guyana is, despite being, as you saw, right here on the fucking global map, 40% Indian, 30% African, 19.9, 20% multiracial, which is comprised of Indian and African, 10.5% indigenous, and 0.5% others. 54.2% of the country is Christian, 31% is Hindu. Bro, what? I'm Indian and I've never even heard of it? Yeah. Massive population. 7.5% Islam, matter of fact. Yeah. Straight up like Indian, not like American understanding of Indian, like straight up from India. Indian. I'm from Venezuela and I didn't know that. Wait, really? That's so funny. People saying, what about Gurlana? Yeah, I like, yeah, well, Gurlana is probably better than Guyana, but it's all we got. So, I mean, it's the same as Suriname. There's a lot of right-wing Indians who want to move to Suriname or Guyana because it's more Hindu than India. Lol. Yeah, Guyana. Suriname is similar to Guyana as well. That's just like former colonies. The name Guyana derives from Guyana, an earlier name for the larger region that includes areas now called Guyana, British Guyana, Suriname, Dutch Guyana, French Guyana, and the Guyana region in Venezuela, Spanish Guyana, and Amapa in Brazil, Portuguese Guyana. According to the Oxford English Dictionary, the name Guyana comes from the indigenous Amerindian language and means land of many waters. The word cooperative in the official name refers to cooperative socialism. That's the other part of Guyana, is that it's not like kind of chill. Well, I think they have a ML party that is in charge, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. Government. Parliamentary Representative Democratic Republic. President of Guyana is both the head of state and head of government in a multi-party system. Not that based. I mean, yeah, it's most South Americans regard Guyana, Suriname, and French Guyana as countries with no importance at all and nothing of value. Is so sad given how unique they are. No, I'm talking about Guyana. Anyway, 10 minutes till Game Awards. I know. My grandfather's still alive, was in the government of Guyana. He lives in Florida now. Yeah, it's chill as fuck. It's chill like that.
And in the last decade, some 11 billion barrels of oil has been found, which is the most significant discovery of its kind in recent years. But as the world is moving towards greener economies, is it fair for countries like Guyana, struggling to overcome poverty and attract foreign investment, not to benefit from its newly found riches? In the next half hour, we'll hear what the country's president, the first Muslim to hold office, has to say about that. Guyanese President Irfan Ali talks to Al Jazeera. Irfan Ali, President of Guyana, thank you for talking to Al Jazeera.
Thank you very much.
This motherfucker's got American socks on, dog. I don't trust him.
I'm very pleased to be here.
Let's start by talking about oil, the big topic these days here in Guyana. In 2015, when this big offshore oil deposit was discovered, what did you think?
We always knew the potential for hydrocarbon was there, but it came with great enthusiasm for us as a country because we are all aware of the potential of hydrocarbon in helping to transform economies and helping to put in key investment that can make your economy sustainable and so on.
Well, there are plans to produce 1 million barrels.
These lines in polka dots, Hassan, Amer-ass brain take. No, man, I'm telling you, motherfucker's wearing American-ass socks.
A day by, I believe it's 2027. When a country gets this kind of resource, sometimes they nationalize it. I suspect you didn't do that because of the time and expertise that would have been involved, but couldn't you explain to me why that wouldn't have been advantageous, might have given you more control, right?
First of all, for us, it is not about control. It is about having the best possible outcome for the country and the people. We don't believe that looking at best practices, that we should move into a state control sector. We believe that the best formula is one in which the government seek to have the best possible policies, agreements in place that will give the country and its people the great.
He's like, I would never. Are you kidding me? I would never even think twice about such a prospect. Get out, sir. Get out of here, sir. I would never nationalize.
Greatest benefit to bring prosperity to every home. In our case, we have made
My dad's making fun of me.
Very clear that we are focusing on diversifying the economy, positioning Guyana as a leader in the region, if not the leader in.
Bro, I don't know. He kind of sounds like once I get this money, this socialism shit is over. Like, this is the Marxist-Leninist, dude. Or like Moneybag Loverist is fucking the ML I believe in.
In food production, that is investment.
What do you mean,
in the
dog?
food
What do you mean
system,
Marxist-Leninist?
Investment
I don't know.
in infrastructure, opening up of new lands for food production, the buying of technology to ensure that
bad.
you have resilience
ML
and
stands for
sustainability.
money lover,
Then
dog.
positioning Guyana to be a leader in energy, not only fossil fuel, because we have tremendous potential in renewables, whether it's solar, hydro, tremendous potential in hydro, and then natural gas. So one of the things that has...
Because I'm going to get in there. Let's do it. Dude, there's still 1 minute remaining, chatters. We're going to learn about Guyana until the very last second.
Spending? Are you assisting industry? How does that work exactly?
So it's a mix. A lot of it has to do with government policies and programming of resources through the budget. So the direction in which the economy is going and the direction in which the country is going is supported by government expenditure to build infrastructure, to build the sectors, to open up the sectors. For example, opening up new lands for agriculture requires roads, requires drainage irrigation system. Helping the loggers and the miners requires a lot of investment in hinterland roads. Helping the housing drive that we have, building 25,000 new homes, 50,000 new houses requires tremendous investment from the government. Building out the healthcare system. But we are also seeing a lot of private investment that is coming in all these sectors. And that is because people are seeing the direction in which...
Fucked up. 16. 10 seconds. 11 seconds. Oh my God. The OP move would be partnering with China? Yeah, okay. Bro, notice how the fucking guy said, I would never nationalize? Yeah, I don't think he gives a fuck. He's trying to get his money up. Not his funny up, dog.
Oh, hi. It's me, Sydney Goodman, here to greet you all at at what I consider to be my favorite holiday of the season, the 2023 Game Awards. And just like New Year's Eve, our Game Awards opening act is as full of excitement and celebration as the big event. Tonight, the Game Awards will celebrate the best in gaming from the past year, and we've got more than a dozen new game announcements. Plus, the old gods of Asgard are here from Alan Wake 2. They take the stage for the first time ever. It is truly magical here, live at the Peacock Theater for gaming's biggest night. We are streaming around the world, connecting millions of gamers and fans and getting you all stoked for our big show. But before that, it's time to get cozy with our very first world premiere of the night. Yes, let's hear it. It comes from a creator who has already claimed Game of the Year in the past here at TGA, but this time we're going back to the title that started it all for him a decade ago. Here's the first ever look at a beautiful remake of Brothers, A Tale of Two Sons, originally created by director Joseph Fares.
This is our Oscars, dude. Except with way more ads. But also, I mean, it is all ads. It's ads upon ads.
Incredible.
Brothers, A Tale of
and how
Two Sons
perfect
is such
that
a
right
funny
after
name.
The world premiere of Brothers, we have the award for Best Family Game. These are the games that bring families together or tear them apart, depending on how dirty you play. And the nominees are Disney Illusion Island, Party Animals, Pikmin 4, Sonic Superstars, and Super Mario Bros. Wonder.
Super Mario Bros. Wonder won.
And the Game Award goes to
I didn't even play it, but it won.
Super Mario Bros. Wonder.
Yeah, of course, dude. Of course, dude. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Of course, dude.
Thank you so much for this award. This is shared with all the teams at Nintendo that worked on Super Mario Bros. Wonder. In my experience, the team really tried to develop a game that allowed people to work together, to play together, whether it was friends or it was family. And for me, my personal experience is nothing brings a family together more than trying to rescue an empire, a kingdom in distress from the evil likes of Bowser.
Empire?
Whether you're playing as Elephant Mario, Peach, Yoshi, or Nabbit, this game goes to everyone that created such a wonderful experience.
He's like, everybody loves restoring the monarchy.
Congratulations, Super Mario Bros. Wonder. And now I have a little treat for all of you. 3 world premieres in a row. What? First up
Mario
is
is
the
a
next
proletarian
game from
hero.
Daniel
He's a
Mullins,
plumber.
the creator
He's a union
of the
plumber.
TGA-nominated independent game, Inscription.
Many people think he's a counter-revolutionary bourgeois small business owner, petty tyrant, petite bourgeois, and a monarchist. Wait, isn't this fucking the game that you guys will always want me to play? That I say I'll never play? That I played a little bit?
Wait a second.
Yeah, Undertale. Bro, I feel like this gave me a fucking aneurysm. What is this, Life is Strange, the movie on Netflix? No. It's giving Disco Elysium. Netflix is making video games? What the fuck? Wait. Did you play Disco Elysium? Yes. Woke ass game, bro. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I have no interest in this. And not because of, like, the characters or anything. It just seems like the style of it is not, like, visually, it's not hidden for me. I don't know why. Low count, no. It's just,
I love
don't
this.
like the
Reminds me
style.
of my high school days, but the monsters I fought weren't nearly as big as that. You kids these days with your giant monsters and your social media. And speaking of social media, TikTok Live Fest is happening now across 50+ countries on TikTok. Check out the participating gaming creators and don't forget to share all of your favorite gaming moments on TikTok with #GamingOnTikTok. Okay, we're going to take a quick break, but there is plenty more opening act after a very important message. Don't skip this cutscene, people.
The journey ended here, a place of wonder and awe. We breached the cosmic veil and reached a new planet.
It's an ad within an ad.
Yet generations later, this world remains untamed, Our reunion was foretold. Our paths destined to cross. I'm here for you now, Administrator.
Fucking weeb, dude. Fucking weebs, dude. Listen to me. As much as a weeb as I am, I don't fuck with weeb games. You know this. Hasanabe rules. Unless it's, you know, like a JRPG, like Bloodborne style software. I don't fuck with like Genshin type games. Yakuza is pretty much anime. It's the greatest. It's incredible. Shut up. Yakuza is not like an anime. Yakuza is a cinematic masterpiece. It's like saying Metal Gear Solid is like an anime. Unironically, saying Yakuza is an anime type game, like a weeb game, is literally racist.
The rogue trader has fallen. Now I must take up their mantle to restore the dynasty to its former glory, to reclaim what humanity has lost, to venture forth into darkness and bring the light of the Emperor to the uncharted void. Dangerous heretics, vile mutants, and Xenos threats beyond number. All must be cleansed in his name. The choice is
Warhammer 40k is the Israel.
The course of my destiny.
It's the story of Israel, dude.
Haunted step.
Down to the fucking cum retrieval.
Where will my journey end?
Yeah, they're doing Israel Simulator.
Wait, you're Connor Kenway.
Good thing for you that I'm here, then.
Today, you are to see a traitor to the crown, hanged by the neck. For his crime, the penalty is death.
I'm in search of a treasure. Where do I start?
Day on the canals with my good friend Ezio. What could be better?
Flatter me as always, Antonio.
Ezio!
The Templars will succeed.
I'm throwing
Welcome
up
back
this
to the 2023 Game Awards opening act. I'm still Sydney Goodman, here with another award, this time for innovation in accessibility. The gaming community is massive, but honestly, it should be even bigger. And these nominees are pushing gaming beyond its current limits. Their teams have created software and hardware that make it possible for people of all abilities to experience the medium of gaming, with accessible features and technology that get us all one step closer to a seamless play for everyone. These nominees are doing the work, and they are Diablo 4, Forza Motorsport, Hi-Fi Rush, Marvel's Spider-Man 2, Mortal Kombat 1, and Street Fighter
They'll probably
6.
give this to Marvel, right?
And the Game Award goes to
I mean, I don't know.
Forza Motorsport.
I have no idea what like accessibility settings they have.
Thank you so much for this. Since this category was introduced several years ago, I think we've seen a dramatic shift in the whole industry towards making games more and more accessible. And with this list of amazing nominees, it just really drives that home. At this point, I think we've made the most accessible racing game ever playable by people across the mobility and vision spectrum, including totally blind players. But really, the real winners here are the players who have so many great games to play.
What's up, guys?
Hey. I didn't want to be the first.
None of this would have been possible without the
Yeah,
amazing
I was
teams
like, oh
behind
God.
the scenes. Big thank you to our audio team for their tireless effort, championing for accessibility and making this game the best.
No, I'm watching it on Twitch. It's a
Big
better
thank you to
platform.
the UI team,
It's
to our
literally
studio
20
leadership
minutes.
team, and our accessibility leadership team. And last but not
quality.
least, Brandon Cole for
quality.
being our accessibility consultant and partner for the last 2 years. We're really proud of the work that we've been able to do, so thank you very much.
Congratulations, Forza Motorsport. Here at the Game Awards, we
My
believe
favorite
strongly
game.
in accessibility and want to celebrate any game that makes it a priority. And our next developer, The
Wait,
Odd
the blue shirt
Gentleman,
lady has
believes
not
that
spoken
by
yet.
making their game and their company accessible and inclusive,
I'm going
they can
back in the
develop
future.
new
Leslie,
types of
see you later. I'm in the
gameplay
time chamber.
with stories that everyone can enjoy. They created the following game in a deep collaboration with artists and developers from the deaf community. And we are very excited to reveal it now. This is Harmonium the Musical.
I deafen chat. Too many people talking. They're not real gamers like me. Woke! Woke! People that get mad at disability representation are so strange, dude. They're straight fascists. mean, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I will not be playing this game, but I'm glad that it exists. You know what I mean? Like, you couldn't pay me to play this game. Actually, you could. You could definitely pay me to play this game. If you paid me, I would play
Honestly,
this game.
I
Netflix,
don't know
pay
how
me.
much better gaming can get. What happens past a golden age? Platinum? Is this the platinum age of gaming? Also, can I please be paid in platinum? I'd like it direct deposit, please. And now I have the honor of announcing the winners for our 5 esports categories. The nominees for Best Esports Athlete are Faker, Zywoo, Demon One,
Faker,
Ruler, and Imperial How. And the Game Award goes to
I'm pro Faker.
Wait, I feel like Demon 1 was.
Faker.
Oh, we won! We won, boys!
For Best Esports Coach, the nominees are Potter, Zonic,
I have no idea who these people are.
and Homie. And the Game Award goes
It's
to
gonna be Goomba.
It's gonna be Potter.
Potter.
Put my number
For Best
No!
Esports event,
Goomba
here are the
stolen!
nominees. 2023 League of Legends World Championship.
Ooh,
Black
is my
TV
favorite
Paris
code.
Major
It's
2023.
gotta be.
Evo
Worlds almost always
2023.
wins.
The International Dota 2
Worlds almost
Championships
always wins.
2023.
But Valorant
And
Champs is pretty good.
Valorant Champions 2023.
Dota.
Dota, it was the worst Dota year in a decade.
Really?
2023
Yeah,
League of
see, I was
Legends
bad
World
this year.
Championship.
The fuck? The top one won every
For
time.
Best Esports game, the nominees are
It's always the top
Counter-Strike 2,
one. They just.
Okay, so it's Counter-Strike 2, I guess.
League of Legends.
No, Valorant. Valorant will win.
Valorant.
Net worth
And the Game
Valorant
Award
wins.
goes to Valorant.
Wait.
And
I'm
finally,
just
the
PUBG
nominees
Mobile.
for Best
Guy.
Esports
Lemon.
team are Evil Geniuses, Fnatic, Game & Gladiators, JD Gaming, and Team Vitality.
Wow, this is
And
tough.
the Game Award
I think you have
goes
to give it to
to
Fnatic.
JD Gaming.
JD
If
Gaming.
GG
JD
wins,
Gaming.
it's just such a slap in the face.
Huge congratulations, everyone.
They're the,
I'm a
Chinese,
sports fan and a
league
huge
team, right?
sports fan, just like
Besides
my
winning-
father and his
not
father
winning Worlds
before
League.
me.
Yeah, I feel like that was
League of
the
Legends
Chinese
are a
winning
huge
an
esports
award.
family, dating
Ludwig,
all the way
you
back
wanna
to
elaborate
the
on that?
1800s.
Yeah, they fucking
But before
choked
you
at
can
Worlds.
think too
What do you
hard
want
on
from me?
that, it's time for another
Racism?
2 world premieres. First up is the latest game from a team that won
Racism?
the Game Awards back in 2017. So I think we can trust them to
Hello.
correct it. This
Hi,
is
Shoto.
Worlds.
It's Game Awards, right?
Respectfully,
Okay, okay.
Faker wasn't the best player on his team.
No, at least not in the world. I know.
I know nothing about Fake. I just know that he's iconic, so I ride for him.
He's the GOAT.
He's the best.
They should make furry games illegal.
This isn't a furry game.
It's not a furry game.
Get going.
There's clearly
Scaly
axolotl.
game.
Oh. Whoa.
Oh, this is good
Nice.
movement. Looks like Risk of Rain.
One.
Really? I was thinking Risk of Rain.
Are you thinking just because
think
there's like
this
3
looks like
different
Risk of
colors? This is not the it's like 3 different colors.
Dead Cells?
Bro, who's played only Risk of Rain? Oh, it's giving Risk of Rain a lot.
I think it's because it's a roguelike with multiplayer, which isn't that cringe to say.
No, the rabbit.
God play. What, dude? Oh my god. Axolotl. Oh my god.
This is a
Let's
furry
show them.
game.
You guys want a bingo board? We have them in the link.
It's a furry game.
In the general.
I think I gave Baldur's Gate like 4 awards or something for this.
Yeah, I think
Dude,
Baldur's Gate's gonna win
spoilers.
Game of the Year.
I thought that said from Trump. I was like, damn. New career path.
I just could not tell you what I'm looking at.
I'm pretty sure it's a Kingdom Hearts boss.
Okay. This is like one of those VR games that give you nightmares.
What's that, shit. What's that rhythm game where shit explodes?
Rhythm game you
Beat Saber? It's gotta be
Beat Saber.
Beat
Yeah.
Saber.
No, not Beat Saber.
headbangers.
Oh, soon.
More explosion. Maybe it's not
More
rhythm.
Explosion.
It's called Thumper.
Yes, Thrasher, in case you didn't
Thrasher.
know, is from the same artist slash composer that blew our minds back in 2016 with the cult hit Thumper. I'm so excited we've got another mind-bending game coming from him in 2024. Special shout out to Samsung and Samsung Gaming Hub, who, not to brag, are also
Geometry
throwing
Dash.
a massive Game Awards viewing party over
Shout
at
out Samsung.
Samsung's New York City flagship location with Typical Gamer
I love
and Chica.
Samsung.
I wish I could be at 2 places at once, but the last time I tried to clone
Please give me
myself, I
TG.
sparked a pretty
I love
sizable fire in the
TG.
MIT experimental physics lab. Oops.
Samsung, please give me
But we can
money.
talk about that later. Let's check out what Samsung is coming out with now.
Oh my God, let's check it out. I'm so stoked.
Whoa!
Whoa.
Whoa, they're really expanding the way we game, huh?
You win. Oh my god,
Well,
Lego.
actually, I'm blown away.
Xbox Game
Did
Pass
that.
might be one of the greatest things to come out with that.
Whoa.
Persona?
I've never played
Yeah.
a Persona game.
This is Persona.
Good morning.
Not.
Oh, another weeb game.
Let's begin. Sewing is my life.
Last one. Go for it.
It's a
Now
remake?
that's what I'm talking about. Remake?
I think so. An earlier Persona.
They seem to remake it a lot.
Persona 3 remake. Persona 3 is considered the best Persona game, I think. No?
I've never played it.
Either.
It's so popular.
It's one of those games that my community asks me to play all the time. In spite of the fact
Persona
that it's
3 is a
like,
fire game.
even though it's like 140 hours, right?
Yeah, that's the issue. It is a very long game. It's like 80 hours
anyone
each.
who roams free outside the coffins. It's our job to defeat
It looks
them.
good, though.
Pretty exciting, huh? Persona.
Is the combat like Final Fantasy?
It's turn-based, I think.
Why do you try to fight
I
when you know
can't.
it's
I don't fuck with
hopeless?
turn-based.
I think Persona 5 isn't.
I don't even really have a good
Really?
reason to live. For me, or
I could be
you,
wrong and
or
controversial, though.
anyone, just simply existing gives our lives meaning.
It is?
Soon,
They're all turn-based.
the end
Hi,
will
Cap.
come.
Damn, bro, I thought you were a fucking
No
weeb.
matter how long it takes.
I'm actually not a weeb.
To me, this
People are
is
calling
don't
you
fuck
a
with
bozo
anime.
in my chat.
Who is?
These people.
Oh, just people. Oh, it's not just you. Hassan actually sounds like he has a face full of food that little piggy. Oh, wow. It's so rude. People are saying that in my chat. I didn't say that. People are saying that in my
They
chat.
ain't wrong.
What in the world?
They're not wrong. They're right.
Play
I'm
Persona
right.
today.
So mean to
Persona,
each other.
a new Persona game that is. I still want to be Sydney. But enough about me. Make sure to stay tuned as Google and the Samsung Galaxy
Guys,
Z
stop
Fold
saying
5
Ludwig is
bring
not
you
a jock. He's
spectacular
trying. Oh, fuck.
celebration of mobile gaming.
I'm unmuted.
It's going to be an
Yeah,
epic
okay.
event,
All right,
just
buddy.
like this next world premiere. It's the product of a
You
surprise
act
team
for
up
porn.
between two nominated games tonight. Let's check it out.
Can you guys
I
find the
what?
DMs?
Chat, that's not worthy of cringe.
Oh, Dave the Diver!
It wasn't an indie studio. It's a scam. It's a ring.
Yeah, this is not indie, right? It was under
It's
the indie
nominated
category.
for Indie Game of the Year, but people find it controversial.
I heard this game was really good.
It's amazing, apparently.
Fun.
It looks like an indie game,
It's really good.
so I guess it counts on that front.
Yeah, I think that's why it made it for Indie Game of the Year, because it's pixel art, but it's definitely
Got
not
pixels.
an indie game.
So who made it? Team 17? What is that?
I can't believe it. It's almost time for our big show. The theater
I think
is
it's,
filling up
Nexon,
behind me. It's
right?
hard to hear myself think over all the excitement, but I have to keep it together because I
Pixel
have
art,
the next
pixel
one
art.
ready to go.
Bingo.
Here are your
this
nominees
the
for
pre-show?
Content Creator of the
Pixel
Year.
art game, everybody. Yeah, it's a
Iron
pre-show.
Mouse.
The pre-show.
People make games.
Oh.
Quackity.
Iron Mouse,
Bruce
Iron Mouse,
Green,
Iron Mouse, Iron Mouse,
and
Iron Mouse.
Yo.
Quackity.
Quackity's gonna win.
And the Game Award
I'm
goes
just
Yeah,
saying.
to
Quackity's gonna win.
I'm saying who I'm
Iron
supporting.
Mouse.
Oh,
So,
get fucked.
Iron Mouse couldn't be
R.I.P.
here
Bozo.
tonight.
I meant Iron Mouse is
Iron
gonna
Mouse
win.
is animated, and sadly, we're not.
I meant Iron Mouse is
gonna
gonna win. I was.
But
Let the record show.
That's a message.
Good
Take
call,
it away,
good call.
Iron Mouse.
Mousy!
It's a mess.
so
Rouse.
incredibly
Go Mouse.
honored
Rouse
to be the
deserved.
recipient of the Content Creator of the Year award. First and foremost, I want to express my
You guys that
deepest
know
heartfelt
I hate making things
gratitude
about me,
to
but
the
when I
incredible
won, they didn't offer
community
me
that has
shit
gathered
for a
around my
speech.
streams, and I
They changed
also
it this
want
year.
a
Wait,
very
you
special
won
thank
Content
you
Creator of
to
the Year?
Dora,
I
who
had a
brings
speech.
all my ideas
I won it
to
last
life.
year.
Thank
I
you
was
so much to
there,
my
and
team
then
that helps
they
me
just
every
went to the
single
next thing
day.
immediately,
And
and they
thank
didn't
you
tell
so
me to
much
like
for
make
the
a
Game
video.
Awards. I still
Are you
can't believe
jealous?
this is all happening.
Yeah, I'm jealous
Thank
as
you
shit.
again,
I had a
everybody.
fucking speech written out.
At least you have your award.
Congratulations,
Mine got
Iron
It was
Mouse.
wise and poignant, and
Okay,
also
we're
Wait, who
getting
did you
so
defeat
close
last
to
year?
the big show, but I'm not
I think it
ready
was
to
like
let go
fucking
just
who
yet.
was it?
And
It
no,
was like
I'm
I
not
Show
a
Speed,
narcissist.
Kai,
I'm just a hoarder of world
XQC,
premieres. And up next
just
is
some
a
small
very
fries for me.
special world premiere, 15 years in the making.
15 years. What a beautiful world. Too bad they never made another one.
This one's fun.
I know,
It's
I
a
love
long time
this.
I played this.
It's
What is it?
giving salad finger.
I mean, it's been so long since you've
World
played
of
this.
Goo.
Oh, he knew it. He's right.
Have
It
there
is
been
World of
technical
Goo.
issues, guys?
But he doesn't know
technically,
Mario.
The
Oh,
Twitch
yeah.
thing, yeah.
Earlier.
I used to
the
play a
Twitch
lot of
thing, yeah.
World of Goo.
Throws World of Goo, but never played a Mario game. I'm tired of you. I'm tired.
There's still 720p, by the way.
You guys talking about that because it's on YouTube? Like you're watching it on YouTube or something?
No, we tried watching on Twitch, but it's stuck in 720p.
They fucked up on Twitch, but they didn't fuck up on YouTube.
On YouTube,
Y'all
they
are
need
so
to watch it
funny.
4K.
Who cares, man? Who cares?
Me. I care about quality. Sorry, I'm controversial.
This actually looks really fun. I like the soundtrack. The song is really
The Goo was a great game.
World of Goo.
Just like Guyana, chat.
Man, that is satisfying to watch. Almost as satisfying as the Game Awards show that's minutes away. We have one more huge world premiere, a brand new fantasy RPG from the creators
Chat,
of
they found
Persona
oil.
3, 4, and 5.
Chat,
and
they found
tonight
oil.
they're giving us a glimpse
It's
into
over.
the story, characters, and gameplay.
The Goo Curse. Also, Guyana.
It's a story about a world very different from ours.
I already
It's a
have
world where all people are equal and no
Oh my
conflict
God, this is
exists.
all weeb
You're
shit.
one
The
away?
world His Highness once dreamt of.
have it.
To put it another way, this
He has
is
to
a
look nice, though.
fantasy.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, we gotta do a. Donald Trump needs to come back and do a shutdown on all weeb games until we figure out what the hell is going on.
Fortress at the border was raised by a human mere days ago. You can only blame your king's
This ain't
weakness.
Persona,
Who
Chad.
deserves his crown?
No, it's just
A
made
man of
by the
proven
same creators,
strength.
right?
The people of my land desire a new king, and I shall provide.
Welcome one and all to the inauguration of the tournament for the throne.
Good team, though, I'll tell you what.
Small wonder when any among the populace might be king.
Their speeches of tribal harmony mean nothing when every day
The hell is
they
he riding
cheat and abuse us.
It tells of a world united as one tribe.
Every day.
Weeb games with like Irish and Scottish and British accents.
That's common because it's almost always like medieval.
Yeah, it's Final Fantasy.
I wish I'd written it out sooner.
You're no ray of hope.
You gave up on your hopes.
Where
But I
did your
will not.
hate of Weeb games start?
Gun to my head, I can never tell these games apart.
You'll be a hero. Trust me.
I'm
I
dead.
want to say, and this could be controversial. I want to say it's racist.
Yeah, really. I mean, like everything is like a either Genshit variant or whatever.
Okay,
this,
my friends, that
style
is it for our opening act, but we are very far from done. Our big show is about to begin, but don't worry, this isn't the last you'll
Sometimes
see of me.
they're
I'm
3D
staying
and
all night,
sometimes they're
baby.
2D.
And I cannot wait because
That's
this
true,
show
Tina.
is absolutely stacked. We have tons of big awards, even more world premieres of brand new games, and an incredibly special guest, a legendary actor and performer of both the stage and screen, the Muppet
The special
himself,
guest for you
the
guys
great
at the top of the
Gonzo.
hour ad break,
I have
baby.
to admit, I'm freaking out. I'm completely starstruck. And get this, the cast of the show, based on the Fallout franchise, is here to debut
Muppet.
an exclusive new
Remake,
look at the series.
technical
The
issues,
vault is
and
opening in
pixel
a
art
huge
game.
way tonight.
Oh my
Walton
God.
Goggins. Walton
Okay,
Goggins. Oh
Thank
my
you all
God.
for going on this journey with me. You're the best companions a host could ask for. Let's do the boss level. The 2023 Game Awards starts now.
Wait, it hadn't started already? What the fuck?
That was pre-show.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow, that's slam. Whoa, there's slam.
They announced Streamer of the Year at the pre-show.
Yeah, they bust
your
her.
host, the creator of the Game Awards,
Oh.
Jeff Keighley.
Oh, I thought it was
Every year.
God, he's so handsome.
He looks nice.
Wait, you got bingo?
Wait, what are your ones? What are the bingo? Game releasing 2025 or later, remake game. Jeff Keighley.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to
game.
the
Let's
Game
go. I've won.
Awards.
I beat it.
Oh my
Dang it.
What did she
goodness.
win? What did she win?
Tonight is our 10th TGA.
Wait, reset board for the main
a
show now.
global
Reset board.
celebration of
Okay.
Video games, and boy,
Wait,
do
what?
we have
Reset
a
board,
show
ignore all the
for
pre-show
you.
stuff.
I am so excited to
Oh.
get this started. Together, we are going to recognize outstanding
Say
creative
Palestine?
work in games
What, at the
in
Game Awards? There's no
2023,
fucking way.
And we'll look into the future with an astonishing lineup of world premieres. More than anything, this is a show about bringing our community together in this room
Wow.
and
That's
online
crazy.
around the world to focus on something we can all agree on. There's nothing more powerful or more immersive than an extraordinary video game. Great
Bloodborne?
games
Bloodborne for
come
PC announcement?
us,
Bloodborne for
help us
PC
understand
announcement?
different perspectives on the world
Bloodborne
and
2
maybe
Copium.
even change us. That's what makes
I'd
this
actually love
medium
Bloodborne for
different.
PC, please.
Games, the actual things we play, are insanely special, and we're going to celebrate
Gollum
that
2
for the next
announcement?
few hours.
Paul.
And we've got such an amazing group of people with us. They're built by talented creators and teams, and many of them are here tonight. Mr. Aonuma, Mr. Fujibayashi, great to see you back after winning Game of the Year in 2017 for Breath of the Wild. Good luck tonight.
They were not dude.
One of our industry's greatest
the dude behind him is kitted up.
Mark Cerny, PlayStation's lead system architect,
They
celebrating
gotta warn
25
them.
years of Cerny games.
They caught off
Thank
guard.
you for being here, Mark.
I was
Of course,
ready.
the team behind
25 years,
Pizza
baby.
Towers here, too.
Oh, dude.
Thanks, Mark. Pizza Tower.
Everyone's
Pizza
here.
Tower?
I don't know.
Alina
It's the freaking
Jurgens, our
indie
best
game.
performance winner
Oh,
in 2017 for
With the
Hellblade.
pizza.
Welcome. I think we'll be seeing you a little bit later tonight.
It's nominated for indie game.
Oh, that's Hellblade
And we are
Senua's
also honored to be joined
Sacrifice,
by the
right?
Tujimoto family, Haru and Ryozo, who are celebrating 40 years of Capcom this year and a Game of the Year nomination for Resident Evil. Welcome, guys. It's so great to have you with us. Now, we have
This is Jeff
a
flexing how
doesn't
many
even
famous
look
people he
for
knows.
show, so let's get right into it. To present tonight's first award is last year's winner of Best Performance.
Jeff.
Please join me in
Timothy
welcoming back to the Game
Chalamet!
Awards. Yep, we're going to do
Oh,
it.
no,
The actor
no.
behind Kratos in God of War,
It's,
Oh,
the,
no.
it's the Star Wars guy, no?
Judge.
Oh, no.
Yeah. He had the longest speech of all
He's
time.
not going
last
to
year.
stop. He's not
Oh,
going
his
to stop.
speech was so long last
He does not count as random celebrity, by the way.
He is not what?
He's not random celebrity on bingo.
No.
That's fucked up.
No.
It's
That's
not
actually
random.
fucked up.
It's not random at all.
Good
It's so
evening,
sensible for
everybody.
a winner of the show to come. All right, I'm marking
It
down a really long
is
speech.
such a pleasure to be back here. I have such great memories of last year, Mr. Pacino, forgetting to thank my wife. Mother. All right. I get it. I'm not gonna stand up here making long speeches. I'm gonna stick to the script. No 8-minute speech like last year.
He dresses
But
how
fun fact,
how everyone thinks I dress.
my speech was actually longer than this year's Call of Duty campaign. What?
Oh.
Damn.
It is
Call of
true.
Duty had a campaign.
Another company I'll never work
What's
for.
short?
I'm here to present the award for Best Performance in a Year of Games, beloved by audiences and acclaimed by critics. These actors delivered
He does
6
stretch it, I will say.
unforgettable performances. And here are the nominees.
His voice is so buttery.
It is
Revenge
Very deep.
is a weapon.
And he kind of just looks.
It's been a long 5 years.
Who do you think's gonna
I'll
win?
make
Cameron
you the honor
Monaghan?
grasp. You play grown-up games.
Oh,
face
Idris
grown-up
Elba!
consequences.
He killed it.
I could believe Cameron would win because he showed up last year.
Yeah, I don't think Idris Elba wins because he's not showing up. However,
Won't ever control me again.
Idris Elba actually doesn't deserve it because I couldn't fuck him in Cyberpunk when I was playing.
You know what? I'll give it to Neil.
Whoever wins,
Ooh.
Jeff has given me the okay to say, take as long as you want to.
Damn, everyone's there but you.
Thank everyone who's ever meant anything in your life.
Okay, bro, come
And
on,
I
he's
dare
still
you.
doing it.
I double dare you to try to break my record, 7 minutes, 59 seconds. And the award goes to
Cameron.
Neil Newbar.
Wait, he's way ahead.
All right, we gotta work on that, guys.
Yeah, we
Okay, we gotta
way
work on
ahead.
that. All right. By the way, this is if you're keeping track, 1 win for Baldur's Gate.
Oh, he is Yoji'd. He is Yoji'd out of his mind. Yoji Yamamoto down to the fucking socks, dude. Okay, he
He
deserves
did
it.
deserve it, I'll say, man.
Just for that fit alone.
Hi.
Actual drip. You motherfuckers make fun of me when I dress like that.
That's because you don't
This is
have
unreal.
voice acting work like this, dude.
I just wanted to say, I know I don't have much time.
God, Baldur's Gate is gonna win everything.
Well, I'll give it a shot. Thank you so very, very much for everybody that voted. Thank my incredible fellow actors and the nominees. Unbelievable talent.
Why they keep showing the Tin
To be
Man?
even considered amongst you is extraordinary. So thank you very
Bro,
much.
you
indeed.
let
To Swen, to
gamers
Larian,
fuck
to
a
all the
bear,
writers,
you're gonna
to
win
Stephen
every
Rooney,
award. That's
the
what I
writer of
found out.
Astarion, I'm going to forget everybody. To Pit Stop, who worked so hard, the directors, my fellow actors, 248 incredible actors that gave it heart and soul. To mi familia, gracias para todos. Gracias, gracias. Y Coco también.
Oh, he's
And
got the tabbies, bro.
to my agents, I will thank you later. I'm
Chat.
sorry, I'm going to wrap it up apparently. One thing I will say, please, if that's
they
okay.
are playing
The
about.
community has reached out to so many of us at
Start
Larian
the music.
and said they were seen and they were represented by this game when they lost hope, they felt isolated, they felt alone, and this game brought them together and gave them something to push through to help them all. And to you, I want to say thank you so much for seeing us. Appreciate it. This, none of us are. Thank you.
Oh, they have
That's
a
so
second
funny to play
track.
that music after.
They have the warm-up track and then the second track.
Yeah, it's just the game let you fuck a bear. It opened up new avenues.
Congratulations, Neil. Great speech.
Unimaginable.
So thank you.
new
There are
ventures.
lots more awards to come, but now it's time to look ahead to what you'll be playing next. Let's get to those world premieres. And for the honor of presenting our first one, it's an incredible thrill to introduce a true Renaissance man. Please welcome Academy Award-winning actor and New York Times best-selling author, Matthew McConaughey.
That's wild.
That's random as shit.
That is so random.
Okay, that is
Knock it off. That is so random.
You think he says all right?
That
Good
is
to be
so
here.
random.
What's up, everybody? Good to be here with you at the Game Awards. I was going to come out and I was going to say the line that has preceded me all my career, all right, all right, all right. But they told me, they said, no, 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 don't do that. Come out and say, pew, pew.
You called
pew.
it.
All right, we'll see how that handled. I'm here tonight because I have a world premiere for you from Austin's own Archetype Entertainment.
What is he, like a part
I'm
owner
also
or
here
something?
tonight because the video game that I'm premiering is the first ever video game that I'm a part of.
Yeah.
Yeah. When the Archetype team first reached
This
out to me,
coward
I
should have
was
ran for
excited
governor of
about
Texas.
becoming a part of the gaming
I don't
world.
wanna
But
hear
what
from him.
really turned me on
He could have
was when
unseated
they
Greg
shared
Abbott.
the game's vision
Let
and
him
my
cook.
role in it. I will be voicing
Fucking bullshit.
a character
Oh,
in this
fuck.
game,
I
and all I can
actually
say
keep
is
forgetting
that
to
I will
mute
have a
myself.
unique relationship with every player. In this game, time moves differently.
We can have a relationship.
Days for you are decades for your loved ones back home.
No,
The
he's dope.
choices that you make not only
Interstellar,
affect the
the
people
game?
that you love, they'll also affect your entire civilization for generations to come. Now, personally, I have had some experience with time dilation, and now you can too. So now I'm proud to share the first ever look at Exodus.
Oh.
Wait, he runs an MLM? Literally a Ponzi self-help scheme? Wait, really?
The Interstellar game. Isn't this
I'm
Interstellar?
getting a reading.
He's
Thanks, you
Garbo,
were
used to be dope. Wait, I didn't know that. What the fuck?
What she found that
It's like when
day
Matt Damon died to the
was a
tsunami.
miracle.
Starfield 2.
It would be our salvation to fight against the Celestials.
She just finds a fucking spaceship.
Humanity's greatest enemy.
Tight. Yo, guys, you're gonna wanna see.
I'm glad that they made that fuckable aliens in this one at least. That's where Starfield went awry.
To be honest, I don't know what pop up on screen that you wouldn't call fuckable.
The Celestials hunted us down. I knew they'd keep chasing us until they ripped our ship apart.
I'm serious.
And I
I
had
think
to save
fuckable
her.
characters helps you win
I led them
awards.
away from this
I'm
world,
standing by
away
that.
from her. We
No
both
matter
knew
what.
the cost of using the gates. When you travel at light speed, time slows to a crawl.
I just don't know. It looks like
I'm so
days
right.
for me.
People will.
An entire life.
I'm so right. People will finally acknowledge I'm right eventually.
It was late.
And in the chaos of those final moments, we never said goodbye.
I love you.
What is happening?
Our service,
What am I watching right now?
our sacrifice, discovers worlds, seeds hope, breaks empires.
It's a trailer, but it's like so.
We are the travelers.
I'll be honest with you. I want to be excited for this game. It's supposed to be like right in my wheelhouse, but it seems so like basic, boring, Mass Effect copy, Starfield ass like.
Wait, so did Matt ever talk?
I think
I didn't see his ass once.
he was the asteroid.
Okay, can I say this seems very similar to every other game that's come out?
That is a very exciting project, giving me some
Name
Mass
one-
Effect
name it,
vibes,
name the
and I
game.
appreciate the team sharing the
Starfield,
first
Mass
glimpse of
Effect.
gameplay.
No,
at the end
you're just
there.
naming things that are in
All right, well,
space.
now we're going to go right on
Games now.
to another world premiere.
Space is most of the universe is on.
What did you get a fucking ad from them? Is that what?
World premiere!
World premiere!
They said the thing. Among Us, Among Us.
Wait, look at this. Look how good that looks.
looks sick.
Looks like a
my
real
God.
the water, guys.
That's Unreal Engine.
I drank that up.
Oh my god.
Giving Dark
Looks like-
Souls.
Actually, you're right.
It's giving God of War. It's giving God of War.
Well, if you saw
Kratos.
literally the guy from God of War.
Oh, nothing that would help us.
Ooh, this is fucking dope. We're making DLC.
Master thyself. Tell me, brother, why exactly are we doing this?
I fucked up and I didn't play the last game.
Fix this.
I must go back. I think there's probably juice for me to play this like now.
It's all part of the process. Let's go again.
I don't know what it is. Like, it's just, wait, what? That was mobile. Is that mobile? What the fuck was that last frame? That was definitely mobile. Free? Free DLC? What the fuck? Why free? How is that free?
There's
What
a
the
very
fuck?
nice holiday surprise.
Did it say
from
free?
PlayStation,
Free
Kratos
DLC
and
on
Mimir
the
Valhalla,
12th.
an
Crazy.
adventure that blends God of War Ragnarok's combat with elements inspired by the roguelike
I guess they're trying
genre
to
for an
really sell
emotional,
PlayStation.
unexpected, and fun new twist. And yes, as you saw, it is free. The team at Santa
That's so
Monica
weird.
Studio
That's
are fans
cool.
of their fans and are offering this DLC, God of War Ragnarok Valhalla, as a gift to the community, and you will
That's
be
so
able
cool.
to download it in just 5 days on December 12th.
Okay, roguelike is
Amazing.
kind of a cool
All
concept
right,
for this.
switching gears.
How did they
Our
not-
next world premiere comes from
Like,
a
they should have
small
had it free
independent
today,
team
you
of
know what I mean?
developers in
It
Australia.
feels like a missed opportunity.
I love that this show can give a platform to independent creators. Their last game in 2019 was a sensation, and their next project is equally exciting and unexpected.
Untitled Goose Game.
Whoa! Wait, they're from the creators. Same creators of Goose Game.
Oh my god,
Power
oh my
Wash
god.
Simulator 2.
Listen,
A new video game for us?
oh, this looks good.
We're friends.
We're gonna want to play this already.
Untitled
Those
Bird
ducks?
Game. Wait. Untitled Mallard Game. Oh, here they are.
What?
All right, I get it.
Oh, I see them.
Oh, we're gonna like this. We're gonna like
my
this.
god.
Oh
my god. It kind of reminds me of
Yes.
Spore a little bit.
Oh, I'm into this.
Whoa.
would be crazy.
This is amazing.
Let's go.
I'm silencing them. It's because they're on delay. That's why I'm watching it on Twitch. And they respond in not real time. I don't know what the fuck this is, but I mean, sure, I'll touch it.
Super fun, right? I did a playtest of that game about a year ago and had so much fun. It is a very special and unique game.
Yeah,
I'm
Classic
honored we
Jeff
get to
flexing
share with you
again.
here
Oh, I
at the
played this
show.
game already.
All right, while you're watching TGA, head to
get it, Jeff.
TGASteamDeck.com right now. We're doing another Steam Deck giveaway. This time it's the brand new 1 terabyte
Jeff, your
Steam Deck
website's down.
OLED featuring an HDR OLED display. Enter now
Chat,
only
I
during
bought-
the
I
live
bought a Steam
show
Deck
at
OLED. You guys asked me
TGASteamDeck.com
if I was gonna get it.
for a
I got
chance
it.
to win 1 of 100
To test it
OLEDs.
out.
All right, trust me, we are just getting started, guys. There are so many game announcements, awards, and musical performances ahead, including the Old Gods of Asgard from Alan Wake 2. Just wait, it's amazing. We'll be right back.
Has anyone here played Alan Wake 2?
No.
Oh my god, Prince of Persia? What the fuck?
I'm here to save a prince. Are you mad?
So these are the paid ads, right?
Prince Hassan
Yeah.
has been kidnapped.
Wait, Takeshi, what happened? I missed it.
You are to leave the Markarth
He
at once.
like said, join this
web.
giveaway, and the website
Bring
you
him
go
back.
to it is down.
Oh,
Bring
okay.
back my son.
Do we have a
Did
remake
you guys
game?
play the original Prince of
No
Persia games?
remake yet, but we have a random celebrity and game 2025 related.
Got it.
Did you guys play the original Prince of Persia games?
Prince of Persia, no, it always seemed like a worse Assassin's Creed.
There's
What?
nothing you can do
The
to
OG Prince
stop
of Persia is a banger. Like, whether the side-scrolling one or even the 3D one, they were sick.
I think I'm a bit young for it. I don't know.
How am I still alive?
Oh, that's true. You are young.
You seem stronger, but not strong enough
yeah,
to save a
but
friend.
I know your
yet.
generation was different.
You never played like Soul? Was it Soul Reaver? There was another. It's a vampire game.
My first
Are
console
you
was the Wii.
courageous enough and clever enough to save your friend?
Are you not gaming?
No.
Legacy of
imagine.
Kain Soul Reaver. That shit was also another
I'll
banger.
do whatever it takes.
All I need is Bill Clinton kid, and I get bingo.
Oh god, ugh.
That's a hard one to get.
If he gets in, I mean, he has some powers.
Ubisoft sponsored me for this. I'm a big Prince of Persia fan.
Oh, well, someone's
It's a
got to
free
count the Game
demo.
Pass games too. I forgot.
Ooh, Lego?
Fortnite.
Fortnite
That's what we
Lego.
just played 5 seconds ago.
Oh, did you guys like it, by the way?
I feel like it could use like a little more.
But it's cool. It does feel like it's lacking a little bit.
Valheim is way better.
The biomes are too large and there's no mobility.
Lego Fortnite Minecraft is like, I feel like they just cooked that up in a shop. They were like, what are things that children like?
Oh, yeah.
And let me tell you, building is not this easy.
No!
They made that shit look free. It is
It is so
fucking
much better than
hard.
us. Look at them. What in the world? I didn't know. Wow.
I think if you sweat it, you can't get good. It had like
I think it does have a lot of
activation
potential.
things. Yeah, if you play for a while, you can definitely get to a fucking place. Those guys are free. I'm not even gonna count. Those guys are free as shit.
You can build planes. Someone did 9/11. Jesus Christ.
What?
Apparently someone did 9/11 in Lego Fortnite already.
These guys fuck. I'll say that.
It just came out. How did they do that?
We killed that guy. We killed that guy easy.
Oh yeah.
Starting to see how you can do 9/11.
Guys, please. Shut up.
You started it, like seriously.
I hate the Epic launcher so much that it gives me anxiety and I don't want to play Fortnite for that reason.
Epic launcher works well. My
You're
main issue
so
is the
wrong.
updates. I think it works well.
Yeah, updates. Oh, wait, are you talking about?
It's the worst launcher of all
I
time.
hate
Please
the updates.
welcome
The
a
updates
former Game Award
so
winner
much
for
update.
Best Performance, Ninja Theory's
Well, I
Marina
mean,
Jurgens.
like once you fucking use Ubisoft's client, Epic Games feels like a blessing.
No disrespect to Ubisoft. They sponsor me a lot.
Performing an original
They're great.
piece from our upcoming
launcher
game,
makes me wanna-
Senua's Saga Hellblade 2. I'm proud to introduce to you to
Their
one of
launcher
my
needs
favorite
work, you're right.
bands, Hylom.
Hylom?
It's Hylom.
Hylom.
Midsommar.
I feel like someone's gonna start going, oh.
Wow, that's like a bow, but also like a stringed instrument. You guys see that?
Wait, is that a dulcimer?
People say you don't react well, they're not
Did you
listening.
say? It reminds me of like a string dulcimer.
Okay, as someone who doesn't listen to music, this is
so.
kind of fire, Chad.
It's gotta be charcoal. It's gotta be. It's making me hungry.
Wait. That dude looked like Kratos.
Bald as a beard.
Hassan, you should do Kratos for Halloween and go bald.
Yeah, it takes a long time for me to grow back my beautiful hair, though. I'm not doing that.
We're a bald cat.
Yeah, bald cap.
Or you can be Mimir. He has a head of hair.
I feel like I'm high by listening to them.
Let's all get Freud.
Bro, this is peak white people music. Respect. Put some respect on it. I love people being like, this is like Bjork. That is insane. I don't listen to music, and even I know that that is a psychotic comparison to make. This is actually kind of cool, but it's very much more folkish than Bjork. Is this vagina music? No. Says the guy who never listened to Bjork. Yeah, I have. Clearly, because I would never compare them to Hylom. Bjork would sample this and then sing over it, maybe. Bro, talking with too much without a Spotify rap. Damn.
That was incredible.
Songs that make me go, England should have remained Daneland. Am I right?
Of fear and fury.
This crowd sucks.
Do you hear it?
I can't make any jokes that's political or historical with these fucking guys. They never. It's crickets, man. It's fucking crickets, dog.
I can feel them on my skin.
Make better jokes.
Each death.
Daneland! You're embarrassing us. Shut up. Shut up. You love it. You love this type of humor. You watch me for this reason. What does that say about you?
Until the very last beat
Daneland
fades away.
Is this supposed to be like a scary game? I feel like this is way more action focused than the previous one.
You want the truth. All the lives inside me tell me to let go. The shadow will always hang over me.
Technically, this is also a woke-ass game, not because a woman is the main character, but because it's literally like a disability awareness game, kind of, right? Like mental illness awareness. Not mental illness. I don't know. You know what I mean. It's about mental health. Whatever the way to say that is, that doesn't make me sound like an asshole, you know? Yeah. Senua's Hellblade Sacrifice is about girl autism.
All right, what an amazing new look at the gameplay and world of Hellblade 2
Thank God I
coming
did not
in
unmute for that.
2024 to Xbox, PC, and Game Pass. Now to present our next award, please welcome a former Game Award winner nominated tonight for Best Fighting Game.
Yeah,
the
very
creative
much so.
director of NetherRealm Studios. It's Ed Boon.
Hey!
Ed
Boon!
Yeah.
By the way, I think you guys are, watching in 4K and all, but you're watching it with a 10-second delay to me because I'm on Twitch watching it on Twitch.
Boon!
we get
Yeah,
lost
but the
in.
thing about it,
Tonight's nominees for Best
Yeah, I'm
Narrative
just saying.
got us all in their
Yeah,
drama,
no,
in their
guys,
characters.
listen to Boon.
And yes, sometimes in some weird stuff we can't explain. Here are the nominees.
Best Narrative.
In a horror story, they're only victims and monsters.
Did you guys play Alan Wake?
Blesses me this day.
No.
Together, we might survive.
It's actually pretty good.
Attention all personnel.
Best narrative.
We have undecided
Oh my God, Phantom Liberty, I hope you win. So
To the
good.
truth that awaits me, I will press on. He's here on some kind of hunt.
He's not
I
himself.
mean,
You want to join us?
ain't it just Baldur's Gate 3?
Yeah.
I think
You're just saying that because it's the popular
And the
choice.
award
You
goes
did not
to-
play any of these games. I did.
I played
Alan
Baldur's
Wake
Gate 3.
2.
I had sex in it.
Boys, this is my fucking jam! I'm wide awake.
Yo, did you guys play Alan Wake 2?
nope.
Nightmare's finally over. Now I'm wide awake.
Thank you so much.
This guy's Max Payne, by the way. Did you guys know that?
Alan Wake
He's Max
2
Payne. He's the character behind Max
from
Payne.
the beginning was a very story-focused project.
That song
for
that they
us.
played is a jam.
I share this with the whole narrative team, the writers, Clay, Tyler, Sinica, narrative designers who
I don't
made
think
the
it's a big
story
upset.
into gameplay, Simone, Molly, the whole narrative team, directors working with actors, Ansi,
Finnish people don't deserve
Anna,
any awards.
Rosie, Holly,
Even though Alan Wake was good.
all the wonderful actors.
Just on
Here
Prince
tonight,
Nine.
some of
Why
them,
do you say
Melanie,
the things that you
Ilka,
I feel like
Matt
10
and
seconds passed and he's
David,
like, I gotta
the
be.
whole-
He just
the
has
whole
to say
cast.
something.
Wonderful
He
actors.
just has to.
And the song makers who made custom music, custom songs to extend the story. Here tonight, later, Poets of the Flawless, Old Gods of Asgard, Poe, This Road, every songmaker coming through Fright Music for our chapter songs. Thank you.
Stop the damn stage.
We wanted to push things further, to do
Bro,
something new, and it's always a risk for you to embrace it and understand it.
Oh,
Means so much. I'll treasure this always.
I think
Thank
the
you.
music's getting louder.
Yo, put some respect on Sam Blake.
The transition with music needs work.
Proud of
It
you.
is jarring to go from an emotional speech to that.
They fucking booted his ass. They treated him with disrespect. That's
Nihongo,
Max Payne.
Nihongo.
アーティストとして
Tokyo, わかりました。
私たちは想像力を駆使して目に見えないものを見ることができます
She said, as artists,
私たちはオーラです私たちはアーティスト私たちはどこにでも存在する私たちは安心
Whoa. Wait, I'm so behind. What in the world?
I don't know
You
what
may
that
have
was.
recognized
Was
that
like an
incredible
anti-AI
creator who built
ad
her
or
own
something?
independent studio in Tokyo, and she wanted to show you what she's been working
know,
on
I
before
guess.
she's even
I actually
signed
don't
it with
know
a
either.
publisher
But it was
or
like
a
2 words at a
platform.
time. It was
I
tough
said,
to, like-
come to this show, just show it to the audience,
Hey,
the
guys, he's
fans
explaining
first.
it.
So that's what we're going to do. We're honored to have her back at the Game Awards. Please give a warm welcome to Akumi Nakamura.
Oh yeah, she's fucking pumped.
She really amazing gamer 中村ですこんにちは
What's she saying, Logan?
I'm super excited to
hello.
be on this stage
I muted
again.
him.
Thank you.
I definitely.
First, I want to say thank you to the Anshin artist, Miteru. And you, thank you, all you. Your support
changed
Chat,
my
dial it back
life.
a little bit. This is a whole ass adult woman. Okay, stop talking about
Today,
fucking
I
Sugoi.
am honored to introduce our first project, Kemuri. It's time to see the unseen. Meet it! Bye-bye!
Matane. I'm allowed to be interested in older women. Nobody said you're not. What the fuck?
It was announced. 2024, I think.
And
Oh my god, is this also a furry game? What the fuck?
See the unseen. They
much
fight
to take
devils
in.
that nobody else sees.
Kemuri.
The art
So
style for
many
mine is
incredible
great.
projects
Yeah,
tonight.
yeah,
Thank
Stray
you,
was my
Kumi.
first
Now,
thought.
tonight, it's
Yeah,
not
me
lost on me that
too.
all of our Game of the Year nominees are from big established franchises. And while we all love a big sequel, it's important to use a place like TGA to introduce you to brand new worlds, like what
Awesome.
you just saw with Kemuri.
Enjoyed
and
that.
Like this project.
My sister fair, she sings like my sister true.
Powerful.
She laughs like new. My sister cries.
I like when water
She
moves
drowned
less.
this evening, but still visits by the light.
I feel like it's one of the fidelity checks of video games. It's like, how's your water looking?
Yeah, it really is.
We prayed for fall to prosper.
A pirate game, Sea of Thieves or whatever.
TFD.
Sea of Thieves 2. I never played it.
Sea of Thieves.
I thought he was trying to do a Sea of These balls fit in your mouth.
Been a victim.
Yeah, you did just fucking See if these?
Oh, Kratos Ori.
Creators of Ori!
I heard it's Kratos of Ori.
This does look sick.
Wow, I am so behind.
You are.
2x speed.
Holy wow.
2x speed.
I've been 2 times to catch up.
I don't have to concern myself with that because I'm on Twitch.
You're 10. You're ahead of everyone. Tina's
I'm
behind.
ahead of
The rest of
everybody.
us
Guys-
are together. Okay.
Guys, don't worry. You're in a time capsule. You'll get to where I'm at
When
now.
we all do a trip to Korea, you won't be laughing so hard, buddy.
Okay, that's too soon.
That's
That's too
so
soon.
one-hit.
No, you think it's funny? You think it's funny that thousands of Korean streamers are losing their jobs?
No, I wish Twitch would do better like YouTube did.
Oh my god.
I actually don't know how YouTube does it.
I don't know.
I think
They're
Google
just
just has a deal.
massive.
That's no rest for the Wicked in
Wicked.
action RPG
Google's
from Moon
27%
Studios.
of
More
all of
information is
Korea's
coming
internet
March
traffic.
1st, as you saw with the Wicked Inside
my.
Showcase. Tonight, during the Game Awards, viewers in the U.S. can enter to win one of 100 Lenovo Legion Go gaming handhelds, a Windows 11
What the hell
gaming
is
PC
this?
in your hand.
There's a
Head to
new handheld? Is this good?
TGALegion.com
It's so
before the end of
cool.
the show
Trust.
to
Oh,
enter
let
for
me
your
know.
chance
I have one. It's
to
so
win.
cool.
Here's a look at the
I'm
Legion
a
Go
Steam
in
Deck
action.
loyalist. I'm a Gaben Dick Rider.
I think it's
diehard.
a cheaper Steam Deck.
It looks cool though.
Look at it. Look at it.
Oh, I don't like that. Oh, I don't like.
No,
that.
look, you play FPS games on it. I was playing CS:GO.
What?
No,
Are you sponsored?
what do you mean? I played Cyberpunk
Well,
on my
I
Steam
have it
Deck.
because I was sponsored, but I actually loved it.
Game Pass, Game
They-
Pass, Game Pass,
the
Game
thrill
Pass.
of exploring
new worlds. The rush of victory.
Oh, I don't know if this should count though, actually.
But
This is a
there's
Game
still
Pass
so much
advertisement.
more to discover.
I'm backing out.
Wait, what? What do you mean backing out? Of
Well,
what?
because it's at least 3 games in the Game Pass for the bingo card. But we could just say this is 3 because they're showing us like 15
Party!
right here.
Oh, I see. Oh.
Or we wait to see future games that are not. You know what I mean? That website was also down. Damn.
All the websites for giveaways are
Every
down.
choice
Yeah.
you make is a chance to feel something new.
So all you need is one person to refresh
Have
it.
fun.
Like tomorrow, much less competition.
Game page.
Have you guys played this?
The Avatar?
Avatar?
Yeah, didn't it come out already? Like early access?
Oh, I
Yeah.
have no idea.
I didn't know it was out.
All I know is that it's supposed to expand the Avatar world
You
as
have the
opposed to
map.
being just a re-representation of what was on the screen.
Apparently it
Teach
came
me
out
the
today.
ways of the Navi.
It's like a single player thing.
It looks
so
incredible.
pretty.
Though. Like, is the game good? Though, like the actual game.
land,
I'm curious.
the RDA,
Chat saying it
is
came
done.
out today.
It's out today? What?
we did
entertaining by Game Informer.
That is such like.
That's the lightest.
That's like saying interesting about a movie.
Frontiers of Pandora.
Yeah, that's like
That's
when
the bare
Hideo Kojima
minimum.
writes one word about the movie that he watched.
Available now? Does that count?
Is it good though?
This
Is that bingo?
Wait, what do you
Good
mean?
day,
Available now,
yeah,
bingo.
just a wiffle waffle.
You have
can't
bingo?
even aim when
No,
you
no, I'm
go
saying it's
into
on the board.
battle.
I am a baron.
hell is this, a
You are
Discord ad?
border.
I
If
like
we're
to
on
crease.
Discord right now. You make smarter.
Bye, Andy. I got an acre. You eat a voice break because your mom's a
Bro,
baker.
Discord is for leaking national security secrets. I don't know what this is about.
Oh.
Discord is for that and also grooming.
We have
That's
been
what
saying
Discord
it
is
all
for.
night, but it really has been an outstanding year for gaming. And now to talk about some of the biggest games, it's a pleasure to welcome from the Muppets, that's right, the great Gonzo.
Oh, thank you. Hey, Jeff.
I've muted myself.
great to
I
be
don't know
here.
if they
Hello,
responded to it or
everybody.
not. I'm
Hey,
not.
buddy,
I'm not waiting
thanks
for
for
them to respond to
coming.
my jokes.
Looks like you're kind of wearing what I'm wearing.
Yeah, it's like looking in a mirror, isn't it?
Well, I really
Well, I
don't
really
think.
don't think.
So, Gonzo, what have you been playing?
Oh shit, they nailed that.
Seriously, what have you been playing? Hey, everybody.
Hey, everybody.
Gonzo's buying everyone popcorn tonight.
Hey, wait a minute. All right, that was a good one. You got me. Well played, Jeff.
Yeah, well, thank you. Seriously,
That
though,
is
what have you been playing?
Pog.
Gonzo?
Popcorn.
Well, lots and lots of Tears of the
To
Kingdom.
the YouTube chatters out
What
there,
an
Pog is
incredible game.
That's
You know
crazy.
that
Is a
one mission where
celebration
you follow
emote?
the cuckoo up a hill? I lost track of how many days I spent doing that. The objective is really, just follow the chicken. You don't have to ask me twice.
Oh.
That's right, you do love your chicken. So I get that was your favorite part. What did you think of the ending?
Oh, I never get past that cuckoo mission. I keep restarting to see if I can get a slower time.
All right, well, any other great gaming highlights this year for you, Gonzo?
Are you kidding? Actually, if you have the time. Hey, you guys got a minute? I'd like to show you how many of this year's greatest games all revolve around one central theme.
Oh my God! I
Check
left
this
the
out.
call. Did I get kicked out?
Wait, what?
Got the
Oh,
case
no, I
scored?
didn't.
Yeah, that's
You
quite a
stuff it.
conspiracy you've
Never mind. I'm
uncovered.
here.
I know. You
is
probably
going on?
think I'm obsessed with chickens, and I can't appreciate video games beyond this one very specific interest.
I mean,
You
yeah,
guys
I think
kicked
we're
me.
all thinking that.
No one kicked
Yeah,
you.
maybe.
Guys, Gonzo's not cringe.
What do you think,
respectfully.
Zelda?
Not cringe. Not cringe.
He's like a Muppet. What do you want?
Let's do this
Discord thing
IRL.
was-
Is he trying to fuck the chicken? What's happening?
Blood.
Unbelievable. All right, here
What's
are the
with you and, like,
nominees for
bucking
Best
things?
Debut
I'm just
Indie Game.
Best debut indie game.
What?
He's gonna fuck the chicken.
How are they able to walk across the stage?
Are you guys okay?
Cocoon. Ooh, Dredge. Ooh, Pizza Tower.
I've never seen that game.
Oh, man.
Wait, that game looks awesome.
I feel like. Oh,
Whoa.
shit. This one got so
feel as
hated
free
on
as a
for
cuckoo.
one line. Yeah. They had
Wait,
like
why
one of
did it
those
get hated
like.
on?
All right, the great
It had like
Gonzo.
a
Thank
huge
you,
Twitter
Gonzo.
hate thread because it had one of those
Now
like,
to the task
wait,
at
it's
hand.
behind
The
me,
Game
isn't
Award
it?
goes
lines.
to
How
Oh.
can you hate on that?
Cocoon.
It's gotta be Dredge.
I don't, wait, what the fuck? Which one was that? I don't even know.
The first one.
First
I don't know
Well,
if it's a
sometimes
big
democracy
upset.
is not the best
Thank you so much.
mode, you know?
The team from Geometric couldn't make it out tonight, but they wanted us to pass along their thanks for
Welcome.
everyone who played and voted for Cocoon. And to Yeppy, Mads, and Jakob,
Wait, who are you?
and everyone at the team at Geometric, thank you so much for being such a wonderful partner on this game. Thank you.
The Geometric team also wanted to thank they were honored to be nominated with all the Gladstone Studios in this category. We can't wait to see what you guys do next. Thank you.
Damn, silencing women. Ludwig knows all about that. That's why his podcast is not even
We'll
have a female
announce the
co-host.
best mobile game of 2023,
That
but
was
which
funny.
title are you most excited to see go mobile in 2024? Google Play will be awarding the most anticipated title with their Play More award on Twitch. So head on over to Twitch to lock your vote. And now it's time for our next
Please
world
play
premiere.
Dredge. It's chill, not a scary game. Dude, it looks so scary.
Yo.
This is how I'm always playing video games.
We're cutting her off.
Oh, that was cringe.
Yeah, the music played.
I'm always
no.
finding myself playing video games exactly like that.
Oh no. It's an isekai.
Did you save the game?
Really? Of course I did.
Haha. That's me for real. I live alone. What the fuck is this? Oh my god, Crazy Taxi? What the fuck?
I've never played any.
Oh yeah! Now,
Wait, are they
typically a
making all
world
these for
premiere reveals
mobile?
one
I don't
game,
get
but
it.
leaves
Seems
the
like,
Sega to
yeah,
announce 5
they're
new
re-releasing them all.
games
That's
in one
kinda crazy.
trailer. So many memories for all of us. All of those are first of the
So it's
many
a
brand new
remake?
games in development and set for release over the next several
Yes,
years.
yeah, I think it's a
Thanks
remake.
to Sega
Fucking
for that
shit.
incredible announcement. All right, well, this next
love that
trailer
emote.
might be something Dragon Ball fans have been waiting to hear about for a while. Here we go.
Ooh.
Dragon Ball Z!
Buddha, what's it called?
Make the RPG. Did you guys ever play the top-down RPG? That shit was fire.
Remake game, by the way. Remake game, by the way.
I'll show you the horrors of hell. Now perish along with this planet!
Man, I fucking love Dragon Ball.
I watched the road. I watched all the fighting scenes on YouTube.
Oh, boo. Cool. Nobody cares.
Wow.
This looks scary. Spooky.
Whatever's down there is too dangerous.
This
Hey,
is
what
no
else does
Dragon Ball Z, by
Supermassive
the way.
do?
Oh, it's Dead by Daylight. What?
Dead by Daylight, I think, if I had to guess.
Until Dawn?
Dead by Daylight.
Wait, like another Until Dawn?
I won't go there.
No, I thought like Supermassive games did Until Dawn.
Trying to watch your radio, the blood spill. This loss is a burden that we both share. Two sinners can't atone from a lone prayer. Souls tied, intertwined by pride and guilt.
Wait, this looks good, guys.
From the way that I've been living,
I know, but like, you know.
This song is pretty fire. It's good vibes.
From the daylight, running from the daylight, from the daylight.
How do we get this song? Is it popular on TikTok?
Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time.
It's Hosier as fuck. It's Imagine Dragons, isn't it? I don't know, actually.
Cinematic.
Where's the game?
That's right. Two huge
I don't know
games
if
in the horror
I like
genre,
the
Dead
Alan
by
Wake
Daylight
song,
and
so
Supermassive games are
obviously I'm
coming together
fucking bad.
for a brand new single-player experience, the casting of Frank Stone. Now, tonight we're showing you lots of new worlds, but
fucking
now it's
Christian
time to
rock fan
return
now,
to a world
bro. Come on.
we haven't seen in quite some time.
Oh.
Super Paper Mario Land.
Too much grassland.
The game. Charlotte's Web.
Wizard 101
Just Wizard 102. Oh my god.
Wizard 101
Genshin.
Wait, this is kind
Is it
of.
just Genshin?
Is this random anime game? What is this?
Can I? Kingdom Hearts.
No, it's not Kingdom Hearts.
The text.
What is it?
It's another Genshin type.
I will call this a random anime game.
It's not Genshin.
This is not Genshin.
Oh, wait.
Square Enix, it is Kingdom Hearts!
Give me Kingdom Hearts.
You were right!
Dragon Quest? It's the only other.
Tinkerbell.
Star Ocean?
Oh, we're way ahead. Go chill.
It's Secret of Mana. I don't know what that is. It's too much of a secret for me.
I mean, when's the last Secret of Mana?
Visions of
Oh,
Mana.
that is a very
Visions
foolish
of
tree.
Mana.
Visions of Mana. Cute.
I have no idea.
Is that a
Tinkerbell.
random anime game?
No, I wouldn't give Secret of Mana random anime game status.
Okay.
It's pretty renowned.
Okay.
It is said that time marches to the beat of a drum. A fleeting moment can feel like a lifetime for those caught in its
let's go.
deadly rhythm. And a lifetime can pass in the blink of an eye for anyone embracing its bitter end.
He about to get fucking yeeted.
Ghost of Tsushima? No?
Probably gonna
The
break
only
Blade
thing
with
we
his
know
neck.
for sure
Oh.
is that time marches
Isn't
forward.
Team Ninja what Ninja calls this shit?
Even if we are apart, still we'll.
Sekiro?
Without hesitation,
No.
without remorse.
Okay, this looks fucking fire.
If the drum drives the rhythm.
Oh my god. Oh, dude.
The river directs the flow.
Let's do it together.
There's a lot of samurai video games, I'm realizing.
There is not enough samurai games, 100%.
How many mountains must you move?
It's from the makers of Neo. It's going to be so difficult to play.
Let us not forget the pain of Master Shoin and the countless others who have suffered.
Is the audio weird for anyone? It's just me.
Yeah, no, it's a little.
Shall we?
Yeah.
A little bit, yeah.
Sounds super compressed.
Rise of the Ronin.
What is that?
I don't know.
It's a new
It's like
game.
a new ass game.
Will sacrifice their partner
one of
for
one.
duty. So which of
It
you
looks
will
fucking
do
sick.
the deed?
I
Oh,
just
he looks
finished
cool.
Yakuza, like a dragon. Or no, Ishin.
March.
That's Rise of the Ronin coming to PlayStation in 2024. Now it is time to announce winners in a number of other
is that PlayStation
categories.
only?
Here are the nominees for
PlayStation,
Best
probably.
Action Game. Armored Core 6, Fires of Rubicon. Dead Island 2, Ghost Runner 2, Hi-Fi Rush, and
Hi-Fi Rush.
Remnant 2. And the Game Award goes to
Armored Core wins.
Armored Core 6, Fires of
Called it.
Rubicon.
I like Hi-Fi Rush.
Congratulations from. Here are the nominees for Best Art Direction. Alan Wake 2,
Alan Wake wins.
Hi-Fi Rush, Lies of P, Super Mario Bros. Wonder,
Alan Wake.
and The Legend of Zelda,
Hi-Fi
Tears of the
Rush.
Kingdom.
Alan Wake
And the
deserves
Game
it.
Award goes
Hi-Fi Rush
to
all day, baby. We're not gonna
Alan
lose.
Wake 2.
Called it.
Congrats, Remedy. Here are the nominees for Best VR AR.
Son,
Gran
you're too far ahead. You
Turismo
can't be
7,
spoiling like that, respectfully.
Humanity,
I thought too.
Horizon Call of the
Respectfully.
Mountain,
What? No,
Resident
I wasn't-
Evil
I
Village
was actually
VR mode, and
calling
Synapse.
I
it
said
ahead of
respectfully.
time.
And the Game Award goes to
I don't know which this is going to be.
Resident Evil Village VR mode.
I didn't
Congratulations
spoil
to
it.
Chris.
See, I
Resident
didn't
Evil
spoil it.
Village.
Now your nominees for Best
Yes!
Mobile Game. Final Fantasy VII,
Honkai
Ever
Star
Crisis,
Rail.
Never,
Honkai
ever
Star
play that.
Rail, Hello Kitty Island
Honkai
Adventure,
Star Rail wins.
Monster
Paid.
Hunter Now,
Resident
and
Evil
Terra
in VR.
Nell.
Hello Kitty
And the
Island
Game Award
Adventure.
goes
Let's
to
go,
Kitty.
baby.
Kitty Island
Honkai
has
Star Rail.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Hoyoverse.
HKI
All right,
fans.
we have
Three
much
for three.
more Game Awards to come, including the first ever performance by the Old Gods of Asgard from Alan Wake 2.
Yes!
And some of our
Old Gods of
biggest game
Asgard.
announcements are still to come. But right now, we'd like you to meet one of tonight's nominees for Best Debut Indie Game, who's also
Hello
part of the
Kitty
newly
deserved
inducted
it. They
Future
put
Class.
theirs.
Hello
presented
Kitty
by
fans
Old
are feeling so robbed right now.
Guys, I'm time traveling, so Hassan can't.
My name is Abhi. In India, when I grew up, I had a very early interest in
Hello,
games.
Abhi.
In ads?
When I got to Canada at
I
the age
believe
of
this is a
12,
Wes
it was a
Anderson
whole
film.
new world for me. For many
That is-
Caucasian
okay,
families,
that's gotta be racist.
food is not just a thing to cook, but also a way of expressing affection and all the things that they cannot say. Mimba is a narrative cooking game that tells the story of an Indian mother who moves to Canada in the late 1980s. It's
Oh,
a
this is the
story
freaking,
about
oh,
love,
we love
loss,
it.
and family.
Oh, this looks yeah, it's the game.
The more local you are, the more
The game that
international you
was nominated
become.
for best feature
Indie
Everybody
game.
who's played the game is able to put something from their lives into it in ways that I wouldn't have expected.
Yeah, get that Old Spice money.
I love the collaborating brand stuff. Like, this is like sponsored by Old Spice and then AMD.
Is this the thing you have, Leslie?
No, this is a Steam Deck, but
Oh, is
the
it Steam
Legion
Deck?
Go is the other one.
Steam Deck is Pog. And I'm not sponsored to say that, even though I love gaming.
You should be outlawed to say that. You're 30, bro.
What do you mean?
You can't be saying Steam Deck is Pog.
We want you.
You're just jealous that you don't know how to say Pog.
Sir, I'm actually on both platforms.
I can save someone with this.
Oh yeah, I forgot. You're
Outlaws Trails.
Wait,
your
random
video.
streamer.
Random streamer!
Random streamer cameo. Okay, if Among Us pops up, I have bingo.
What? Okay. If I have a pixel art game, I got bingo.
Wait, grind that. Wait, do we have to grind the children?
What up, man? Welcome in.
Okay, now we sit down, very comfy.
This game was so scary.
What's the name of this game?
Outlast Trials.
Oh wait, I missed it.
You played this. Yeah, we had it. This was a fun little era.
Hated it. Pixel art shows up for Among Us. What if it's Pixel art Among Us? Who wins?
Ooh, we both. Hi.
Wait,
really? Janet?
Yeah, it had her little potato something.
Oh, hell yeah.
This guy looks like XQC if he gained weight.
Whoa. Whoa, whoa.
No!
What is this? It's the same game? Another one?
I think it's the
Wait.
It's even more trials.
Oh, it wasn't
Is that a
even
vape?
out yet?
Is this a vape ad?
It's the Elf bar. Oh, it is a vape.
It's a
This
vape.
is-
The vape.
The vape is
I
bad
thought,
guy.
dude, I thought.
Vape
Why
dragon.
did that make vapes look cool?
Okay, welcome back to the Game Awards. And are you
They
ready?
failed.
It is time to get
They failed.
a world
Now I wanna
premiere
smoke one.
from one of our industry's
I can be a
greatest creators. He's been a huge supporter of the Game Awards since the very beginning back in 2014. And tonight, I am so honored to share this latest update with you on his upcoming project. Here
Hideo
we go.
Kojima.
Elden Ring DLC.
Hideo Kojima reveals Dua Lipa on the latest game. Watch.
Ow, I don't like that
The
sound.
hungry purple dinosaur ate the kind zingy fox, the jabbering crab, and the mad whale, and started vending and quacking.
What am I?
The hungry purple dinosaur ate
What?
the kind zingy fox, the jabbering crab, and the mad whale, and started vending and quacking.
That's fire. 100 fire.
Purple dinosaurs ate the kind zingy fox, the jabbering crab, and the mad whale, and started vending and quacking.
I don't even know. It's PG. What the?
No.
Hideo Kojima made an Xbox
But
game?
more! For
What?
screamers. I'm a screamer. You're a screamer.
I'm not a screamer. Everybody always says I'm
excited.
never scared, so
It's-
it's so boring to watch me play scary games. That's what they're saying.
That's the word. The word.
Please welcome the visionary game developer behind OD, Mr. Hideo Kojima!
God, he's so cool. He's so. Oh. Kojima-sama! Arigatou gozaimasu, Kojima-sama!
Welcome, Mr. Kojima, back to the Game
That was
Awards.
a wild intro.
What an
Thank you,
entrance.
Jeff.
What an entrance.
10回目となる記念すべきこの TGA で、新作のゲーム OD、発表できて非常に嬉しいです。このゲームには、ソフィア
It's not Kojima-san,
リリ
it's
スと、ハ
Kojima-sama.
ンター・シェー
Put
ファ
some
ーと
respect
ウド
on
キア
it,
さん
dude.
が出演されま
Y'all
す。
are like,
はい
it's Kojima-san.
Really glad
It's like,
to be
no,
at the
dude.
10th
Kojima-sama.
Game Awards. Really happy to show the new title, OD. And this title will feature main role Sophia Lillis, Hunter Schafer, and Udo Kier.
I think we all want to know more, of course.
I
What
think Hideo
kind of
Kojima
game
makes
are you
video games
making,
to
Mr.
hang out with celebrities that he
まあ
likes.
僕はそ
I'll
の
say it.
誰もがやったこともないような、斬新なことに挑戦することを非常に大好きなんですけども、
translators remember everything.
まあXbox ゲームスタジオの
I'm pretty sure
力
it's a
を借りまし
teleprompter.
て
It is their whole
彼らのクラウド技術を使っ
I
て
think
まあ
Hunter
全
Schafer's
く
like
新
popping
し
in
い
Japan, I
ユ
feel
ニ
like.
ークで
I'm
尖
not
っ
even
た
kidding.
ゲームっていうのを
Is it
今
like,
作っています。
I remember
で
her
まあ
being
今まで
all
ないも
over
の
the
なん
billboards in
で
Japan when I was there.
言葉で説明はしにくいんですけども、
Actually.
これもちろんゲームです。遊んで楽しめるゲームなんですけども、ある種映画でもあって、さらに
Got a bunch of big campaigns.
新しいメディアになるかもしれないという可能性を秘めたものです。
So I really like to always challenge new things, groundbreaking things, and that's my kind of rule. But this one, with help of Xbox Game Studios and using their cloud gaming technology, I'm kind of doing this together. But it's really to make immersive and also something that no one has seen before is what I'm
Well,
trying to do.
XCOM.
And it is a game, don't get me wrong, but it's at the same time a movie, but at the same time a new form of media.
Well, we can't wait to learn more about what you're working on. Oh, wait.
What?
Is there somebody else at the
He's
door?
got 5 on it.
Ooh, what?
John Wick.
Everyone, please welcome Jordan Peele to the
No
Kojima
fucking
Verse.
way. Oh, God.
Oh my god.
That's insane. That's kind of, that's cool as fuck. Okay.
Whoa, he has a beard.
What's
Sounds like
up?
a soundtrack.
How's it going? Oh my God, Jordan, welcome to the Game Awards. What a fun surprise.
What the
I know
hell?
you're a big
Dude,
fan of
this
Hideo's
combo,
games, right?
I like
Huge
it.
fan of
Okay.
Hideo. This man is an icon. And I can say from the first moment I played Metal Gear Solid 2,
Jordan Peele likes Metal
I
Gear
knew
Solid
I was
2?
experiencing the work of
Okay.
an artist whose craft just hits different. And he's been an inspiration to me, and the opportunity to collaborate with him is truly incredible. In my
Why do you guys keep
films,
saying it's free
I'm
Palestine?
always
What, is he like
trying
a Zionist or
to
something? I don't get it.
maximize the immersion, put the audience into the main character's shoes. Hideo is the master of this, and he does it on a whole nubba level.
Why the fuck?
And what he's cooking up here is completely immersive, utterly terrifying, and I am absolutely honored to be collaborating with the GOAT. Let's go!
Oh,
Two
he signed
goats
the
working
Free to
together.
Hostages letter? That's
Hideo,
my
I want to
favorite.
ask you, how are you collaborating with Jordan? Tell us about it.
ジョーダンは、天才と評価される数少
He
ない
signed
プ
both
レイヤー
letters.
の一人
Respect.
で、僕はもう彼の大
He's
ファン
like,
だったんです。
Mr. Biden, free the
で、お会
hostages,
いして
please.
非常に気が合うので、もう最初に会った時から、昔からの知り合いみたいな、幼馴染みたいな感じで。で、僕は映画を見て育ってゲームを作っています。で、ジョーダンは、ゲームを、遊びながら育って映画を作ってるんで、この二人が一緒にコラボするの非常に面白いかなというので、ジョーダンと一緒にものを作り出しました。
Well, Jordan is one of those genius, and I've been a big fan of him. And when I met him, I felt like we were friends from the past. We get on very well. We like things that we both like, and we're really happy, and we wanted to collaborate something. And this time,
Wait, someone said
well,
his
Jordan,
wife, Chelsea
I grew
Peretti,
up
didn't
watching
sign
movies, and I'm a
the
game
letter.
creator now. Jordan
So he did,
grew
but
up
his
playing
wife
games,
didn't? Like, what the fuck?
And he's a movie director now. So this two collaboration will be really awesome. So that's why I wanted to do something together with Jordan.
あとですね、このプロジェクトは、ジ
Much
ョーダ
respect
ン
to
だけでは
Chelsea
なくて、多くの、クリエイティブサポーターとか、人たちと、参加が予定されてます。
I mean, I don't really give a shit.
で、
Whatever. Yeah, it's Hollywood,
それぞれ
man.
の
They're
恐怖っていうのの
fucking-
焦点を当て
I don't
て
know
も
what
ら
the
っ
fuck they're
て、ストーリーテリングしてもらうと予定です。で、ここではそのメンバーを紹介できませんけども、非常に豪華な夫人というか、巨匠たちの集まりなんで、僕はその彼らを集めて、アベンジャーズと呼んでます。ぜひ楽しみにしてください。
It would hurt my feelings if Hideo
So
signed it. though.
what I could say right
Is he-
now is
I feel
that
like he knows
I'm
better.
kind of
In my head canon, he's a Che
it's
Guevara
not
fan.
just
He
Jordan.
would stand
I
for
have
this.
other creative collaborative partners with me on board on this project. I can't really say who they are right now, but I tell you, they are the legends, and they're going to be amazing.
I'm
and,
telling you guys,
I actually
this
call
is-
them the Avengers.
He just hangs out with all of his favorite Hollywood people. That's why he's like making video games
I
now.
just want to stress that what this man is building here is unlike any other game. It is going to be crazy. That's it. We cannot wait to learn more. Hideo Kojima, Jordan Peele, thank you so much, guys.
Crazy. When's the release date?
All right, it's time for another game announcement. This one's
Their entrances were
65
so
million
cool.
years.
That was
to make
tight.
Oh god, he's so sick. I love Hideo.
I own an island.
65 million years. Dinosaur.
Really spectacular.
Yes!
No expense.
The world is only 6,000
This
years old,
place-
so you're
I
wrong.
wanted to show them something that wasn't an illusion. Something that was real.
Can anyone hear me? This is Dr. Maya Joshi. I've been left behind on Isla Nubla.
These are like direct scenes from the movie, right?
Yeah.
I've never watched it.
I'm pretty sure this exact scene happened, but with a different actor. That's right, I've seen the movie. She is.
Is anyone there?
There's no way she's out.
You're done.
Yeah, so chill.
My bad, bro. My bad.
It's spin?
That's why I get
Dino horror? What is this?
Jurassic Park.
No, I meant like is it a scary game? Like what's going on?
for the water. That's insane.
Wait, this is Jurassic Park? What?
They need the water in it. Look where the car comes. That's pretty damn big, man.
She was so
Down was pumped with the big one, but was like running away from the little guy.
Survival?
What's in the cold storage?
Whoa.
Mia Khalifa's punishment for
Please
defending
welcome
Palestine.
Grammy Award-winning producer, Zed.
I didn't want to say it. Y'all
Hello,
are so
everybody.
stupid.
I'm
See, I
honored to
can't
be
say
here
any of that.
tonight to present the award for Best Audio Design.
Oh my God, that's
Sound is an often
my best friend
overlooked
Zed.
but crucial aspect of game development. It's what
He's got a
brings games to
snatched
life,
hairline.
creating the immersive worlds we love to explore. It's the eerie noises deep in the forest, the echoes inside an abandoned spacecraft, or the satisfying sound of shooting a web. This year, we've seen some incredible examples of audio design in games as talented sound designers have pushed the boundaries of what's possible. Here are the nominees.
Best audio design.
Right. Ooh. I do feel like space games get an edge here.
I feel like, isn't it going to be Hi-Fi Rush? Because,
Spider-Man 2?
I think Alan Wake deserves it.
That's a game that looks like a sound.
Resident Evil 4 seemed like a good
And the
call.
Game Award goes
Sorry
to
for Dead Space. It's gotta be.
Hi-Fi Rush.
Guys, I already pre-watched all of this. I already pre-watched all of this. I can tell you guys all the winners.
Finally, they win one.
Thank you so much. 信じられません。
Speak your truth.
このような素晴らしい賞をいただきありがとうございます。制作チーム一丸となって取り組んだ成果を
That guy's as fat as
評価して
Bolo.
いただけたことを大変嬉しく思います。制作をサポートしてくださった皆様、また作品を応援していただいた皆様に心より感謝いたします。本当にありがとうございます。
Just a quick translation. Thank you for this amazing award. It's so glad that the work that the team has done together has been recognized here. Thank you to everyone who supported this project.
I don't
For
think he's
myself,
translating.
Thank
I
you
think
to
he's
our
reading.
family, friends,
Oh, he's reading.
partners, pets. Thank you everyone at Bethesda, ZeniMax, Microsoft, and all the players out there for going with this ridiculous
That's actually
project. And most of all, to the team at Tango for taking such a wild idea and making it a reality. Thank you so much.
My dream job is to be a Kojima's translator, yes. Only if we get to hang out and watch movies together.
All right, let's turn to the world of Fortnite. If you haven't
right, come
already,
on,
check
Among
out
Us.
the Game
Give it to me,
Awards
Jeff.
Island in Fortnite. It's been updated with new trophies tonight to collect. Fortnite is expanding into a full-on platform with tons of new experiences beyond cover. Earlier today, Lego Fortnite launched, and on Saturday, the music game Fortnite Festival. Tomorrow, though, the team at Psyonix behind Rocket League delivers Rocket Racing. Here's your first look.
The Rocket League fans are not happy about this, Jeff. They want the ability to trade again, not a new racing game.
Is it Gwen?
Does look like Gwen.
What is trading?
Like literally trading items.
Too Fort, too furious. Good one.
They've stripped Rocket League of some features and haven't updated it in a while, outside of like some cash grab stuff. And the theories are coming out with Rocket League 2.
Rocket Racing in Fortnite.
Okay. Fuck it, why not?
You ascend, yet fame still holds sway. Their glory fades through time.
Okay. Okay, another
somber gray.
Another samurai style game. I'm into it. I'm invested.
Another what? Too many Asian games for you?
No. This is good. This is good. This is actually good. These are the cool types of games.
You gave a military army white guy a gun and you'd be happy, huh?
Of course.
I like this.
Then why is there always suffering? And why do the bad folks always win?
Because goodness without teeth punishes.
It's Chinese, right? Not Japanese, chat.
Foments
I think it's Wukong, no?
Cleanse the world with blood.
This is sick.
Yeah,
This is sick.
Is your destiny.
are fucking tight.
Insane.
I, the keeper of the New West,
Oh my God.
the destined one.
The destined one who doesn't even know
that's
what
cursed.
he's destined for. Those old rascals, they surely know how to name.
Is my kind destined for extermination?
This is not a furry game, chat. Don't say that.
Destiny.
Only because it's cool and I want to play it.
It will fit me just as well.
You're being cinephobic.
Blood yet preaching peace. Oh, you immortals, pray enlighten me. What justifies your
So look, Chinese God of War.
Wow. It looks so cool.
That's insane.
Oh my god, look at that turtle.
Oh my God, you guys are like 25 seconds behind.
Oh, sweet destiny.
Is this funded by the CCP? I hope.
When? August!
Oh, it's next.
That's kind of
Okay.
soon. That's kind of soon.
That's kind of soon.
Black Myth. I'm definitely gonna play that.
The Flash, Superman.
What was the studio
Your
on that shit?
friends are slaughtering the people they swore to protect.
The People's Republic. That's the studio.
My Justice League will burn this earth down for me.
Flash, how do I stop this?
You have to kill us, Diana. We have to die to save the world.
We can work with that.
Finally, someone let me out of my cage.
Ay, ay, ay. This is...
Intangible. I bet you didn't think, so I command you to.
You think you're work with that?
Finally, someone let me out of my cage.
Ay, ay, ay. This is...
Intangible. I bet you didn't think, so I command you to.
You think you're a team now?
You think you can stop us?
Thought you'd never ask.
Pick and choose, sit and lose. All you different crews, chicks and dudes. Who you think is really kicking tunes? He's the fastest man alive, according to all these girlfriends. I'm happy, feeling glad I got sunshine. In a bag, I'm useless, but not for long. The future is coming on.
So, what's the plan?
Time for us bad guys to save the world.
My future is coming on, it's coming on, it's coming on. Come on.
That was Suicide Squad, and joining me now are Rebecca and Megan from Digital Extremes up in Canada to talk about all things Warframe. We've got a special Warframe Twitch drop tonight for those of you watching on Twitch, but I understand you've also got some other news for Warframe fans on the next expansion, right?
Yeah, we do. You know, it's been 10 years for Warframe, so 10 years for
Oh
you.
my
We
God,
assume
it's
we'd
been
get a
10
seniors
years?
discount
Look
this
at
summertime,
her
just because our
claws.
game is probably the oldest game here, maybe. But yeah, we
Keeps
have
going strong.
I know it's because our community is so awesome, and we are going to be showing you the release date for our next major update for Warframe. So we do have a trailer for Warframe players around the world to watch, which is quite exciting.
Yeah, I mean, it's been an incredible ride, 10 years of just our incredible developers, our
Yes.
community just supporting us along the way. So if you're a Warframe fan and watching, we love you and thank you so much. And I hope you enjoy the next update, Whispers in the Walls.
Oh yeah, thanks for having us back too. Devs at home, we love you guys.
All right, thanks, guys. Let's take a look.
For generations you've slept. No purpose, no call to wake you. But now, you have changed
No
everything.
idea.
It's like an alien-like shootery game.
The lidless eye has seen you.
Single player?
14.
Tenno.
Chat, fun fact, I have played Warframe. Why do you have a Guyana tab open slime? Oil, baby, oil. Did I like it? It was alright, it's just like, too much.
Hey, dude, look the most normal out of everything.
There is so much more Game Awards ahead. You thought the surprises were done? Nope, there's lots coming. But while you're here, head to supergameawards.com through December 31st for a chance to win a trip for 4 to the brand new Super Nintendo World at Universal Studios Hollywood. Here's a look.
Oh my god, I want a trip to Super Nintendo World.
Does it work?
Nowhere to go. So quick, enter on the website.
Whoa.
Oh my god, that's us on our
Ready for a new way to play? Experience the immersive world of Super Mario. Brought to life like never before. Super Nintendo World. Now open at Universal Studios Hollywood.
Fuck
fucking pronouns! Bethesda! Stop current day in us, Bethesda! Woke California! Pronouns! That's
What's
wild
the
that they
In
bought
the
an
Dark
ad.
roller coaster.
That's wild that they bought an ad on the same thing that they're supposed to be like potentially winning.
They doubled down.
Did they come out? They came out last year, right? Or
What?
This year? Did they come out this year?
Life
What?
to the
Starfield?
death to
Yeah,
the
did it come
dead.
out this year?
We
Yes.
have sworn to protect the living from the lingering
Space
dead.
Mountain. That's the one.
Keep the incarnate and
Wait,
the
did they not even get
invisible
nominated?
separate to bring peace on errant souls.
Oh my god, that's crazy that they didn't get nominated and they bought an ad.
Is broken.
They're like, don't forget about us. We exist.
Life to the living. Death to the
I don't know if
dead.
the homies are getting dropped.
Death to the dead. Life
Take a little.
to the living. Death
They deserve nominations, chat. Y'all are fucking crazy. Starfield was a
or
decent game.
sacrificing the living to bring me back. I'm not sure I can do this. Honor your oath or bring me back. But don't leave me like this.
A lot of these games. Give me a game about like a baker.
This call is being recorded. What is your emergency?
One of the ones supplies.
It's not a cooking game.
I need the police. You can call the police right away.
Oh god.
Suspect down.
Right is down.
The police are shooting everyone. What the fuck?
We gotta get plus.
What?
Ready? We need backup. Let's go. Get back. You can still make it out of this. Drop the gun and let her go. I'm not going in.
It's not Ready or Not. Ready or Not is a FPS.
So, are you ready?
Oh my god, it is Ready or Not. Wait, what?
How you said, are you ready?
Wait, I don't understand. Why is it like third person? Isn't Ready or Not a first person?
I have no idea. I didn't.
I've never
I didn't
heard
know
of
this
it.
game
This game is very controversial, guys. For those of you who don't know.
Age of Empires, Call of Duty, Warzone Mobile.
All I
Little
know
Nightmares,
is, Hassan, if you
and
spoil
Tom
one more
Clancy's
damn thing,
Rainbow
I'm gonna
Six
kill
are
myself
just
in real life and write your name down.
Kill myself in real life. Head to the Game Awards on Twitch to
Okay,
vote
when I
for
said
which
it's not
title
Ready or
you want
Not,
to win.
I
Google Play's own
hadn't
Play More
figured it out
Everything's
yet.
getting spoiled,
Now,
man.
please welcome last
Because
year's
you
winner
went
of
to the
Games
website.
for Impact for the
Just
game
so you
As
went
Dusk
the
Falls.
No, I know I'm ahead
Just
of you
come to
guys.
PlayStation
When I say
on
something, I haven't
March
seen it
7th
on
and is
screen.
available for pre-order tonight. Creative director Caroline Marshall.
I'm gonna keep spoiling, chat. No, but it's not my fault. The red car is slow, man. Jesus Christ.
Just
But
watch
it's
with
so
us.
high quality,
Bonsoir, everyone.
man. Jeez.
Winning last year was definitely a highlight of my 22 years in the industry.
Oh,
Games
she
for
said hello.
Impact is one of the most important categories at the Game Awards. The games nominated this year offer unique
No, I
and
am literally
nuanced
just being
perspectives
pre-watch
on
biker,
topics that
but it's not
concern
even
us
on
all,
screen when I
from
say
the climate crisis to cultural diversity. They broaden our horizons, foster empathy, and connect us as humans.
They
In a
think
world
I-
torn apart by divisions and intolerance, this is one of the most essential powers of our medium. Here are the outstanding nominees.
Games for Impact.
Oh, I thought she was gonna say something about Palestine. I was like, damn, okay.
Legend says a traveler will reunite the peoples.
What's the theme?
Using this year to make an impact.
Impact for what? Furry representation? What the fuck?
And the Game Award goes to
Immediately mute and fully confess. That's so fucked up. Why are you a psycho to a normal friend? What do you mean? I didn't play none of these games because they're woke. Dude. Are you kidding me? I don't play no woke
Thank you. I accept this award on behalf of developer ourselves, who cannot be here, but I got a message from Phil Clifford, co-founder of ourselves. I'd like to thank ourselves family for your trust and unbelievable talent, Kepler and Sony for believing in this crazy project, and the entire population of New Caledonia who championed and embraced cheer all along. Thank you, merci, Oleti.
That was so sweet. Old people make me feel more.
Hello.
emotional.
Whoa.
I'm Abubakar Salim. I'm mainly known for my acting work in Raised by
Hello.
Wolves and Assassin's Creed Origins. But, that is not why I'm
I
here.
wish I had a voice like that.
Oh, okay.
awesome.
Sorry, no, this is crazy, man. I mean, I remember watching the Game Awards when I was younger, so being up here now is like... Look, I've loved games all my life. I played them all my life, man, from Kingdom Hearts, Garry's Mod, Golden Sun.
Raised by Wolves is sick, by the way, for those of you who
it started with my dad, right? He got me into them. He understood, that games are an art form. It's a great space to enjoy and escape from the reality of the world. And he passed away a while back, and I'll tell you what, I'm still figuring it out. But 4 years ago, I decided that I needed to try and process my grief in a way that felt true to me and him. So I took the biggest risks of my life, and through everything that I had in making a game, a piece of art that honored him, an ode to the people we have loved and lost. So the reason I'm here tonight is because with the love and support of a lot of people here, I'm gonna take another big risk and I'm gonna show you what we've been building. I'm gonna offer you this game, a game from my old man. I hope you like it.
After all that, if it's bad, oh my God.
Every story begins at the end of another.
It's Among Us too.
Each story carries with it the echoes of those that came before. My Baba,
oh my God, Ridley Scott
my
support?
father.
Okay.
Your story was snatched away too soon.
Critical Role.
My name is Zhao, a shaman of Kenzera. Here, I seek my father's return.
Okay, this looks sick. It actually looks sick. This is my most like rad lib take, I guess, but I do unironically love unexplored territory like this in a sea of so much IP recycling, IP juggling. Like anything that my head hurts so bad.
Kalunga, God of Death, hear my plea. Kalunga, God of Death,
It's
come
not
to
even
me.
the platform, like the platformer aspect is whatever.
Show me you are ready.
But it's like unique. Having it be like Afrofuturistic, like there's a unique concept. My family story, I'm glad you liked it. Oh my God.
Oh wow. You wouldn't say.
I thought Telltale Games is fucking dead.
Oh, were they?
I thought they died. That's when I was born.
I haven't seen
What?
Life is woke.
Oh, what the hell?
Dude, I'll be playing this garbage. I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
What?
I don't give a fuck, chat. You know I'm playing this shit.
Oh, no.
Fucking pronouns!
It's been 27 years, y'all. Why now? Because we made a promise.
Wait, March.
That was Lost Records, a brand new world from the development team behind Life is Strange. Now we have a world premiere new look at a game based on an ongoing franchise of 18 years with over 850 million users worldwide. This entirely in-engine trailer shows off the blend between cartoon 3D graphics with hardcore action. This is the first Berserker.
850 million users.
Isn't that an anime?
Berserk's an anime.
Oh, Berserk.
P chat.
Finally, I found you. Trampled by the one you trusted.
Berserk?
Abandoned from your king.
No.
You thought you were a hero.
It's weeb shit. Don't worry about it. I fuck with weeb shit. If it's good weeb shit, if it's not Genshin Impact style.
Now, you are just one of us.
This looks cool. Oh my God, this looks so sick.
Does sound like Cozy.
This is no ordinary ghost. You'll have to risk your life.
Okay, this looks fucking fire.
Really? The exact thought, but the opposite went through my head.
Really?
Yeah.
This looks incredible. It's like Dark Souls, but with a different, unique art style.
Most games that start with a sentence, it's like Dark Souls, I'm instantly turned off by it.
Oh my God.
You've never beaten Dark Souls, Led?
No, I've beaten Dark Souls, but like, it's like
Looks
Dark
good.
Souls
All right,
is
now
like
it's time
the new
for our
version
first
of like
performance by
talking
the
about a
Game
company, so
Awards
it's like
Orchestra.
Yeah,
There's too many.
This
Like,
one, though,
you're
is
talking
a
about like
little bit
shitty
of a
ones
twist.
though.
They're
There
about
are
to
plenty
play
of shitty
music from an
fakes.
upcoming game
I'll
that
take
no
it.
one
I'll
has
take it. It's
heard
fine.
yet.
Elwig.
You might call it one of those world premieres, and this is a special one. It's written by one of the greatest video game composers of all time, the legendary Nobuo Uematsu. Here is the Game Awards Orchestra led by Lauren Balfe with lead vocals from Lauren Allred, debuting the theme song from Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Enjoy.
Is this a real person?
Threw me off. They sound.
Is he real?
Well, from the back.
No, Leslie, I was with you there.
Thank you, Flush. Thank you.
I thought you were silly and foolish. I'm so sad. I found out that frickin' they're gonna make a third one. Yeah, this Rebirth is not the. They're gonna make a third chapter in Final Fantasy VII. They also said there's gonna be 3. Don't try to correct my ignorance.
There, it's a real person though.
Is that AI?
She's definitely real. The other one was definitely not the real person. She's real.
And that looks real as hell.
She's real. I'm just saying, is the thing behind AI mapped off her, or is it just?
She's from The Greatest Showman.
Yeah.
She sings Never Enough. Damn.
I would just. My teeth are not wide enough to do that.
Open.
Every other problem, I actually is not a problem. Like I could hit the note. Holy shit.
Amazing.
Yep, first try. Good song.
Wow.
That is not the girl from The Greatest
I
Showman.
thought that was Nate Trot for a second.
No,
What an
sang it.
absolutely beautiful
is.
song.
I'm just reading a chat message. I'm just reading a chat message.
Anticipated.
Anyone want to have sex?
She's
That's
the
another
singer
chat
behind
message.
the
Lauren
girl.
Balfe and the Game Awards Orchestra. They will be back later to pay tribute to our Game of the Year nominees.
Love to read those.
But that's not all we have tonight for Final Fantasy fans.
What we've done, that's set in stone. Or so they'll tell you, dearie. Because the future has the power to change anything. Even the past.
We're Scots.
Strap in, Newty. Things are about to get mighty interesting.
Loki is the worst cookie I've ever had. The Control Plus cookies are so bad. Oh fuck.
Wait, that's a sick collab.
That's very fun when limits are made to be broken. When
What?
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth comes
that's a
to
cloud
Apex
sword.
Legends on January 9th. And that key art you just saw was drawn by Nomura-san himself. Thank you so much for that incredible announcement. Now it's time to announce the winners of a few more awards as selected by the fans and voting jury. In the category of Best Score and Music, the nominees are Alan Wake 2, Baldur's Gate 3, Final Fantasy 16, Hi-Fi Rush, and The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. And the Game Award goes to
Best
Final
music.
Fantasy 16.
Oh, actually, Legend of Zelda.
So, Kun-san, congratulations. Here are the nominees for Best Independent Game. Cocoon, Dave the Diver, Dredge, Sea of Stars, and Viewfinder.
Dave the
And
Diver?
the Game Award goes
If
to
it wins, it's going to be
Sea of
such
Stars.
controversy.
Sea of Stars.
Congrats, Sabotage. Here are the nominees for Best
Dredge.
Community Support. Baldur's Gate
Ooh,
3,
they dodged the
Cyberpunk
bullet.
2077, Destiny 2, Final Fantasy 14, and No Man's Sky. And the Game Award goes
Final
to
Fantasy 14.
No Man's
yeah,
Sky.
that
Baldur's
should
Gate
win.
3. Congratulations, Larry.
Destiny 2 fell
All
off
right.
this year.
Nominees for Best Fighting Game.
Wow.
Those are God
Wow,
of
that's
Rock,
number two.
Mortal
There's no
Kombat
way it's
1,
Destiny.
Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl 2,
Nickelodeon
Haunted
All-Star Brawl
Bravery,
2?
and
I think
Street
Destiny 2
Fighter
plays very good,
6.
so,
And the Game Award
Best
this year
fighting
goes
game.
to
Street Fighter 6.
Street Fighter 6. Congrats,
Easy.
Capcom. All right. Most anticipated game. Your nominees this year were Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Hades 2, Like a Dragon, Infinite
Like a
Wealth,
Dragon.
Hades
Star Wars Outlaws,
Oh,
and
Hades 2.
Tekken
I'm
8.
excited for Hades 2,
And
man.
the Game Award
Hades
this year
2?
goes to Final Fantasy VII
Why is he all
Rebirth.
quickfire?
Congratulations,
goes.
Square and Nomura-san. All right, well, it's been 8 months since the release of Honkai Star Rail, a winner tonight for Best Mobile Game. This space fantasy RPG filled
Such a
with
silly
myths
award.
and legends is set for more intergalactic
sling those
expeditions in
awards out.
2024. And tonight, we have an exclusive look at Penokane, the next destination.
Oh my god.
Do you still remember it? Fables about the stars.
Tension.
Its stories tell of what is and what was.
Oh my god.
Its pages will
I mean,
always
Honkai.
reveal something.
Poyo versus Honkai, right? Is Honkai a random anime game? Or is it too big to be a random anime game?
It's pretty popular.
Not random.
Not random.
It's not random.
Those are unforgettable memories.
So cute.
But they are only a beginning.
It's not an anime game? I'm not trying to get controversial. My brother in Christ, look at the screen.
Suffering and joy will both be added to the final draft of the story.
I'm telling you, this is like, this genre of gaming is so successful, and I can't tell any of the games apart from one another.
I will
really
never
never
play any kind of games though.
The path of the Trailblaze will continue. Perhaps.
Hey, apparently
from
Sea
one
of
his
Stars is a
pages,
pixel game, so
I'll
I think I
appear in
got
your
bingo
story
again.
too.
All right, bingo, Fuzzly. Give it up.
Welcome to Penacony, young lady.
I just can't
May
believe
I
Bill
ask your
Clinton
name?
kid hasn't reared his head.
He's waiting for the final award.
A nominee tonight for Best Mobile Game, Monster Hunter Now is the new mobile game from Niantic and Capcom. Like all Niantic's
making us
games,
think it was
Monster
someone
Hunter
else.
Now is played in the real world, and tonight they have a special in-game event going on right now with new monsters, new weapons, and
Milks
special
you.
free game items for new players
I thought
to
he
join the
meant,
hunt.
like,
It's available
in the-
now
in the-
for iPhone and Android, so check it out.
In the
Monster
stadium.
Hunter Now. Coming up, we've got an exclusive
I
new
wish I
look
played Monster
at the new
Hunter.
Fallout series. We'll be right back.
It's like so cheap.
I like Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter World is so fun.
Yeah. Oh.
Wait, does he play that? We have a beast base.
I do think they are trying to make Fortnite Roblox. The
It's
one-stop
like
shop
Fortnite
for all types of
multiverse,
games.
right? That's what's going on. It's all like,
You got Fortnite Festival, Fortnite Battle Royale, Fortnite Lego,
They're
Fortnite
taking over.
Rocket League.
Anything you want, find it in Fortnite.
And you already have the ability to make games in Fortnite, right?
Yeah.
damn, grease but no turkey. That's fucking bunk.
Chad, Jake is somewhere in the crowd. See if you can find him.
Did a new Call of Duty come out or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, it did.
It's like, oh, is it?
Like,
Damn,
that's
what a flop.
now.
Every November.
What is this? One Piece?
I wish.
I'd go crazy.
That'd be so sick. Like adult One Piece.
Battleship!
Cool. Is the Weatherman chat called?
What is this?
I love pirates. I'm a sucker for pirates.
Yeah. You're always a pirate guy with Pirate vs. Ninjas in middle school.
Is it Sea of Thieves?
No, I think it said Skull and Bone, no?
Skull and Bones, the Ubisoft original.
Skull and Bones.
All right, we're back here at the Game Awards, and that was a new look at
Ubisoft
Skull
fell
and Bones
off.
from Ubisoft, which is coming out on February 16th.
Actually,
I'm happy
unless
to announce
it's
the
for
players can
Hassan's
register now for the
Ubisoft
upcoming
client.
closed beta
What?
from December
Terrible.
15th to 18th on all platforms.
I couldn't hear what you guys
And
said.
now it's time for the announcement of the next game from the studio that won Best Game Direction in 2021.
Wait, this game was announced like 10 years ago and they're still making it because there's a contractual obligation to the Singaporean government? That sounds awesome. What? That's so fun. What a cool reason to just continue having to make a video game.
Turn that shit up.
Paris is falling! They're listening to Muslim music, yeah!
Relax,
And
man.
it's black
I
people.
don't bite. Lock up tight now. Night's just getting started.
Okay, that looks fucking sick.
It looks like Blade.
That looks.
What is
There
that?
you go. Joining me now, Kartinka Bakava from
That
Arcade
looks
Leon
insane.
and
I don't know what the
Dora
fuck
from
is
Marvel
heroes.
to tell us how did this come together, guys?
Well, Jeff, let me tell you, the secret superpower of Marvel Games is our constant focus on bringing together world-class talent with the fan-favorite characters that they
so
love.
Far, I'm
now,
sold.
we are huge fans of Arcane Leon, not only because of the story-rich games they create with innovative gameplay, but because of their authentic passion.
That's the first Marvel game I'm juiced about.
On Blade's 50th anniversary, we are so honored to announce this true Marvel team-up.
Yes, and after Dishonored and Deathloop, our first order of business was to make another very arcane game, but with a title that is easier to say in a French accent.
Why does this guy look
and,
like he's
when
Blade?
we had, when Sébastien Mitton and I had an opportunity to chat with Marvel, said, okay, let's really challenge them. Let's present our wildest take on a superhero that we both love.
And we ate it up. I mean, the arcane touch fits Blade like his trademark trench coat. And I mean, think about it. It's a mature action-adventure game, single player, where you get to play Blade your way. For true believers, it's a dream come true.
Very excited to learn more. Dingo, why this character?
Well, he's the Daywalker. Eric Brooks is half man, half vampire, torn between the warm society of the living and the
Blade
rushing
is
power
such
of
a
the
good
undead.
IP.
And,
Blade is such good IP.
As a kid of mixed origins, his dual heritage resonated with me. So yes, it is a dream to be making a game about Blade in Paris, my hometown. If
I'm sold. I'm sold.
Awesome.
If my hometown was Walden and we shared it with bloodthirsty invaders that come out as soon as the sun goes down, ça serait un petit peu la merde quand même.
Anything else you can tell us about the game? I know it's pretty early, right?
I can tell you one thing.
Okay.
The entire team at Arcane Lyon is, pouring so much love into this immersive third-person action-adventure set in the heart of Paris.
No.
So please sit back, let us cook, and voila! Merci beaucoup! Merci!
Whoa!
Okay, this guy literally,
Let us go.
he thinks he's Blade. Bro thinks he's Blade, for real. Bro thinks he's Blade, for real.
Now please welcome the star of Twisted Metal, a nominee tonight for Best Adaptation, Anthony Mackie.
Thank you guys.
What?
Twisted
Metal, probably.
You guys did.
Is he gonna talk about Twisted Metal?
Hey, I just want to say a big thank you to everyone who watched Twisted Metal on Peacock. And I have one thing to do before I get on to the award I'm supposed to represent up here. Okay?
That was awesome. I want to do that one day.
Okay, all right. I know I say a lot of different things. You can't scream them all. Jeez. Now, no one knows this yet, so you three guys and everybody else is going to be the first. Because of our incredible fans, Twisted Metal is coming back for season 2 on Peacock. So, everybody get your motor revving, because you're going on another ride with John
For all 11 people that watched it.
You guys see this section right here? You guys look great. Keep it going, baby.
Twisted Metal is a really old
but y'all look great.
car-related video game.
Don't you yell at me. I love you more.
But they made a TV show out of it
crowd
for
works
Peacock.
crazy.
But it's because it's on Peacock, nobody watches it. Nobody watches
What
it.
is wrong with y'all? Okay, stop it! You okay?
He's risen up the crowd.
Love you too. I see you.
Very old game, but I mean,
shut up. Okay, today
Bro, he
the best games are like living universes,
overly long speech.
constantly expanding with new content and challenges, right? And that's what this award for Best Ongoing Game recognizes. The games that continue to deliver fresh experiences for their loyal communities. Here are the nominees.
Best ongoing game.
Light always pierces through.
This guy. Apex had a good year.
Cyberpunk 2077 is only an ongoing game because they keep having to update it, even though it's a great game.
They had a good year because of DLC, I guess.
Yeah, it was such a good
Final
DLC.
Fantasy 14 has to win.
I think it's 14.
Fortnite.
Oh god,
Fortnite
oh
also
no.
had
Genshin
such a
Impact's gonna
fucking
win
good
it.
year.
Oh, maybe Genshin Impact will win.
Okay,
Cyberpunk
I get so many
gonna
cool
win.
points with my sons
Fortnite
for
had
this
an
moment.
insane year though.
All right,
good.
so the game award
I'm marking
goes
over there,
to
Ron. I'm marking it.
Shut up! Cyberpunk 2077. This is heavy, dude.
Let's fucking go!
Hassan, you can't yell, let's go!
This is heavy.
You'll be in the note, you don't get it!
Wait, what?
Oh my goodness. What a journey. What a journey it's been. Holy. Video games
Is that a
are
big
awesome.
upset?
This is an incredible moment.
Shouts out to Poland.
Launched to
Already
1.5
upset,
to
but it was-
2.0
it was
Phantom
Shouts out to the
Liberty.
video game that is keeping the
And,
Polish
now
economy
the Ultimate
alive.
Edition,
I think it's an
like,
upset.
The tenacity,
Big
the
upset.
resilience of the
Unexpected.
team, and just wanting to bring forward stories.
Because they had a
that impact
DLC.
Worlds that are immersive. You know, the world being immersive, and of course the gameplay just being fun. Fun as hell.
Such a good game.
This is exciting.
I did mark
Team,
overly long
we accept
speech,
this
though,
on
for
behalf
Anthony
of
Mackie.
hundreds of people who put their hearts and souls in it. The two of us here. Please, Sasko, including this guy here. Please say something.
And I mean, I have to include here our amazing players. They've been with us throughout the whole journey, gave us feedback, made funny memes, videos, you know, wrote posts on Twitter, on Reddit. It was amazing, you know, to see the reception of the players when they were
like,
actually
"Pog,
getting
it's playable."
all of those updates.
That's
Just
crazy.
recently we shipped update 2.1 for Cyberpunk 2077, and it's for
The
all
music.
of you. Thank you so much.
Dude, the
They're not subtle.
dramatic.
They're not subtle this year.
I would lose my train of thought if that play ball was speaking.
It's kind of, I mean, I feel like that's the point.
Congratulations, guys. Our next guest has worked on some truly memorable games over the past 20 years, like GTA 5, Bully, Need for Speed Underground, and the Red Dead Redemption series. Now he leads a new studio, Lightspeed LA. Steve C. Martin is here to unveil a brand new project. Steve?
Oh, I know this.
Great to have you here. You showed this to me earlier this year. Tell us a bit about it.
It's an honor to be here, so thanks
I know
for
this
having
project.
us. Over the past few years at Lightspeed LA, myself and a remarkable team of over 200 talented, diverse industry veterans and fresh new talent have been in deep development on a fully original, AAA, futuristic open world game. Tonight, we're really excited
Grand
to
Theft Auto
offer you all
6.
a sneak peek at what we've been working on. I'm seriously, I'm so excited to share so much more with you in the future. But for now, I hope you all enjoy this first taste.
Amazing. Let's take a look, Steve. Here we go.
Red Dead Redemption 3.
I mean, yeah,
No,
this
it's not an
guy's
IP
this
that
guy's
you know,
worked
it's a
in
brand new
fucking
IP.
powerhouse projects, down to Need for Speed Underground even. So this will probably be very good, I think. I'm already sold on it.
Fucking punch it a wall. Oh shit.
Mommy!
Oh.
Scared, Mommy. Please.
Hush now. It's going to be okay.
Yo!
The demon is here.
I mean, you're next to it if you're just called the demon.
This is Pluto the game. That's what I was thinking too.
He is fragging
Just
everybody.
fucking one
Oh, it's a woman!
How
It's
does
a
he let that
woman!
happen?
She's woke! This game is
Whoa.
woke.
Damn.
This game is so woke. Woke game, woke game. It's a woke game.
Fucking Please.
I'm buffering too. I ran into the same shit.
Oh.
And then now we're 30 seconds
Okay,
behind.
back to
Hassan,
Twitch,
who
back to
won
Twitch.
Game of the Year? Tell us.
Back to Twitch, back to Twitch.
Wait, what? What are you guys talking
Okay,
about?
okay, it's good, it's good.
They're buffering.
Oh, you guys are buffering? Oh, shit,
Not
dude.
anymore, not anymore. Shut up, shut up, shut
Hey,
up!
join this car, the purple car.
Lift your head.
Water?
Now open your eyes.
You gotta show off your water skills. You're
That
not a
water
game
wasn't
studio
doing
about
as
it.
much for me though, honestly.
Really? It was moist.
I'm buffering through every inch of it.
Death
so it's
Stranding
not a good
7. They skipped multiple Death Strandings.
Ooh, that was
Take
Isn't water like always moist? Have you ever just see like dry ass water? Like
It sounded good. It sounded
I'm not
good.
kidding. The fucking game, the studio carries. I like it looked kind of weak. The previous game, the last Sentinel looked kind of weak, but the studio I trusted. At least like they're bona fide.
you how she must feel.
Get it together, Valby.
This does look like Death Stranding. What the fuck?
Fate always tests us. You have to fight until the
These
end.
sections are buffering.
I'll find you.
I feel like this is gonna be like Colossus, Shadow of Colossus in Death Stranding universe. That's what it feels like. You know what I mean?
That was the first Descendant, which is launching the summer of 2024 from Nexon. Now we have a new look at Hoyoverse's next big game, Zenless Zone Zero, an urban fantasy ARPG. I had my eye on this one for a while. We had it at Gamescom, and we're excited to unveil their latest announcement right here at TGA.
Why are you saying Nexon U? Nexon Korean MMO trash game with...
Oh my... No!
All right, I've caught up. I'm at Hoyoverse. Where are you guys at?
Victoria Housing Co. Hoyoverse.
Oh, I like the dog.
That's where that's where the actual show is at, like in real time, if you want to know.
Every day that is this a random anime game?
Welcome to Hoyoverse. Dude, I can't handle this lag. Random anime game.
They said no because it's Hoyoverse.
Every Hoyoverse game has just like the most massive milkers you've ever seen. With literal, like they spent countless hours on jiggle physics.
Twitch is 1080p.
That's incredible.
All right, I'm going to Twitch, everybody. I'm going to Twitch.
They're on 1080?
I won't be spoiled again.
Wait,
They're
are
on
we all
1080.
going back to Twitch? I feel like
Yeah,
it's
I'm back to
important.
Twitch.
Okay, if it's 1080.
Yeah, I guess we might because they have 1080 now.
Yes, it's
Switching to phase 2.
Which one's the game where like the girls that shoot guns have like their titties and ass jiggling? Is it Honkai Rail or something? No, it wasn't Honkai Rail. I have the most disgusting chat on Twitch. I have the most. That was a test. That was a test you all failed. That was a test. That was a test that you all failed. You're disgusting. You're all disgusting. Chat is going crazy. Oh my god, you all knew the name. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, every single person. Oh my god. It was like... Dude, this is so confusing. It's just so not for me. Mecha games or Gundam games are so confusing.
There's so much going on.
I can never get invested in them. I don't even understand what the fuck's going on.
Mecha break.
We brought in gamers to demo the latest Cyberpunk update, but we haven't told them what they're playing on. Let's see what happens when they find out.
Wait,
what?
Amazing.
Ray tracing is beautiful. Yeah, it's super real.
What do you think's powering your gaming?
Like a 4090?
40 series?
You're actually playing on a
Whoa.
Chromebook Plus.
Wow.
Streaming on GeForce Now.
What the heck? Oh my god.
I would never guess that.
I might have to look into getting a new Chromebook. Hey, get the bag.
That's the worst ad of all time. Straight up. That was such a bad ad. Oh my god.
I might have
She's trying to get paid.
Chromebook.
Unless they pay me, in which case that was so sick. I can't wait to get a Chromebook.
Threat grows more menacing by the day. We need valiant soldiers to take on these deadly robotic hordes and spread our message.
We need valiant soldiers.
Use the galaxy's most advanced weaponry. Fight alongside a squad worth dying.
This voice actor is crazy.
This dialogue could just be ripped
Join
straight
the
from the
Hellside.
I think it's supposed to be, guys. I think it's supposed to be like
Join the
Starship
fight for
Troopers.
freedom. Enlist
A
today.
parody on fascists.
Oh my god.
That's there, go for it.
Nice.
It's supposed to be like America in space. Oh, speaking of space fascism.
What is your
There it is.
My crown is death.
Guys,
That looks fucking sick.
I'm alive 9 hours, bro.
I've been live for 11 hours.
My pledge.
Okay, all right.
Oh, yeah.
What up Thursday? I didn't know that. That's cool.
That looks fire.
Wait, Shadow, it's close to your bedtime,
Okay,
though, right?
now we have
I don't
a
have a bedtime
special
for which one.
surprise for
Lethal
you.
Company ruined it?
Live and exclusively
It did,
here
honestly, yeah.
at the Game
there's
Awards.
been a lot of lobbies in the evening, so I can't say no.
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
I need it.
I am your host,
I
Warlindor,
just want Silk Song.
and I present to you the Old Gods of Asgard,
never
featuring that best-selling writer Alan Wake.
Mr. Door, guys.
This is
Put some respect on his
Herald of
name.
Darkness.
Greatest talk show host. Oh shit, Alan Wake is here.
Mama gave me a magic clicker. Well, yes, I think it's true. And
wish they were playing Wide Awake.
What is this from?
I didn't get to this part yet. It's Alan Wake 2. The guy that plays Alan Wake is the guy in the middle of the screen.
Oh. Is this song in Alan Wake too?
Yeah. Alan Wake has like the corniest music, but also the best at the same time. And the music actually like in between chapters literally like tells you what's happening in the chapter or in the upcoming chapter. I haven't seen this part of the game yet.
It's kind of selling me on it.
But this song I think literally is an entire level, like a summarization of an entire level.
I also am curious if the eye patch is real.
It has to be.
It would do more for me if it was real. Okay, well, shit. He'd just be a pirate for you. I wish he like sailed the 7 seas.
Chat, talking about how I'm fucking spoiling. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Calm down.
And all your stories of crime and chilling thrillers of hard-boiled killers became bestsellers. It was all too much. I had to get away.
It's so corny. It's like a ballad.
Well, that's a nice little ballad. They used to do it all the time, like the 1300s.
They did. Or Meatloaf in the like 80s and 90s.
I never meant for it to ruin my life that way. Would you say you lived a jaded life?
Oh my god,
Someone said, is Eurovision core? It's so correct. It's so
It's
Eurovision.
not synced up for you guys?
Like the audio?
Yeah. Seems like it's a little off, yeah.
Anytime someone in Europe tries to do music, it's Eurovision. Oh, I love that they... That's so funny that like Sam Lake is also in it. Like he's just sitting in the crowd. He picked up his award and now he's a part of the fucking dance piece.
Sing it, pirate! So, where does it go?
He's having a good time.
Oh, shit!
Whoa!
That was fire.
Yes.
It's a musical game?
Are
Alan
you
Wake was
awake
that
now,
good?
Ludwig?
Alan Wake is pretty good. It's pretty weird.
It's been mentioned a lot tonight.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. That was the fabulous
what it's
Poets of
about.
the
Yeah,
Fall
I've never
performing in the role of
been
Old
intrigued
Gods
by
of
it.
Asgard. Thank you to the band,
Yeah.
Sam Lake, Remedy Epic, the cast, and everyone
I
involved
like that
during that
if you
performance
watch this, you
to life,
think it's a
something you will
musical
only see
game,
right
but
here
it's not at
on
all.
the Game Awards.
Yeah.
Now it's time for an
No.
update on a game we announced back at TGA in 2017.
Whoa, Skyrim?
Oh, this game's
No.
scary. Yeah,
We shared the same story.
I didn't
the
like this
same
game.
fate. A family of strangers.
Yeah.
A strange family. We have lived 1,000 lives. We have died 1,000 times. Whoever we were before this torture, we are now as one until the end.
know what this is?
Nope.
GTFO.
It's a board game. No idea.
GTFO. I think I played this with you, Ray. No? Maybe not. I think we did for like an hour, maybe.
Yeah,
But we, like,
we
quit. I don't-
did.
It was too hard.
It's
very hardcore
It's
game.
too
Too
hard
hard.
and it's too scary and it's too much. It's just a lot.
Yeah.
Y'all want to play it? I'm down.
No. Oh
Wow,
yeah, we
okay.
did play
Joining
it.
me now is Ulf from 10 Chambers. Crazy, that was 6 years ago. We announced GTFO, and that's the final chapter. You've got a free weekend on Steam. Looks fantastic, but I think there's a little something more you're also working on, right?
Yeah, first of all, I have to say thank you for having me again.
Of course.
And you delicious menu.
Oh.
This soup
You
is
delicious
amazing.
menu.
All right.
Oh.
You look good too, Ulf.
Yeah,
Your
yeah,
games
yeah,
look
okay.
great.
Anyway,
Yeah.
yeah, we're working on something new, and it's like
A
a
swear?
passion project, like all our projects are.
Well, I already put
You're
yours
going
on.
for Payday, things like that. So you're back to some heist stuff?
I guess.
Okay.
Yeah. So now we're back to doing a heist game again, and it's sort of a sci-fi thing that I've been dreaming up since I was a kid, basically. And yeah, it's, you know, it
Should we
is what
announce
it
it
is.
to the world?
Yes, we should.
You've been working on this for a number of years.
Yes.
I'm so excited. It's finally time.
Thank you.
Check out the new game from Ulf and 10 Chambers. Here we go.
You delicious man, you.
Delicious
Delicious man.
Suck you, fuck you all the way.
Cancel the reservation. Reset the procedure.
It's like a European greeting.
No.
Reset the procedure.
Space Payday?
Eject. Your subconscious was just spilling the beans about your recent Akajima district break-in. Let's continue.
Is that Brimstone? What's his name? Tsunami?
You mother. There's no use in fighting. I will get what I want.
Steve Bloom.
So that's how you Akajima fault.
Oh my god, it
What were you
is.
looking for?
Yeah, Steve Blum.
A key to what?
Where? Where are you guys
The
seeing
voice actor.
No, there's not like a Brimstone on screen dropping smokes on his iPad.
The Brimstone in the game.
The cross. Brimstone's origin story.
You see, just like me, you're caught again. You're caught in the den of wolves.
I like it.
I don't know what it is.
I don't know what it is either, but I like it. It's got that toilet music.
Toilet music.
That's a good way I got toilet music.
I don't know what that even feels like, but I feel like it fits perfectly. You know what I mean?
Not actual gameplay footage.
I hate when it doesn't show gameplay.
I shot him in the head 3 times.
Oh.
Now that I'm in sync, my jokes can land. Thank you for appreciating it. I know.
I mean, like, that's
What was
crazy.
school bus?
Why is there a guy on the school bus ready for it?
Don't ask questions.
This is a Fast and Furious movie.
Oh, wait, he wasn't trying to. It worked.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's chill when you fly out of a school bus in Fortnite, but when you see it in a fucking trailer, you're like, oh, I don't know what that is.
What is this?
Oh no, Transformers maybe?
What? Where are these guys coming from?
Attack of the battle buses.
Mind the gap.
Good to go?
Easy in,
easy out.
That's Zoe Kravitz?
That's our ride.
Army of Two
Your
chat?
face. Born. Oh, Exoborn. Oh,
Wait.
Exoborn.
I don't even know what the fuck that was. That was just like...
That was Exoborn. I met with the team at Gamescom to take a look at that upcoming tactical open world extraction.
every
shooter.
IP
is
looks
The project
the
is
same.
led by some of the creators of The Division, and besides facing other players and warring factions,
Extraction,
vertical
open world, technical
gameplay, as you
shooter.
saw in the Forces of Nature, unlock the potential of the players' exo rigs to help master the apocalypse, as they say. Much more is coming in 2024 on Exoborn.
Exoborn.
Now, please welcome the voice of Loki in Asgard's Wrath 2.
You don't get the Bloodborne, you only get Exoborn.
Anticipated VR
Loki or
games
Loki?
yet.
No,
Matt
the voice
Mercer.
of Loki, not
Oh,
freaking
I was like,
Tom
no,
Hiddleston.
Play Tom Hiddleston's here too. I mean,
Hey there.
Oh, but it's the dude from Critical Role. What's his name?
I am
Matt Mercer.
so beyond excited to
Yeah,
show you
Matt
this
Mercer.
trailer for our Asgard's Wrath 2. I've been
I love this
working
man.
with the Sanzaru team and bringing Loki to life. It's just been absolutely amazing. And after playing Asgard's Wrath 2 as a lifelong gamer, I'm honestly blown away. So I'm honored to be a part of this franchise and want to thank everyone at Sanzaru Games, at Oculus Studios, and
So
MetaQuest.
pixel art has happened, right?
So, without further ado, let's enjoy the trailer for Asgard's Wrath 2.
Leslie, you already marked pixel art, right?
The gods take everything
She
from
did,
us.
yeah.
I marked pixel art, overly long speech, and accidental curse word.
Bleed these lands dry.
Still no bingo.
Deny spirits their rightful passage.
Turn worlds to ash. You allowed Loki to deceive you.
Facebook make this game? What the fuck?
Now
I think it's on the MetaQuest.
reigns. The universe demands a
So probably?
guardian. And with each possession, you will grow stronger.
I don't know if it's because we're on Twitch or because of the VR game.
I think it's both.
Oh, dutiful guardian, here to right your wrongs.
Critical Role's live right now too. Wait, they are.
Fishing!
Wait, but how is he here? I thought Critical Role was live.
Well, what if he's just not there?
No, he's on the screen. Thursday night.
Then how can he be there and there?
Freaking driving the
The Critical Role episode is pre-recorded then.
They pre-recorded 1 week advance since COVID.
Your fate is mine.
Good line, man.
That's pretty cool for VR.
Yeah, but you have to give it that pity for VR.
Foolish mortals, oblivious to the chaos that awaits you just outside.
VR still makes you want to throw up, unfortunately.
Yeah. I get motion sick.
It's been an amazing year, not just for games, but for adaptations of the games we love. Right now, we have an exclusive look at the highly anticipated new series, Fallout.
Yeah, someone in my chat worked on this.
Oh. Good work, Chatter.
Nice
Hello
flex,
there.
man.
Now, how about we turn on some lights?
God, I love Walter Goggins. He's so sick.
That's pretty good.
Well, you know what they say. War never changes.
Is that a movie?
It's a show.
It's
Series
yeah,
Fallout.
the Fallout
cool.
for Amazon, actually.
From Fallout, please welcome Aaron Moten,
Whoa, look at that.
and Walton Goggins.
That is sick.
What's up, y'all? I hope you don't mind. We brought a little extra security.
He's so pretty.
He's witty. Thank you for having us, and we are
He's
incredibly
gorgeous.
excited for you all to see Fallout on Prime this April.
But our real honor tonight is that we're here to hand out the award for Best Adaptation.
Let the mech talk.
It says our bosses are here.
What? Jonathan, no, Mr. Howard.
Good catch,
Boo,
buddy.
boo, Todd Howard, boo, boo this
We should
man.
probably hurry this up. I don't think he can breathe in there.
Yeah, how you doing, big man?
Todd Howard jump scare.
Okay.
She voiced
All right,
Jinx.
let's go.
Okay, so this year, video games and film and television were bigger and better than ever
Or
before.
like Arcane or
Here are the
Elite?
nominees for
Arcane.
Best
Arcane.
Adaptation.
What? How's that a silly
Best
question?
No,
adaptation.
it's fair.
The vampire messiah will come.
All right, let's go. Super Mario, baby.
All I ever wanted to do is be a racer.
The Last of Us! Please!
I think objectively, The Last of Us deserves it.
But I fucking love when he goes, wahoo!
The world fell, that's where the
Objectively, The Last of Us deserves it. Out of
Yeah,
the
Last
best
of
work
Us.
out
Last
of
of
all
Us.
of them.
Game goes to The Last of Us.
Yeah, I'm putting down big upset.
Oh, Pedro Pascal was in it.
How's it upset?
How's that upset?
Mario was huge.
Oh, that guy
That's
got
not an
double.
upset. What do you mean? It's like it's
not
not
a big
deserved.
upset, bro.
It's deserved. It's deserved.
Super Mario should have won.
Why?
Peaches.
Peaches.
Yeah!
Up in Canada, getting ready for season 2. Huge thank out to our Naughty Dog family. This wouldn't exist without all your incredible hard work. Big thanks to HBO and the support they've given us.
said thank
And
out.
big thanks to our Last of Us community. None of this exists without you. Thank
You're
you so
welcome.
much.
And we also want to thank our partners at Sony Pictures. A special shout out to Carter Swan and the whole PlayStation Productions team and everyone at PlayStation. Thanks so much. Thank you.
Chill out, chat. Druckmann is nowhere near. Maybe my brain is fucking lasered by so much Omega Zionist propaganda that I've like mainlined for so long. But as far as like his statements about what made him write Last of Us, that's one thing, okay? But throughout this entire process, October 7, Neil Druckmann, to be fair, has not been like aggro at all. He is not. But to be, again, I might be brain broken by seeing like the Amy Schumers of the world. Like he definitely is, but he gave Like he literally he donated money to Palestinian charity and shit. I'm gonna be fair and balanced. What made him write The Last of Us? He said that the reason why he wrote The Last of Us because he saw like the IDF kill a kid or something, and then that was like he's definitely nowhere near as bad as
or something.
Yeah, you play. It is an MMO.
Oh, okay.
MMO.
It's an MMO.
It's an MMO.
Oh no, it was he saw IDF soldier get killed. Sorry, he saw IDF soldier get killed by Hamas.
When I was younger, struggling with who I was, what my place was, I took a lot.
Which is ridiculous when you think about it, because it's like it's not a perpetual cycle of violence where there's like villains on both sides or whatever.
Especially as I've gotten into AAA.
Yeah, he did say Last of Us 2 is based off of like Israel-Palestine.
Hindsight is a narrative exploration game which spans the life of a woman named Mary, is taking a core of something that happened in my life, keeping that and fictionalizing the rest of it. Whenever someone tells me that they've cried from something that I've made, it's always when people cry is where I feel, yes, I want to keep doing that. I want to keep making people feel things.
People say this game is better than Starfield, but the style of it is like too poppy, like the colors. Wait, how is The Last of Us 2 based on Israel-Palestine? Man, I don't know. Just fucking read it. He talked about it. There's an article. I don't remember the exact details. I don't care. Not only is it too poppy for me, the colors, but it's also like when I look at it, I always feel like, where are the friends? You know what I mean? Where are the friends you made along the way?
That right there was No Man's Sky, a game we announced 10 years ago with this guy right here, Sean Murray. Sean, looks like the content keeps rolling in 2024. But what does the next decade look like for Hello Games?
Well, to start with, next year is going to be a really big year for No Man's Sky. Like you said, I've been working on it for 10 years now, and I still really love it, still really enjoy it. But what people don't know is that for the last 5 years, we've been working on something new.
Another game.
Yeah, something very different, something maybe more ambitious. You know, for...
Here we go. Tell us a bit about it, Sean.
Well, for No Man's Sky, we generated a whole universe of kind of sparse, alien-looking planets. And that wasn't easy, you know, it was hard, but there is something that's much harder that we wanted to do. For our new game, we wanted to create an Earth, you know, something as varied, a planet that is as varied as a universe, something bigger than Earth, something with, you know, mountains, real mountains, not video game mountains, but mountains that are miles high, taller than Everest, that when you climb to the top of them and look out, you can see rivers and canyons and continents, you know, you can see oceans.
So is this like an open world planet kind of thing?
Yeah, I mean, the first real open world, right? Something without boundaries.
What? He's just making
and we're
Earth?
gonna let
Like, I don't get
everyone
it.
playing it together. It's, you know,
He's like,
a
I made
place
an
where
Earth
people
too.
can live out their sort of adventures together.
Well, we can't wait to take a look at it. We have anything tonight or future? Or?
Yeah, so we have a trailer. And, you know, it's quite a small team that's working on it. Yeah. There's about a dozen of us. We're actually, everyone's here. Everyone from the team is here.
Hello, everyone.
We're very excited to share this. You and I have been talking about this one for years.
Yeah, we're super nervous, you know, but really excited. If you know, if people like it.
Bro, he just made. He's just
game
gonna show
I
Google
would
Earth.
like to still be updating.
He's gonna show
yo, I made this.
Fortnite Lego.
Before it's 2033. We'll be back. But no, let's take a look. This is such an incredible project, and I'm honored that we get to show it off. Should we do it, Sean?
Yeah, let's do it.
Here we go.
Here we go.
He said, this is an ambitious project. We got 12 people working on it.
I mean,
this is not coming out in 5 years, man. Oh no, a procedural
It's a fantasy Earth.
An unexplored Earth.
An unexplored Earth.
Oh god,
This is just an update to No Man's Sky, right?
maybe.
This is
I
a different game.
I kind
God,
of
the
lost the
quality.
plot.
No, this is a different game.
Yeah, this is different.
Okay, those mountains are tall.
How do you feel about this water course?
I don't know.
As soon as I hear the P word, I'm like, no shot, no way.
Wait, this looks cool.
It's a procedural Earth. It's gonna. Never mind.
It's like Dark Souls.
It's like Fortnite Lego, man.
I like the mounts. The mounts
Cool.
are cool.
This looks sick. Never mind.
Yeah, this
They
looks
need this in
awesome.
Fortnite
This
Lego.
looks really cool.
What if you can go to space?
I think they gotta stop making games where they go to space.
I thought they said it's limitless.
Yeah, they should all go underground.
Realization grew on me as quickly as it takes your hand to warm the cold.
Oh my god, the quality is so Kaka.
Everyone in my chat are haters of No Man's Sky, or at least on release, saying that none of these features will be available on release day.
It does look so cool though.
They're all done.
I want rabbits to bow to me.
Bro blew the budget on Alt J.
I like the way those rocks fit.
What's it called? Light no fire? Whoa.
Okay, you guys go back to YouTube. It's way better.
Oh really?
The
No, but
quality
it's
is
freaking
so
laggy
much
and it's
better.
all gonna ruin
So
it.
much
You
better.
literally
Remember,
are you baiting
that
people to go back and
comes
watch it on
from an
YouTube? That's how ride or
independent
die
team.
you are.
Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, but the spoil is not worth it, Ray.
We don't have much time.
Worth it. It's like a millisecond faster.
Very, very exciting, and I'm
I'm gonna
excited
keep spoiling it if you
Like
go
see
on
games
YouTube.
like that.
It's crazy.
I know you will. You did the whole time.
All
We're
right,
gonna call
YouTube, I
damn
spoiled.
now
7
join me in welcoming to the stage
Don't.
actor Simu
I'm
Liu.
spoiling it. Baldur's Gate 3 won Game of the Year.
You're an idiot. You're an idiot.
Oh, what the fuck? He got fucked up by Ryan Gosling.
Barbie!
I beat him in the courts.
How y'all doing tonight?
No disrespect. I beat him in the courts. Not a big
God,
deal.
there's so many of you.
That's
You
my
guys all look
best
so-
friend, Simu
so
Liu.
beautiful.
I
Oh
play
my
basketball
God,
with
I'm
him.
so
That's what
far
I
All
like.
right, first
behind.
off, I want to address the elephant in the room. My foot's fine, you guys. I did tear my Achilles. I wasn't riding a dragon. I was playing pickup basketball in Miami. I wish there were a better story to this, you guys, but the story is this. You know, as you
Damn.
age, as you get older, you know, particularly as you cross the 30
people
threshold,
hate
your body
this
starts
man.
to break down.
Damn,
all right?
I think it's
things
right.
start happening unless you're Anthony
Anyone
Mackie.
call him?
People hate it because he's so
Things
Reddit.
don't apply.
He's so fucking Reddit, dude. He really
Guys,
is.
just
with
if
some
you're not
wisdom
Anthony
for me?
Mackie, learn
The
to
hell
appreciate
up.
the importance of stretching. All right, it's very important.
I broke his ankles.
Keeping it real at the Game Awards.
It's not a big
all
deal.
right?
You tore his
Now
Achilles.
I'm here to
Yeah.
share something that
Lost
I'm
him up 2
really
hours.
really excited about. I recently got a chance to team up with Frost Giant on their new real-time strategy game Stormgate. Now, RTS is a genre that I was absolutely obsessed with as a kid. I loved building armies and obliterating my enemies in Age of Empires, Command and Conquer, and of course, my absolute all-time favorite game, StarCraft. Yes! I'm so happy you guys
He
cheered
is so
for that.
Reddit.
Now,
StarCraft
if
is the
you've
most
been
Reddit
destroyed by carriers and
RTS
void
you
rays
can
on
play.
BNet at any point over
StarCraft
the
was
past
crazy.
10 years, that was definitely your boy. And that's why I am so excited for Stormgate. Look, it's a noob strat, I understand, all right? But I loved it. Look, that's why I love Stormgate. It was made by a team of ex-StarCraft developers who are just as obsessed with RTS as I am. And in addition to competitive and co-op modes in the game, it's got an ongoing campaign that was written by Frost Giant with a little help from the legendary Chris Metzen. And so, yes, I brought a little bit of gameplay for y'all, and the
I've
first
actually
reveal
never
of
played
a pretty
StarCraft. It's the
badass
one
new
RTS.
character
I was a major
who,
RTS head.
I may or may
and
not have gotten
StarCraft is the
voice.
only RTS I
Let's
never
have a look.
played. I mean, obviously, I love like Tiberian Sun, Red Alert,
Hey,
Command
Yeti!
Conquer, all of those.
What Frost Giant
Did he
make?
mention?
Giant Studios.
It's the only one I never played. It's probably really good. I played Warcraft 3. Yeah, I played Dota. That was my first interaction with mobile games.
Cut the power now.
It is too late, my friend.
The new studio with WoW devs.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, his hair is so perfectly coiffed.
It's a good qual.
Looks like StarCraft.
Someone in my chat said all of the people left Blizzard. All the people that made StarCraft that left Blizzard and made this game is what they're saying.
Wait, I actually might need to try this thing.
Dude, RTS in 2024 is wild.
Yes,
What
I would like to play the game closed beta.
I too would love
Yes,
to. I
please.
used to play all those kind of games. Why don't people play RTS as much anymore? What happened?
That was
We
me.
got like Valorant.
Why don't
you
people?
can
That's
get
actually a good
close.
question.
See?
I think MOBAs just overtook the space
Pretty good, right?
completely.
Yeah.
And now it's time to hand out the next award. Here are the nominees for Best Action Adventure Game.
Best Action Adventure Game.
Let's go, Zelda!
I don't want to be in the story. Just write me out of the story. It's my fault. This is something else. Miles!
I think Marvel will take this probably.
You got nominated for so many things. You gotta win something.
Cleansing. How could you let the galaxy fall to
I
this
never played
unworthy
Survivor. I heard it was
machine
really
of an
good.
empire? Do
not look
Give
away.
me Zelda, baby!
Witness a king's revival.
Actually, it might be Zelda.
And the Game Award goes to
Zelda.
no surprise here, The Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah, get on that damn stage. This is a good ass game.
Yeah, he knew he was playing that shit.
Oh, he's like, I got the speech pulled up. Hold up.
このゲームを作ったすべてのスタッフを代表してこのような賞をいただき本当にありがとうございます。
I'm so glad to be able to be here to accept this award on behalf of everyone who worked together to create this game.
我々開発チームはこのゲームをゼルダの伝説の中で最も壮大な冒険になるように一生懸命作り込みました。
Everyone on the development team truly gave their all in making this game the best that it could be.
プレイヤーの皆さんそれぞれのユニークなゲームプレイが皆さん独自のハイラルの物語となります。プレイヤーの皆さん本当にありがとうございます。
Everyone's unique approach to playing this game can become their own personal story as an adventure through the lands of Hyrule. And to all the players, you have my sincere thanks.
Thank you so much.
He said thank you so much. I was laughing because somebody...
Congratulations, Mr.
Every
Numa.
player
And I
is
am happy
17.
now to announce winners in a few more categories at the Game Awards. Here are the nominees for Best RPG. Baldur's Gate 3.
Baldur's Gate 3.
Final Fantasy 16. Lies
I
of
hope
P.
Lies of P gets
Sea of
one
Stars,
win, though, 'cause they
and
do deserve it.
Starfield.
I thought they were
And the
gonna win
Game
Hearts,
Award goes to
Baldur's Gate
3.
Easy peasy.
That's 3 wins for Baldur's Gate 3.
Here are the nominees for Best
Yes,
Sim
sir.
Strategy Game. Advance Wars 1 and 2 Reboot Camp. City Skylines 2, Company of Heroes 3,
bingo? Wait,
Fire
what?
Emblem Engage, and Pikmin 4.
Again?
And the Game Award goes to
Company of Heroes
Pikmin
3.
4. Here are the nominees for Best Sports Racing Game. EA Sports FC 24, F1 23, Forza Motorsport, Hot Wheels Unleashed 2 Turbocharged, and the Crew Motorfest.
Give it to me,
This year, the Game Award goes to
See Charlemagne.
One from Willy Wonka?
Creative business.
Attention, and I'll be damned if I never get to back of it.
Whoa.
Oh, freaking no freaking way.
Wait, right after the Mayfab?
Enlightened souls forged great and terrible weapons called
Smoking cigs is so cool.
They got DLC already?
No,
and turned them against each
It just
other.
looks so cool. You will look so much cooler if you smoke cigarettes.
I think cigarettes are bad.
I'll
Uh-oh.
die to cancer.
It's true. The carcinogens, folks.
Ludwig, you're the only one who blasts cigs. Blast lung darts in this group chat right now.
What the hell is an iconoclastic defense system?
Wait, has what?
Of a feeling we're about to
I said you
find
blast
out,
lung darts.
and that we will not like
First of
the
all,
answer.
they're bad
better
for you,
cut
folks.
this short.
Listen up.
Consider me influenced. I'm gonna give it a go.
Welcome, my friends, to Mysidia.
Rising Kitten. I hate to keep bringing it up, but man, it looks like shit on Twitch.
Yeah, it does.
PlayStation.
Imagine smoking that
Experience
doesn't
new
get you high.
adventures
Tobacco
before the
does get you
final
high.
battle
You're
in
wrong.
Final Fantasy 16 with Echoes of the Fallen, which is out tonight on PlayStation 5. There's a shadow drop for you. Now to present our next award, Best Game Direction. Please
Dude, I
welcome
haven't
one of our
hit bingo.
industry's
This
greatest
sucks.
creative forces, the creator of Call of Duty and global GM for Star Wars Jedi, Battlefield, Titanfall, and Apex Legends, Vince Zampella.
Announce Titanfall 3.
I love his water.
Announce Titanfall 3 now.
This guy's walking with swagger out there.
All right. Good evening, everyone. So, game design can be chaos. Actually, let me rephrase that. The best game design is almost always part chaos, right? Today, it's really normal for teams of hundreds to work for years on huge open worlds that are condensed into one package. When that chaos has somehow been harnessed into a cohesive artistic expression, that's great game design. So tonight, I'm proud to present the nominees for Best Game Direction.
Best Game Direction.
How do you run from a story that lives in your head?
Together, we must survive.
It's a Baldur's Gate sweep.
All Miles talks about is how to be a better Spider-Man, how to help
I've been
you.
feeling somewhat sad if I was the Marvel Spider-Man studio.
No, they got nominated for so
They're like
much.
0 for 5 today.
Amazing. And the winner is...
Alan Wake 2 could win.
What?
Alan Wake 2.
Let's go.
Baldur's Gate blues is going.
Taking me
over. To be fair, the players kind of have to do the right thing with all these injuries, so kind of lazy.
I just love this song so much.
you.
It's such a good song. Oh my God.
We want to thank Epic, Hector, Nicole for believing in our vision.
Crazy vision.
Crazy vision, yes. Direction is nothing without a team to actually build it. And huge thanks to Remedy team for joining us.
Did you guys
on this
ever play
venture,
Max Payne?
Wanting to believe.
I feel like you're all too
believing
young.
it
No.
and build
Yeah,
it.
past my generation, man.
You know, we can pull into different
My first
directions
console was the Xbox
and
One.
nothing comes out of it. But when more
Max
than
Payne
100
is like
people
desert game, right?
believing the same vision
No, that-
and
no, it's in New
build
York.
something out
That's
of it,
Mad Max.
we can make miracles. We can make
No,
art,
Max Payne is- you're a
and we can
detective
be
in New
more
York,
than the sum of our parts.
And your
close.
baby and your wife are murdered. I
Our
think.
world
Oh,
today
no, I didn't play
could
that.
use
So like a
a bit
noir
more of
game?
that.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
that's
and,
one
and
thing.
it also had bullet time.
Next Monday, December 11th.
Anyway,
New Game
Sam
Plus,
Lake is
the
Max
final
Payne.
draft is going to be coming out. New story content. So yeah, go play it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Why are
Thank you,
friends with
Game
these
Awards.
children? They're my age. They just are uncultured in the gaming space.
Why are you reading out these comments?
Yeah, why are you reading
Crazy.
it? So we're not
Please
reading it
welcome
yet.
Gustav Tillerby, the creative director of The Finals.
I like this music.
When we started building this game, we set a bold vision for ourselves. We said that if we're going to make a shooter, it needs to be unique. It needs to be something that no one else is doing. Standing here today, I'm so proud and grateful for the amazing team at Embark Studios who helped make this crazy dream a reality.
Is a shooter?
And of course, to all of you, our amazing players, watching you play the finals has been the most gratifying experience of my entire career. You're not just a part of this journey, you guide us and you inspire us, and I love you for that. Now, let's watch our latest trailer and keep your eyes peeled for the launch date at the very end. It might be sooner than you think. Thank you, and enjoy.
It's today.
Unless.
Yeah, fucking explode everything.
Whoa.
Oh god, dude.
Don't make me do it.
Kind of like Apex or what?
Like Battlefield? I never played it.
Everything falls apart.
Don't make me do it.
Ex-Battlefield devs made it. Play now!
December 2023.
Hey, that's right now.
That's right. The finals is out tonight on Steam,
Oh, it's
Xbox
out.
Series X and S,
We gotta
and
play now.
PlayStation 5.
now.
That's right.
After the show, make sure to check out the Game Awards in Fortnite
Right
as well.
now.
All month, fans have been
Bye.
voting for their favorite user-created
Freddy.
island of the year, and the winner is Fort Who. Congratulations.
Nice.
You can portal to the winning
Let's go
island from our
Fort Who.
TGA map.
Oh my
While
God,
you're there,
Fort Who.
collect all the TGA trophies for an XP boost. We want to help you unlock those Peter Griffin skins. The island code is
I
below.
don't know if that's how it works.
Still to come, the presentation of Game of the Year featuring our orchestral salute to the nominees.
Jeff, I'm tired.
It's probably like a few more minutes.
You got so much stamina. This should start at 4:30.
Yeah, they want to make Fortnite Roblox for sure.
It's about to be a 4-hour process. Like
Oh yeah.
the amount of ads you can fill in 4 hours, though. Come on, you know.
Now,
Lift it up.
it is time for you to
I
join
think
the
the amount that
others
Fly like that fish
complete our destiny.
So behind.
Are you on Twitch or YouTube still?
It just looks better.
Yeah, come over to the ugly
Yeah.
side.
Oh, are you moving over to Twitch, dude? Nice.
Even if he makes it insufferable, it's
Just
better, I
wait till you
promise.
see full
Because we'll be
display.
synced.
Wow.
You'll
that's a
never
big
Gonna
want
get
to
difference
see
spoiled.
there.
Oh.
That's a lot. Yeah,
That was
jeez.
crazy.
Holy.
Why have
That's a lot of
Oh.
reviews.
They did not have to pay for an ad.
Oh, it doesn't look that bad
Holy.
now.
Okay, we should have tried it.
I know.
We
Why?
thought
You guys are
so.
saying
We
this
were
is
gonna.
late.
We
I love
had
the
it
game. You
set.
should have played it.
Yeah, we were
You
gonna
guys ever
try it
do it?
It's not
one
too
day.
late. Let's do
Never
it.
did.
We could.
I wanna play.
One day of Baldur's Gate and see how it goes.
One day, but well, I don't know if it's enough.
A week? Like to see if we like it, you know?
Yeah, sure.
I'm just saying, I'm almost 100 hours.
I keep saying I want to play and nobody responds to me, so I assume that I'm not invited.
Oh, you can. Come on,
It's
guys.
fine.
Come on.
Foolish.
Oh,
If you want.
All night you've been voting on Twitch for which mobile game you're hyped for in 2024.
What side you want? What side you want?
After the show, check out the TGA post show on Twitch where Google Play will reveal
Yeah.
the winner of its Play More.
the bear
Shoto's
likes
like, you can.
No, the bear likes
Awesome.
that.
Thanks,
I've heard
Sydney.
rumors.
Well,
Yeah.
now it's time for
guys are so
tonight's
gross.
The bear
final
likes-
world
No,
premiere.
There's context, trust
That's right,
me.
we're getting towards the end of the
Right,
show,
right.
and this one I will let
He's
speak
really horny.
for itself.
The bear is, yes.
Oh my god.
It makes sense when you know. I sound crazy, but like if
Is
you
that
know,
the
you know.
context?
Just because the
The bear
bear is
just
horny
wanted
doesn't
it.
mean you have to fuck it, Shoto.
I did, but other people can. Okay, that's enough.
What are you gonna
for the
do?
bear.
You're not gonna leave the bear unfucked. You have to fuck the bear.
That's a big ass armadillo.
Yeah, look at this. Look at this pigeon.
These are armadillos, yeah. But like, why is their face like that?
Alright, tell.
It's like, oh.
Look, they look like peacock armadillos.
Hey, this looks kind of cool.
Really?
Yeah, I like the pigeons running
Black
all
in color
over.
though, no? Oh.
Dude, I don't
Is
know.
this Monster Hunter? What is this?
Maybe I'm still being a hater, but on Twitch this looks like
It looks terrible.
Oh,
It looks terrible.
all these dust storms look this movie, man. The bit
You are a
rate
hater.
cannot capture a frame.
Capcom!
Better track culture. Better track culture. Better track culture on Twitch.
Wait, this
Fine.
looks cool. I think I would try this. I like when they have the cat cafeteria. Those wings look nice.
I'm actually kind of convinced that this 1080p option is a farce and it's 720p, but they just wanted to satiate the chat.
2025!
Wait, that's been there.
Oh, that's too
wait,
far.
So I have remake game technical issues. Jeff says world premiere 2025
Please
available
welcome
now.
to the
Random
stage
streamer
Monster
cameo.
Hunter series producer
accidental curse
Ryozo
word, random
Tushimoto.
celeb,
It's
pixel
so
art,
great to
overly
have
long
you
speech,
here
Baldur's Gate
at the
cringe.
Game Awards. We got to hang out in Osaka earlier this fall, where you showed
You
me the
didn't get bingo,
gameplay.
you
You
won.
gave me a demo of the game,
but
and
it's
wow,
fun
I got to
to
tell you
fill it
guys,
out.
it looks
I only
incredible.
get if I get
Everyone wants to
Among
know. We
Us.
saw 2025.
Or a
When do
new
we get to play
console.
this?
はい、ようやく、発表することができました。モンスターハンターの新作です。こちらですね、9月に、ゼウスさんにも見ていただきましたタイトルなんですが、現状ですね、2025年、リリースを目指して開発しています。
Thank you, Jeff. I'm very happy to finally be able to announce this title to everyone. This title, back in September, we were happy enough to show it to you, is planned for release in 2025.
I think everyone wants to know, when do they get to see more on this? Any sense of when we're going to see more on this game?
はい、こちらのタイトルの続報はですね、2024年の夏頃、現状予定しておりますので、しばらくちょっとお待ちいただけたらと思っております。それとですね、今年、カプコンがですね、40周年を迎えさせていただきました。この40年間、
I just don't feel like I want her to do her job. You know, I don't want to speak over women. Like,
これからもですね、皆様に楽しんでいただけるいいゲームを、作っていけるよう努力して、頑張ってまいりますので、これからも引き続きぜひよろしくお願いいたします。
Wow.
We plan on revealing more information about this game in the summer of 2024, so we hope you keep an eye out for it.
Yeah, I heard that
Also,
already.
Capcom is currently
Totally.
celebrating its 40th anniversary. I would like to thank all of the Capcom fans for all of your love and support throughout all of these years. We couldn't have done it without you. Capcom will continue to create exciting, fun games, and the best is yet to come.
Excellent. Thank you, Ryozo.
Thank you.
Great to see you. All right. Well, now to present Game of the Year from the upcoming films Wonka and Dune Part 2, please welcome YouTuber Modded Controller 360.
The imagination, passion, and technical brilliance of the 6 nominees for the Game of the Year were truly inspiring.
I'm
Here
gonna
with a
count as Bill
medley
Clinton
celebrating
kid. Like,
each
I
of
just
these
need a
games,
point.
once again, Lauren Balfe and the Game Awards Orchestra.
I just need bingo. I'm sorry.
No,
I just need
what is
bingo.
wrong with you?
I still don't even have bingo off that.
You don't deserve bingo.
Timothy Charlemagne is like a OG gamer too. He had a YouTube page where he was like reviewing Xbox controllers and like modding them and stuff.
That's what he said.
Oh, he said it?
That's how he was announced.
You don't even listen to Jeff in his show.
Oh, I missed it. Sorry, I have a headache.
Now I feel bad. Fuck. Shit,
He has a
I'm
headache,
bad. God damn it. I always do this.
I mean, it's gonna be Baldur's Gate 3. I don't know what we're looking at.
But what if it's the upset of the century? I wonder how big Baldur's Gate is outside of the States.
Whoa.
Like, are Japanese audiences enthralled with Baldur's Gate 3?
That's a good fight.
Is Flute Guy back?
Yes, he was. He was going off.
Oh, that's a flute, not a clarinet, apparently. But it looks so big. Aren't clarinets big?
Clarinets are big. At least Squidward made him look big.
Maybe he's just a small guy.
I think they're somewhat similar size to flutes. They just are more held straight down, and flutes are held across your face.
Yeah, isn't he holding it straight?
That he is holding that shit straight down.
Okay, so that's a straight up. That's a straight up flute. Straight up.
Oh, he's got like 18 instruments. He's got a bassinet.
Blah, 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 blah. Oh, he's got a variety. Wow.
Yeah.
He's got an assortment of windpipe instruments.
Oh, now she's spinning.
She's doing everything.
Piccolo!
Are you watching on Mixer? What was that?
What? I don't get it.
It's because you said it so delayed.
Damn, he's going crazy.
I actually really like the Zelda soundtrack.
Spider-Man, let's go! Spider-Man does not deserve Game of the Year.
Oh!
That would be the real. That would be the real upset.
If
That'd be the real upset if Spider-Man won out of all of these fucking games. They would lose their shit.
What instrument is that?
He's just making up instruments.
Whoa, bro, that was amazing for
He has
him.
everything.
What
Whoa.
is that?
Holy cow.
Yo, get it, I guess.
A bass flute.
A bass flute.
A bassoon?
What is it? Bassoon? Look, that's what it looks like.
No way, he's got another one.
He just has all of them.
He just looks like he orchestrates.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey, great performance. I love a good orchestra.
Yeah.
Me too. I would love to hear that live.
They performed this summer. They did like an hour-long show.
Oh yeah, you could go to it. Ooh.
And the game of the year is
Baldur's Gate 3.
Baldur's Gate 3.
His lips really threw that B in there.
I mean, come on, my man literally wore a fucking suit of armor. Like he knew he was winning.
He lost.
Finally.
I mean, if he lost, he's still gonna be penetrated by most weapons.
Hey, there ain't no shame in losing and still looking swagged out.
What a knock on it.
Yeah.
Man, he got ass on that.
He's a bit of a coward though, because he didn't put
like
the
suit,
fucking.
Tino.
He didn't put the
Yeah, he
pants
should have
on.
worn the pants.
I didn't expect it anymore. Thank you. Thank you so much.
He looks like a character where you wear an armor that
Game like Baldur's Gate
specifically
3
gives you
isn't possible if you
attributes.
don't have an incredible team working on
So
it.
that's why it doesn't look
And
like
Team Atlarian
the
has
rest.
spent their hearts and souls for 6 years on this game in sometimes very difficult circumstances. This was our COVID game. Along the way, we lost quite a few people also, so we want to dedicate this to all the people we lost, and especially to Jim, our lead cinematic artist, who passed away in the last month.
Oh my.
I want to thank over 2,000 people, so sit back and relax. But I also want to thank everybody that supported us throughout this entire effort.
07's for Spider-Man, though.
Our families, our friends, our partners. You were the best, and without you, we couldn't have done it. Thank you very much. Thank
Hearing
you.
his armor clank is so funny.
Yeah, why is it so wide on the back?
Because you got for the pants to fit, I think.
Oh, like you're like riding a horse?
Did they mention the layoffs?
Congratulations, Fanning. Congratulations
Not
to
amazing.
all of tonight's winners. We will see you next year at our 10th
I didn't
anniversary
get
Game
bingo!
Awards, which I'm happy to announce.
Damn. I got
Return
it
right
twice.
here to the Peacock
Hell yeah.
Theater
You can still
on
show up.
Thursday, December
I got it
12th,
3 times, I think.
2024.
No way.
Happy holidays. Good night.
What do we think, guys? Do you think it's a honest?
You know, we got
Was this a
Guys,
fair
the thing-
shake? Was
the
this
thing
an
that lost
honest?
people along the way was not layoffs. That's people
That
died.
is death. That. Oh
All right,
my.
everybody get up.
What are we
Damn, I
thinking?
didn't get freaking bingo.
Do we?
Leslie did.
Bro's banking on.
Do we think that all these awards were good? Were they valid? Any upsets? Do you have any
Freaking
upsets?
Sucks. No Among Us.
No, it made me want to play Baldur's Gate.
No Silk Road announcement. No Elden Ring announcement. They didn't even bring up a goddamn Among Us reference.
I enjoyed mine did last part, but I do think that there should have been no Bloodborne, no Bloodborne on PC, no Bloodborne 2, no fucking Elden Ring.
Damn.
Dang. Hey, well, good job, Jeff. Good job as always, man. Jeff killed it, bro.
Working on it.
That shit got like 5 mil views concurrent.
Yeah.
Great work, Jeff.
No Little Nightmares 3 either. Okay.
Oh wait,
All right,
yeah,
well-
nothing about Little Nightmares, huh?
What are you guys up to rest of the night?
Fine, the finals is out. Let's play it.
Yeah, we're playing the finals. I actually want to test
Enjoy.
out that game that just came out that people were kind of iffy on, but I just downloaded it on Steam. What is it called? The new game that came out on Steam the day before. Oh my God, there's already an update required. I just downloaded this morning.
Oh,
Is it on Steam, the finals?
The day before.
Let's see.
I'm down to play a game, a video game. I don't
Gentlemen,
know what
I have
it's
been
called.
live 10 hours. It's my bedtime.
You've been live for
I
10
must
hours.
go
I'm
as
proud
well.
of you.
I'm approaching my limit.
All right.
Yeah, me too.
Couple of
I'm
us have
tired.
to grind.
The finals is free and it's on
that's
Steam.
It's a
Free
free
on
game.
That's why it's
Steam.
like, we tried the finals.
Okay.
Is that multiplayer?
I'm down to
All
try
right,
it another
good night,
day.
everybody.
It's a 3v3. It's
Yeah,
a 3v3.
3v3.
Oh, it's only 3.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, I'm downloading it anyway, but we don't
All
have
right.
to. We don't have to play it tonight.
Gentlemen, ladies, have a good night.
Hey, that was
Good night.
awesome.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Good
Bye,
night,
everybody.
Good
Bye.
night. Good night.
Bye, everybody.
Okay. I lied. I'm not gonna play a video game right now. The finals has AI voices. Oh, tomorrow we have the blacksmithing stream at 12, hopefully. At 12 p.m. Pacific. I'll be starting a little bit later. I am going back almost an entire year later, almost exactly to the day. I'm going back to the blacksmith. I will be finishing my sword. I'm going alongside Valkyrie, Will Neff, and Caroline. That's right. Do you repay your sins by reacting to the new Nicki Minaj album when it comes out in an hour? No, I will not be doing that. I am so tired, and I do have a major headache, honestly. But that's all I got for now. Love you guys. Wonderful day. Nice little half-day stream, short stream, 9 hours. But let them play. They're playing, I think. Or maybe not. I don't know. Anyway, guys, from the Alan Wake 2 team, my heart to yours. I'm wide awake, baby. Kind of tired, but tomorrow I will be wide awake. You know what I'm saying? Peace, everybody. Love you all. See you tomorrow for the blacksmithing stream.
Went too far. I will never lose myself again. Oh, I was calling you. Did you hear me? I lost my way. Lost my way. I was trapped in 1,000 nights with no escape. Nightmares taking me over, and I'm wide awake. Oh, I died like 1,000,000 times. Feel the waves I break. The nightmare's finally over, and now I'm wide awake. And now I'm wide awake. Blinding lights, burning eyes. I can see myself, and I don't need to hide. My foolish pride paid the price. I will never leave again. I'm by your side. I was calling you. Did you hear me? I lost my way. Lost my way.